Hey everyone. I've never been more nervous for a live in my entire life, and I've done a lot of lives or a show in my entire life. And this is not a live or a show that I ever wanted to do or ever thought I would have to do. And this has been ongoing for months, what I have been dealing with. This is not drama. Hidden True Crime doesn't get involved in drama. We stay very clear from that. And those of you that know us know that. So I hope that nobody calls this drama ever again. In fact, it's so real life what has been going on with my family and with me for months that I decided to go to where I felt would protect me. And that was the courts and legal. And I filed a civil stalking injunction because what was happening to me and my family met Utah's civil stalking injunction code. The stalker was in Utah. And it was very clear to me that that was the step that I should take. And I was granted a temporary civil stalking injunction after I filed my evidence and my exhibits before the judge. That was served, and my stalker was served a temporary civil stalking injunction. Thank God. And the next step to that, after filing a civil stalking injunction, is to hope to make it permanent. And that was going to be on Thursday. And then do you know what happened? Somehow, someone decided to let Law and Crime know about my civil stalking injunction. And Law and Crime decided that they deserved to have cameras in the courtroom while I am explaining what my family has been going through for months. The Law and Crime, I don't know, is it a slow true crime month? They thought that my family's pain should be live streamed on their trial channel. I am a limited public figure. I'm just a mom who has a YouTube channel. And yes, I've become a limited public figure. I'm not Johnny Depp. I'm not Amber Heard. I'm not Gwyneth Paltrow. I am a mother trying to protect my family and my little boy. And I am a journalist who has never, ever in my life heard of anyone streaming a civil stalking injunction. Ever. It is not something you do. And why? Because it's someone that is being abused, that is attempting to escape something dangerous. I never wanted to do this live. But because of what Law and Crime did, I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction because I am never, ever going to let my child's mental health be live streamed for entertainment. And I find it disgusting that anyone would want to do that to me or my family, a civil stalking injunction. My 8-year-old's mental health is not your entertainment. I wanted to keep this private. I wanted to keep my pain and the bullying and the abuse and the harassment and the defamation and the pain that I have been dealing with behind the scenes for months. I wanted to keep it private, not live streamed to millions of people watching Law and Crime. And so, if Law and Crime thinks that my family's pain and emotional turmoil is worthy to be on their channel, that they're going to be pool, which means they can share it to all media platforms. This is just for everybody. Then I'm going to take back my narrative. And I'm going to own my narrative. And I'm going to tell you everything tonight. We're going to go through every filing. We're going to go through a lot. So get ready. My hand has been forced. I am very uncomfortable sitting here. But the reason and where I have found my bravery to do this is really, again, for my little boy. Do you want to know a wrath of a mother? Here I am. Okay. And so we're going to begin. I need to collect my thoughts. I know what's next, but really quickly, I have my producer Grayson here with me, helping me. Let me just ask you, it's going to be a long live, so sit in. I might need a bathroom break at some point. I haven't been able to eat. I'm not eating. So I have root beer here for sugar high. I have my water. Really quickly, Grayson, do we want to start with what a civil stalking injunction is in Utah or before? Okay. So let me share with everyone now. You have that pulled up. This is going to be a really raw live. Get ready. So let's just go over stalking in Utah. A judge can grant an order that tells one person, a respondent, to stop stalking another person or petitioner if the respondent did the following toward the petitioner. Followed, yes. Monitored, yes. Observed, yes. Photographed, yes. Surveillance, yes. Threatened, yes. Communicated to or about the petitioner or interfered with the petitioner's property using any action, method, device, or means. Or, let's see what else. The respondent engaged in or caused someone else to engage in the following acts. Approached or confronted the petitioner, yes. Appeared at petitioner's workplace or contacted petitioner's employers or coworkers, yes. Appeared at petitioner's home or contacted petitioner's neighbors or entered property owned, no. Sent material, oh, thank you, look at that, highlighted. sent material to the petitioner by any means for the purpose of obtaining or disseminating information about the petitioner to a family member, household member, employer, coworker, friend, or associate. Yes. Use a computer or the internet, text messages, or any other electronic means. Yes. The respondent had to do the behavior 2 or more times and in a way that would cause a reasonable person to suffer emotional distress or be afraid for the person's own safety or the safety of someone else. Yes. And I'm going to point out, it looks like Grayson did not highlight threatened. I'm going to throw threatened in there because what happened after the stalking injunction, I took as threats as well as other things. You can decide for yourself because we'll go through it all. Okay. Let's start with this. It's going to be a very vulnerable video of myself behind the scenes. I never thought or knew if I would make this video public. I only revisited it again today. But this was a month-ish ago, and I was dealing with ideation, self-harm. It's the first time in my life that I have been experiencing this because of everything happening. And so at that point, I was with Grayson, and I was not okay. And Grayson said, Lauren, I'm going to record this. She gave me permission to record. Don't worry, we'll never share this. But I want you to know there's hope. You know, I want you to know that there's hope. And you have talked so passionately about now helping people with cyberbullying that maybe one day, like as a journalist, you need to start recording this process and what you're feeling. So trusting Grayson, knowing that she'd hopefully never make this public without my permission, you know, and it was my phone. I said, you know, yeah, okay, whatever, but don't ever show this to anyone. But I watched it, and we are going to watch 20 minutes of it before we begin, so you guys can understand just a bit of what I've been going through. And it's not all of it, but it's 20 minutes of a video. It's very, very raw. I'm feeling very vulnerable. And I feel like this is very, very important, because if I'm going to do this live, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to do it honestly. This is going to be a very honest show. So, and then after that, we'll go through everything else. So let's watch this. Whether or not this goes through, I don't know. I think that's where I think I'm willing to start talking. Because I always just want to do things right. You know, when they go low, you go high, and just do things right and rely on maybe responsible people to help. But I don't know if that's going to happen in this situation, and that's okay. But if it can't happen in this situation, that like, you know, that like no laws or legal things can help me, then I at least want to like finally talk about it, even just with my boys, and share what's been happening. Because I do want to help with like cyberbullying now, and I know that I'm a public figure. Never mind, hold on, just stop for a second. I was like really zen before you started recording. Hold on.
Sorry, I can't even like process what I don't know. Oh, I need fucking Kleenex. I'm sorry. Oh, and I want John. And I'm worried about John. And I'm worried about my son. Fuck. But let me just think, sorry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything will be okay. It really will. But I'm like a really resilient person, in my opinion. It's texting.
You're good.
What?
You're good.
Is it John?
Mm-mm. It's actually your biggie.
And it's gonna be okay. But I don't know what to say. Other creators calling people I care about to tell them lies about me, slut shaming me. One woman is going around saying I live with her brother, which, by the way, if I had lived with some random dude in East Idaho, who the hell cares? But this is a guy I went on a single date with, never kissed, but now I've lived with him. What else? Finding out, like I said, fellow podcasters are calling people that I know to warn them about me and tell them that I had an affair on John with an investigator in the Daybell case that John knows really well and is friends with. That, I mean,
it's been unending.
The things I've had to continue to clarify every day. And then when I finally feel like I get a hold of it, so it's not just like the cyberbullying that's public, it's what's going on beneath the surface. That's so cruel. And none of these people have been willing to reach out to me, like fucking reach out to me. People that know me, that I've been kind to, are going behind my back telling people lies about me. No evidence. Never mind that they're supposed to be journalists. You have Lori Hellis, someone I've been good to that I've never brought up before. I was always good to her, claiming that I gave out 10,000 copies of her book and she's telling everyone, to the point where we had to get an attorney. But I've never sent out free copies of her book to anyone, ever. Telling the person that originally sent it to me that I did that to them. And then, of course, when she accuses of that, I then send it to our attorney. I guarantee you none of you received a book copy of Lori Hellis's book from me, despite allegedly 10,000 people. The idea that we were purposely changing our time, by the way, too. No, we had to get a babysitter. I don't know why. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But it's like what this group mob mentality has been doing is taking all these old beefs and they're reaching out to them. And there was a whisper campaign is the best way to say it. It's adult bullying, it's group bullying. It's believing without seeing. Screenshots of mine have been shared. Some when I've been angry at other creators. Got over it later. Those have been being shared. I'm ashamed of that. Maybe you can edit that later, but I'll just share everything right now. But I've owned it. I've owned that.
You said sorry to the people that needed it.
I said sorry to them. But those people have continued on. Nobody again reaching out to me. And I have to be honest. Entire rooms shunning me where I belong, where I've helped, where I've given my entire heart to and soul, being shunned because of lies and of a whisper campaign and of adults who can't come to me and ask me what's true and what isn't, but rather go and start a cyberbullying campaign and join it and follow it as the lies continue, as they talk about my dead brother and my husband. And you know what it is? It's being dubbed dark. Like, that's what John and I have been talking about a lot too. Like, I feel like I've been like Charles Vallow running around, like trying to get people to understand what's going on and trying to figure out what's happening, and no one will talk to me. And then all of a sudden I get labeled dark.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, it's not me, I'm good. This isn't me. And then just wondering about this world in general, I think I've been really depressed because I just think about this world in general and raising my son in it. And like, if there's any hope for kindness in this world and compassion and evidence, how about evidence? Real journalism when you actually go to the person. Not, realizing people are complex. That I'm complex. That I am who I am online. That is me. That is my genuine self. But maybe there's a little bit more to me too, that I don't show everybody. And just because I don't see it doesn't mean I don't know if you're saying that I'm not. And if people are wondering if I've stopped talking to more people online, my friends, my hidden gems, yeah, I have. Because I've always wanted to communicate and be close to hidden gems. But as I've done this past year, I've learned that there's a lot of them that just want to destroy me if they don't get out of me what they want. And if I don't act the way they want me to act or say what they want me to say. Then they want to destroy me. Or if I speak up, I think a lot of this too is I've always spoken my mind. I'm getting in the weeds. I don't know.
Going. I think you can.
That yeah, I speak the truth. And when I see it, I say it. And when I think someone's a bully, I say they're a bully. But I guess that means the bully comes and bullies you when they learn that you think they're a bully. And that people, I just learned that people like public shaming. I don't know. I just worry about this world, that it's cruel.
Yeah.
And I am human. I am human. And I put myself out there. And for those reasons, I deserve more scrutiny and criticism. And I I believe in public discourse and to criticize me when people feel I'm not doing what's right or best in the public eye. I deserve that. It's not what this is.
Yeah.
And the fact that rather than focus on making good art, which is what we say here in Hidden True Crime, it's quality over quantity, doing good. I've had to worry about my reputation, but also other people. I worry about you, Grayson. I worry about my husband. I worry about my little boy who's been really affected by this.
It's like consumed our lives.
Because it doesn't stop and nobody can see it. And that's what frustrates me too. People are like, don't give it air. I know, I say that every day. We move forward every day, pushing through and performing because it doesn't. We know that. And I've never reacted to it until this moment publicly. Well, I don't think this will be public, but like just, who knows? One day it might be. Like, I just want to like record this for like
Journal.
Yeah, or if it's ever needed for a documentary or to show my little boy that he's being cyberbullied, that if I can get to it, he can too. But like, if like, it's so hard to explain to people, like, nobody can see it, not even my friends. Like, my dearest friends, I'll talk to them about it and they're like, just don't get online. I mean, it's what we all want to say. That's not it. There is a consistent and constant whisper campaign going on, and they're pulling new people in, and they're trying to destroy me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have to say that they've succeeded, but I have changed a lot in the past 6 months. And not for the better. I don't think I'll ever be as kind or open to people that I meet at trials or people I hire. I think I'm going to be less social. I think I'm going to probably be more of a homebody. I don't know if I'll travel as much to trials anymore. I'll still make good work and I'll get past this. But I think I worry about John's health. He's not healthy, and I worry. His blood pressure is up. He's in more pain. He's angry. Calling fucking UNLV. So it's just...
I think in some ways, maybe I can share like an observation. I've seen you almost like not question yourself, but like they filled your head with so many lies about yourself to the point where you've been like, did I do this? Could I do this? And you know, things like messages where they've like told you that you talk badly about these victims and things like that. And like, I'll be the first person to say it, like this may never go out, but like I went through 6 years of your private messages. It took me 40 to 50 hours. I think I know you better than anybody in the world does.
You guys,
aside from John.
Imagine 6 years of Facebook Messenger messages,
Text messages, everything.
and finding out that people are saying horrible things about me because I said horrible things in private messages that are leaking. And I'm like, what the fuck? And like, I'm gonna be the first to be honest, like 6 years of messages, I hope all of you would be afraid. I hope you'd be afraid too. And so 6 years of messages talking every day. A lot of it's sort of like bar talk, right? Like even drinking, like having like a glass of wine and sitting and talking to friends, and then these friends get angry at you, they turn on you, and they clip them in weird ways. And so I was like, Grayson, like I couldn't get a hold of it. I was so confused. I finally was like, Grayson, because I kept hearing things I said and I couldn't find them, or then I figured out and I was like, that's so taken out of context. Like, come on. And so I said, Grayson, you have a new job. That was not in your job description. You are to go through 6 years of my messenger messages and texts, everything I have ever sent since, not 6 years, was it 5.5, 5 years?
Started in what, 2019 or 2020? 2020.
I said, you're about to know me better than my husband, John, because John wouldn't want to do this. And these are like probably like journals that you'd want to burn. You know what I mean? And you're like, I said that one night, but I only felt like that for an hour, but it's now there forever.
Right.
So, and you did it. You did it.
I think there were 4.
She knew the assignment. how many days and how many hours?
Took a lot of days. There were a lot of nights I was up until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning going through, figuring out, okay, this one, we could talk about one. I think it's really funny. Everyone has this rumor that you called somebody a swinger, and you were like, where did this come from? I don't remember ever doing that. And I was like,
this person's not a swinger. I never thought this person was a swinger. What is this? And everyone's like, she called her a swinger. I'm like, she defamed me. She told everyone it was a swinger. I'm like, who the hell did I call a swinger?
So
I didn't call anyone a swinger.
I went through.
You found it on accident.
I found it. I found it, and I called you giggling, and I said, Lauren, I found it. You did call somebody a swinger. It was because they were on a swing in their profile picture, and you made a joke, but they got clipped. That got clipped. So, and there's been a lot of those messages.
It was somebody on a profile picture of a swing, as this person will tell you we've never been friends, and someone said, look at this picture of her swinging, and I said, why do I think she dabbled in swinging?
And you didn't remember it because it was
it's never been shared outside of the text messages. In fact,
it was you and 2 other people.
Screenshots have been passed around of this, and it's actually not the real screenshot. It's like, but I said it.
I mean, it was you and 2 other people.
Yeah, that's a great example. You also said I'm a lot funnier than you thought.
I did. I was like, I will say, I think we've gotten closer through this.
What did you say? You said there are a lot of dynamics going on here.
I joked. I said, I think I know the dynamics of true crime better than anybody at this point. I can walk in a room and see somebody I've never met and be like, this person connects to this person, connects to that person because that person hates that person and that person's brother did this to that one. No, but but that shows you the context, right? You might have called somebody an asshole one day and that got clipped and sent to them, but really, if the full messages came out, you called that person an asshole because a victim was on the defense for something and you were protecting them, right?
Yeah, I was actually always protecting victims. Well, that's what's...
Yeah. I think that's been like, and...
I think the other thing too is like I am a lot more colorful behind the scenes. We
love a good F word.
John and I, we like to keep our podcasts clean. It's clean language. That's who we are. Like we just want to keep it clean. But the language I use when I'm not on camera isn't always clean. I don't know.
I mean,
if that makes any fucking sense, but.
Oh. The most vulnerable video I've ever showed here, but I do pride myself on being a very honest person. So who you know on camera is me. And that was a little bit more of me behind the scenes that I don't show because, yes, there are parts of my life that I like to keep private. So we're going to go through everything. A lot of you are maybe asking questions during that. I don't understand. I want to start with that because I think that you're going to understand it all a lot more as we go through everything tonight. So here we go. I'm going to start, by the way, when I say everything, not to get you guys scared, but these are all the court filings. And we've got exhibits and we got evidence. So before we delve in to my first declaration, which is what got me the temporary civil stalking injunction, I'm going to set the stage and give you guys a bit of a timeline. So let's just explain a few things that matter. As many of you know that are my hidden gems, I call this setting the stage. Let's set the stage before getting into all these documents. And that takes us to April of 2024. I also want to point something out. I am not going to use my stalker's name during this video. So I am going to refer to her as my stalker. That's what I will be dubbing her. April of 2024 is when it all begins. That is when I meet my stalker in Boise, Idaho at the Chad Daybell trial. When she shows up for a few days attending as public. She's public. She's interested in the case she's watching. She introduces herself as a fan of my podcast, and she gifts me a cell phone microphone and a tripod. I also meet another fan of the podcast at this trial named Lori, also attending as the public. So not to be confused with Lori Daybell or Lori Hellis. This is Lori, someone attending as public named Lori. Then there is Lindsay. Lindsay is a podcast producer, and Lindsay starts doing part-time production work for me at this trial. She's quite good. She's very talented. And then there is my stalker. And my stalker also befriends Lindsay and Lori. And Lindsay, the producer that is there, starts doing part-time production work for me during this trial. And my stalker and Lori become friends with Lindsay, along with another woman named Janice. Now, a few things to know about Janice. Janice, I don't know her very well. This is our history, though. She was noticed by me in Daybell Facebook groups early on, years ago. I was in a lot of the Daybell Facebook groups where a lot of information is, a lot of the insider scoops. And she was quite funny. Her posts were very funny and witty. And and that I thought that at first. And then her posts turned into what I consider bullying. I know everyone has a different definition of that. It's what I consider bullying. Here are a couple of them posted in groups just to kind of let you know what I saw. Here's something making fun of Colby. And here is one where she's sharing a video titled "Let's Talk About Kay Woodcock." And Kay, this video, luckily it is no longer on the web, but it defamed Kay Woodcock and lied about her and essentially implied that she was complicit in her grandson's murder and that she didn't do enough. It was a very cruel video. Kay is a victim in this case. Her brother and 7-year-old boy were murdered. And people are doing videos about her. And Janice liked to advertise those videos, and she was a mod in those videos, a moderator. And then again, you saw the other one where she's making fun of a dear friend of mine. and another victim who lost his entire family. Okay, so that's good. So those are just a couple examples of why I didn't care for her. Whatever, everyone has their own opinions. She might be a really wonderful person, and I believe that Janice is a complex person, and that she's very. I don't want anyone to go and bully her if you know who she is. She's probably a very wonderful, wonderful person, but she wasn't my cup of tea. Okay, let's leave her alone. But that's my history with her. So I continue to notice these types of posts and rhetoric that Janice would use that maybe people think are funny. Again, that's fine. It wasn't my cup of tea. I told my friends privately, in private, that I thought she was a bully and that she was insensitive to victims. It was my personal opinion that I'm allowed to have. And then Janice and I officially met in person at the Lori Daybell trial in Boise, Idaho in 2023. And I attempted there to try to put our differences aside and focus on what matters, justice. And I let her know that, we might be on the different political sides of the aisle, Janice, but what we both care about is justice. And so we were friendly at the trial. Although I did notice while at that trial that she continued filming Larry and Kay Woodcock during vulnerable moments, making shorts about them that were unkind in nature and that would make most people uncomfortable. Additionally, that person you heard says that I randomly lived with her brother. That's Janice. A big rumor out there is that I lived with Janice's brother, who was my doctor when I was like 29 or 30. I never have. I've never even kissed the guy. I don't know where that rumor started, but just so you know, it's going around to several people. Lori is from California, and Lori was attending the trial because of her interest in the case. I love it when people interested in a case attend the trial. And then in a strange turn of events, my producer Grayson, this is strange, but my producer Grayson, Lori is the wife of my producer Grayson's California dentist and is someone who works in the dental office in California. But to clarify, when I met Lori, I didn't even know Grayson. This wasn't even a thing then, but wild, right? Just let's continue. So May of 2024, I am asked by a well-known public figure that I really respect if I know a good podcast producer. And I tell them, yes, I do. And I introduce this person to Lindsay. And I encourage Lindsay to connect with this person. And she seems super happy, and the two connect. And I am super happy for them. And then on June 8th, so June 8th, 2024, my stalker puts me in a group chat, which includes my stalker, Lindsay, and Lori. June 18th, 2024, my stalker is driving through my hometown, and she is asking to come visit. And so I take her kids to the neighborhood pool. July of 2024, I have now officially hired Lindsay as a producer, as an independent contractor. It's more full-time. And we have daily production meetings in the morning, along with John. And she is helping to produce my podcast episodes. She explains she is going to also work for this said public figure that I connected her to, and that she thinks we can pull off working for both. I tell her, okay, I am super happy that she has this upcoming gig with this public figure that is a wonderful person, and I tell her so. Lindsay and I decide to cover the Alec Baldwin trial in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And due to concerns of cost, Santa Fe ain't cheap. It's expensive. Lindsay recruits my stalker and Lori to share an Airbnb with us to help keep down the costs. And then I tell John this, and he's reassured. I say, look, we've got a couple of trial people I met at a trial, these trial goers that are going to come with us and help to keep down the cost of this larger Airbnb in Santa Fe. July 10th, 2024, in the morning of July 10th, 2024. July 10th was a big day. I'm outside of the courthouse of the Alec Baldwin trial, and I interview I interview several people that day, so I don't want anyone confused. There are 3 lives that day. I don't want anyone, but one of the many people I interview live on camera that day is my stalker, and I introduce her as a fan of my podcast, A Hidden Gem. I personally did not think it went great for content. No harm, no foul. It happens. And then that day continues of July 10th, 2024. And at this time, my ex-contractor, who was my then contractor and friend, so my contractor at the time of July 10th, 2024, she is streaming the Alec Baldwin trial live on our YouTube channel for us, while I am in the media room at the courthouse covering it, and she's there. And I reach out to this ex-contractor, again, my contractor at the time, let's clarify that. I reach out to my contractor who's live streaming the Alec Baldwin trial. And I ask how things are going with the streaming. I discuss work in a text with this ex-contractor, then contractor. And I explained that I like this press room for the moment before heading to the courtroom because, and I'm going to say this verbatim, this is what my text says to her, quote, "It's space from roommates. One of them is kind of annoying." This contract worker then asks if it was the one I had on a live that morning in front of the courthouse. And I explain that it was. The contract worker states back to me in a text message, "Not going to lie, that person is obnoxious. Don't put her on camera again, laughing face emoji." I agree. And I say she is constantly anxious, loud, and worried. End quote. A very private work conversation in a text message. July 10th, 2025, that evening, the contract worker calls me and unexpectedly and angrily quits on me, and also ends our relationship for good, as in is never going to talk to me again and is going to block me. She accuses me of several things. She worked for me, but we were also very close friends. And after this phone call, I try not to, but I start crying hard. And Lori, Lindsay, and my stalker, who are my roommates in this Airbnb, they comfort me. And I am embarrassed, and I keep apologizing for crying. And I am grateful for their kindness. In fact, it was a very traumatic moment for me. And I guess I can say I'm still grateful for their kindness in that moment. And that kindness that they showed me made me open up even more to them in the coming months, because they were there for me during a very traumatic moment. The end of July 2025, I hire my stalker. It was Lindsay's suggestion to do podcast episode artwork for me. She's a very talented artist, my stalker. And this continues for months. In October of 2024, I cover a trial, as many of you know, in Delphi, Indiana, with Lindsay. And I am paying Lindsay daily to be there for me. In my opinion, I was paying her well to be there for me daily. And I'm also paying, it's an all expense paid work trip. I am paying for all of her lodging and all of her food and everything she needs to work for me. My stalker flies out to attend as public for a couple of days and pays me to stay in my Airbnb that I had. And she takes photos of me outside of the courthouse in Delphi, Indiana for my podcast. I did not pay her for these photos. It's an additional free gift for me. I buy her dinner. I confide in Lindsay, admittedly, that it is harder to work when my stalker is around. She seems kind and is very generous, but it's just a lot. And after my stalker flies home, I temporarily go home as well for Halloween because I need to trick or treat with my little boy. But I do decide that I need to go back to Delphi, Indiana. While I am gone, Grayson, who you guys now know as my producer, Grayson, takes notes for me in the courthouse while I'm gone. She does an incredible job, a hell of a job. Couldn't have done them better myself. I didn't do them as good as she did them those 2 days that I was gone. And I begin paying Grayson for freelance work, including those notes. I then, back in Delphi, I start noticing a lot of red flags. And these are red flags for me. They might not affect everyone. Some people might not think the red flags. Other people think maybe I misinterpreted them. It doesn't matter. These are red flags that affected me and concerned me and the way that I work and the way I function. One of them was that Lindsay wanted Grayson to stay in a separate Airbnb than the one I had with plenty of room. And Grayson was working for me. She was young. She was alone. And I was paying for the lodging. And that was a concern to me. I suggested maybe the Lindsay get her own hotel if she needed space, and that upset her too. I just couldn't figure this out. It was a dynamic that was hard for everyone. It just was. And like I said, she likely had her reasons too. It's fair. But I had my reasons, and this was becoming uncomfortable for me. Another thing I learned that Lindsay did was take my phone, and without my permission, she logs into YouTube Studio and learns how much I am making that month. And she shares this with Grayson. Something else that made me uncomfortable. And there were a few other things. Lindsay is also working for another creator while I am paying for her to be there working for me full time. And I'm paying all of her expenses. And she is passing off material that I had requested her to collect to other creators to be used for other shows. These were things that made me uncomfortable. I'm not even to each their own. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Doesn't matter. They were things that made me uncomfortable. There were other red flags for me, personal red flags. Once we are back from Delphi, I decide to terminate things with Lindsay after the Delphi trial ended. I ended things very nicely and respectfully. She's very talented. And I realized that I needed someone exclusive. Someone after experiencing what I did in Delphi with, realizing that she was a contract worker and that she was sharing and helping other creators, that, I realized that Hidden True Crime needed someone exclusive, like an exclusive producer that didn't want to work for multiple people. And so I told her that I was excited for her to work with this other larger podcast and this public figure. And here is a termination letter. I want you guys to see it. I want to show it so that I need people to know. And it's very small. So let me see if I can get it and read it. Okay, I can read it. I made it larger. I say, after careful an update on our working relationship. December 2nd, 2024. After careful and deliberate consideration and after reflecting upon the changing dynamics as you work for other true crime podcasts, John and I realized that it will be too difficult to navigate conflicts of interest and that we need any current or future employees we hire to work exclusively for Hidden True Crime. We had high hopes that this could work, and we love having you on board, and you have had such a positive impact upon our channel. We feel incredibly lucky that we are recipients of your work during a transitional period of career where you have had so many options in the true crime arena. We are particularly impressed with your move into such an important role working for Redacted. Yet, as we have been reflecting upon the complexities of sharing a producer, we have come to a difficult but clear realization that that in this true crime space, any producer's HTC hires will need to work exclusively for hidden true crime to avoid issues around privacy, sharing content, and information across channels or podcasts, which greatly concerns us. As I have always stated, your desire to work with Redacted is an incredible opportunity that you should take advantage of. And we are thrilled for your exceptional talents being recognized with such a major talent. Your absence undoubtedly will create a much bigger workload for us once again, which we do not look forward to. So we know that your efforts will be sorely missed. And we know, however, that the growth and experience you'll receive will be unique and provide a rare opportunity for you. I'm proud of you for this opportunity. Go show them how amazing you are. I'm sure we will see you on the Apple podcast charts very soon, and that we hope our friendship and true crime combos can continue. And who knows, if we're lucky, maybe we'll be collaborating later together in the future once the opportunity presents itself. Always my best, Lauren. And so I later, just so you know, one other aspect of this, months and months later, I did send Lindsay a cease and desist. I had heard that she had been saying some things that I consider defamation to several of my professional contacts. One text that was sent to me stated that I went psycho on her and that I am manic. And other things from another creator that Lindsay was saying about me. Things that were not true. I sent her that cease and desist and requested that simply she cease and desist about speaking about her time as my producer. I feel like this sets the stage for everything else to come. When my life then becomes a living hell for my entire family. So let's fast forward to April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronts me in the Maricopa County Courthouse while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial. From there, I'm going to start reading my declarations. I'll add comments where needed. Here we go. So this is the first declaration I send out to receive my temporary stalking injunction. The reason why I'm just going to get into the declarations, I'm going to stick to legal documents. I'll add anything extra. I think they tell the full story. There will be a few things I need to add. I hereby declare, under penalty of perjury, that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge. My name is Lauren Matthias. I'm over the age of 18 years old and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. I met my stalker in April of 2024. During the summer of 2024, she began doing contract graphic design work for my business. Do we have those invoices? Let's pull them up. They may not matter but I would like to show them. There's one. Okay. I'm paying her. That's all you need to know. However, for the past few months, my stalker has been intentionally targeting me and stalking me, making me fearful for my safety and well-being, as well as the safety of my family and my producer Grayson's safety. My stalker has also been using a group of people to help her achieve her goal. This started on April 9th, 2025, when my stalker confronted me in the courthouse in Maricopa County, Arizona, while I was reporting on the Lori Daybell trial. The stalker came up to me, cried, and let me know that she had heard what I had said about her, and that two former contract workers were releasing my text messages that I had with them during their time working with me. Now I'm going to ad-lib, a little bit more here. I actually wrote that ad-lib, a little bit more about what the stalker said. I'm so nervous. I'm like reading ad-lib. So let me tell you a little bit more what she said. She came up to me and said, I know what you said about me. She was crying. Give her a hug. A few of the things she stated were, well, first off, I want to point out that there was a no recording order in the courthouse, a severe no recording order in the courthouse. Why? Because there's a high profile, internationally well-known trial going on. And every day we are reminded that there's to be no recording in all of the courthouse, not just the courtroom, but the courthouse. And that if you are to record in the courthouse, you will be held in contempt of court. And that there are signs everywhere saying, do not record in the courthouse. I would have never thought she was recording. So the stalker says, I know your ex-friends are releasing everything. And it is horrible what they are sharing. And I cannot believe what you said about me. I knew what I had said about her. I told all of you at the beginning of this, I called her annoying. And I knew exactly what it was and what she was saying. And I wanted to face it head on and own it and apologize. I don't like hurting people. And I want to be honest with things. That's who I am. And so I said, let's talk. Let's talk. And she's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to. And I said, you know what? Please allow me to talk with you right here about it. I called you annoying and I'm sorry. I didn't know you well then. And I told her essentially that I felt like perhaps at that time that she was further along in the friendship than I was. Maybe she thought we were closer than I felt at that time. That I was still getting to know her, and that it was difficult sometimes to work around her, and because I felt like she was annoying sometimes while I tried to work. And I didn't record it, she did, but this is what I recall. And that I was sorry. And I felt really bad, and I knew her better, and I felt terrible that I had hurt her that way. I was also completely taken back by the fact that a bunch of my private text messages were being released. It scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what that meant. 6 years of messages. And this woman saying to me, they're horrible. They're terrible. Your friends are horrible. They're cruel. I can't believe what they said. I can't believe what you said. She brought up poisonous donuts, Lauren, poisonous donuts in Delphi. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, you don't know what I'm talking about? Something about poisonous donuts? This is what I recall again. She's the one that recorded, not me, too. You know. You know what I'm talking about? Liz sent it to you. You sent it to Liz? Who's Liz? Who's Liz? What are these poisonous donuts? Liz. You don't know who Liz is? No, I don't know who Liz is. Who's Liz, you said, Lauren, that somebody sent you, that somebody in Delphi tried to bring you poisonous donuts, and people were there and they were trying to be kind to you. And I'm still like, I don't get what she's talking about. By the way, I learned later, and both those stories are true. People in the Delphi trial brought me donuts and it was kind. And then there was another time when there were a couple of YouTubers, Susan Hendricks was there. We talked about it actually in a live, where they brought, they were banned from the courtroom and they brought donuts and everyone screamed and said, don't take them, they're poisonous. And that was the story I had allegedly shared with Liz. I didn't know who Liz was. She kept trying to press me, who's Liz? Who's Liz? And I said, oh, Liz. Remembered who Liz was. We concluded the conversation. I felt on a good note. I profusely apologized. I told her I was sorry for what I had said and for what many of the things perhaps that I had said to those ex-friends of mine. And then, so let me continue. Let me continue. So the text about the stalker stated that she was annoying. I apologized for hurting her feelings. So I'm going back to the declaration now. And I even followed up with text messages taking accountability. Exhibit the apology. Let's show that. Do you have that apology? Okay. We'll wait for this. I said, I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you for talking to me. I have a lot to process about myself and my actions. She thanked me for being vulnerable about myself. I said, everything I love about you is real and sincere. Everything I judged you for before I gave you a chance, I was wrong. Unfortunately, you can't erase words and they hurt. I'll forever regret the things I said and thought. But the truth is, I defend you to the moon and back forever, and I do. But I realize it will take a long time to earn your trust if I ever earn it again. And if I don't, I understand. I was so wrong. But I know that no matter where our paths lead in life, I know I'll forever defend you and call you a dear friend with the biggest heart I know. I'd do anything for you if you ever need me. And then, oddly, we'll talk about some other stuff after that. We'll talk about this in Grayson's declaration. But I also did leave court early that day because I had a panic attack about private texts of mine perhaps being released because people were angry at me. It was a very frightening thought. But we'll get into that later. We'll continue with my declaration. The first one. Later that night, I received a threatening voicemail from someone named Liz. She brought up the fact that I had said that I didn't know who she was, which was something that I told my stalker during our conversation. And so now I'm realizing, oh my gosh, she recorded me. Take a listen to the voice.
Lauren, it's Liz. Let me remind you, Liz, I know you don't recall my name, but I actually think you do recall my name. But I'd like to talk to you for a second. I'd like to talk to you about number one, I guess, why you don't remember my name. But number two, I'd like to talk to you about why you are so upset about texts that you have sent to me in group chats about other people who I'm sure you don't. I'm sure it's hard to admit that you have said those things about those people, but I want to clear it up with you. So I would appreciate if you would call me back. No, not trying to be threatening or anything. I would truly like to clarify maybe where I'm missing something. So if you would please give me a call back, I would appreciate it. My number is, and my name is Liz, Liz. In case you don't remember, Liz, Liz. Don't want to.
So at this moment, I'm having a panic attack about text messages being released. I'm worried about a friend whose feelings I've hurt. I'm worried about the potential of what this means. Thank you. I'm not trying to be threatening, is exactly that. It's threatening. And I am worried that a vulnerable conversation that I just had with somebody in a courthouse now was recorded and being shared to people who might be calling me and threatening me. This was a very overwhelming moment for me. Very. I can't even explain what I felt in that moment. Thank you to the people who were there for me. And so, after I received that text message, I sent the stalker a text message stating to please not share our conversations, that it was private, and that I was feeling threatened. And if we can pull that up, there are so many exhibits here. Hey, I would appreciate, this is what I wrote on April 9th. I would appreciate you not talk about our private conversation, which you described as vulnerable with other people. I have done this for you. Yet I am already getting calls about things I said to you in confidence, and I feel threatened. Do not screenshot or share private conversations that are meant to be private. Do not share things that I've said to you in private, because they are considered private. And I reiterate, this is becoming a threatening matter, and I will have to take legal action if it continues. Stalker responds, Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. By the way, that's not true. I later learned that she did indeed record it, by the way, and then she put it on TikTok. So we'll get to that. But Lauren, I can confidently say that what you're claiming is false. I haven't talked to anyone about our conversation. As for your other request, I think you already know that I'm not the one you need to worry about when it comes to sharing private conversations. In other words, shaming my ex-friends. I'll be honest, receiving a message like this, especially with accusations and threats, really puts salt in the wounds. I didn't expect that from you. Okay. A couple of days later, I was sent a Reddit comment by somebody, and we learned that it was made by my stalker. Just a couple days later, alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. Oh, we have it. Here it is. Supposedly, Lauren poached an employee, and the employee is recycling scripts that she did for Lauren. Not sure if this is one of those cases, but a friend of mine overheard the girl she poached from talk all about it at one of the trials. This isn't true. It was put on Reddit. And so I thought, who did this? Well, luckily, she left a lot of trails to confirm without doubt that it is my stalker. And we have that evidence. I'm not going to show it now, but we have the evidence because she has since deleted that and much of her public posts, but we have all of the evidence. It's her. And it was shocking to me. Again, I thought this was my friend and someone that was working for me. And now someone that's possibly sharing my conversations. What's going on? That was made by my stalker alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. I texted my stalker requesting that she does not defame my business online, and that if she believes I am plagiarizing, to report me. In other words, if you believe I am plagiarizing, report me. I didn't tell her to stop talking. I actually said to her, if you think that I am plagiarizing, that's serious, and she should report me. She denied they were her posts, despite evidence from her account, which I have again saved, showing it was her account. And after some back and forth, I blocked her as I began to feel unsafe. She then sent me, after I blocked her and after we both agreed, she said, I'm not going to continue this conversation with someone. And I said, you know what? You're right. At this moment, I don't know who she is. I don't know her intentions. I am feeling very threatened. I block her. This relationship, unfortunately, sadly, is going to have to end. She then sends me an aggressive email. And in it, she states, Lauren, this is April 21st. Lauren, I was going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through. So I'm guessing that you blocked me. Yes, I did. If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a coward. On top of that, you're really out here playing the victim while casually coaching someone on how to trash a redacted creator on Reddit. Bold move, especially for someone who loves to preach about integrity every 5 minutes. But hey, maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just part of your brand. I wouldn't know. I've been too busy minding my own business and not anonymously running smear campaigns in the comment section. She meant on Reddit. Also, a fun twist. I now know that Reddit comment actually came from one of your own mods, and yet you still claimed it as your own when bragging to your old friends. So either you're lying to them or you're lying now. Take your pick. Do you prefer hypocrite or liar? Sincerely, Stalker. I have no idea what the hell she's talking about, but she has added some screenshots to this email. Can we look at those screenshots? Do we have the screenshots? We're trying to pull them. We'll see if we can pull them. In it are alleged screenshots. I'll just explain it while Grayson's looking. In them are screenshots from a message the stalker has added. Happens. We'll edit later. The stalker has added the reminder where we left off. And in the reminder where we left off, I don't know, she is stating, I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized, acknowledged your hurt. I'm not afraid to own my mistakes. And then we agree. Look at that. She agrees to be done engaging. We agreed. Or is that my text? Is that my text? This is my text that I'm like, this sounds more like me. Okay. This is me. So she says, reminder of where we left off. This is my text. I state that I've never rewritten history. I've acknowledged what I've done. I've apologized and acknowledged your hurt. I have never taken that back or pretended otherwise. Even my initial text today. I am not afraid to own my mistakes, as I am an honest and imperfect person who works to be self-aware and honest with my actions. Pointing out words written on your public account with a request you don't publicly defame me, and sharing that it hurts me in no way rewrites history or disregards what I have apologized for and owned. And I have owned it here today, tonight, too. I want to point out I called her annoying. I hope one day that you'll be able to also do the same when you hurt people and make mistakes. We agree to be done engaging. I think that last paragraph was a mistake for me. That was a typo. Okay. But I was clearly trying to apologize then. So she puts this in an email after she calls me a hypocrite or liar, that, and then she shares other photos. And these other photos, do we have those? We're trying to find them. We might. There's a lot of stuff going on, guys. So as we look for those, this is about the Ross Live. I said at the beginning of this month, PS, that I'm going to work to connect to all of you again. It's been a while since I've done a live. Here I am, real life. So as we try to look for those, what she sends me is an obscure, very obscure messages, kind of blurry. It looks like it's been passed around from a group chat I'm in. And I'm responding to someone who made a comment in Reddit, and I say, how's it doing? And the reason, I'm just going to tell you guys now. Oh, here it is. Okay. So here it is. Here's I say, how's it doing? And then the person replies, my comment, I'm pretty sure it's the top one with a nervous emoji. So let me tell you what this is. It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with a trial I've covered. Someone in this group text was following a creator, a podcaster on a trial that I did not cover and knew nothing about. And they were disappointed that this podcaster got facts wrong because they were attending the trial. And I wasn't actually a part, those group texts where you really don't go in a lot. This was one of those happening. I wasn't even in the majority of this conversation. I didn't know what was going on. When I popped in, I saw all these things, and I saw that this person had actually fact checked that person, that creator, and posted about it under her actual real name, not even anonymously, some things that this creator got wrong in a podcast. And this person quite liked the podcaster. So they were actually stressed about putting this up there and seemed worried about it. They said, the comment is there. I don't know how it's going to do. They're just kind of looking for feedback in like a group message. Wasn't a part of this conversation at all. And I pop in, I see that she is nervous, and I wrote, how's it doing? And if you know, her response ends with a worried face emoji when she says, it's the top one. She doesn't know if that's good. That comment is still there, by the way, on Reddit. And it's absolutely harmless. It is somebody correcting facts about a trial they were following. I know none of the facts of this case, nor did I follow this podcaster on this case. I don't even know. I have known nothing about it. But I want you to know that this text has gone around for months with people telling me that I am doing smear campaigns on this podcaster. Top media people believe that I have smeared this creator on Reddit, that I tried to hurt her business. This has gone far and wide because of that. I have no idea what that is about. And I have told several people that it's not true. And there is no evidence that I have ever tried to hurt this person's business. In fact, I have actually promoted this person's business repeatedly, sourced them, encouraged followers, collabed with them, and tried to help their business. But there is, and if anybody has heard this, a rumor that I have created fake accounts and tried to hurt my fellow creator or any creator. I will tell you right now, that is false. Completely false. Because even in my stalker's response to me, when I filed a civil stalking injunction, she claims that she has seen evidence of me hurting other people's businesses, yet cannot show a single moment where I actually have. Because I don't. Really quickly, do we have my response to her? I never read my response. Oh. So okay, this is my response on the screen. Got it. So I wrote are we good? Are we safe? Okay. I wrote this person back, the stopper back. And I state, I blocked you because I'm tired of being harassed and threatened by others who are misinformed and illegally sharing and taking private chats out of context. The only coward in this conversation is the one who is unable to acknowledge any wrongdoing whatsoever. So who is starting fires? And then I share again, who is starting fires? Her Reddit comment that's now been deleted from Reddit, by the way. When someone tells me to stop engaging, my response is to stop. But here you continue harassing me in emails, even though I've blocked you. You've obviously are misinformed about this podcaster. I never wrote an anonymous hit piece about this podcaster. That was written quite openly by the person who wrote it. Yes, a moderator and someone who attended that trial of this case daily. She was correcting some factual errors that this podcaster had made regarding a case that I never covered. It was never a hit piece, and it doesn't hide her identity. Nor did I ever anonymously write the factual correction from court. That was somebody else. I asked how the comment was doing, which was supporting my friend, nothing more or less. I'm not sure how that has anything to do with smearing someone. Journalists typically adhere to factual analysis, unlike your correspondents, which is creating a false and defamatory narrative about me based upon your distortion of the facts and the misattribution of a post that I never wrote. But why let facts get in the way of your far-fetched and false narratives about me? I blocked you and agreed to stop engaging, but I guess you had to have the last two words because apparently you have no flaws and have never made a mistake. So I will ask, please do not contact me. The fact that you continue to contact me after I blocked you leads me to question my safety. Are you going to show up my home next since you know where I live and berate me until you believe your false narratives about me are proven to your confused satisfaction? I'm also asking you to stop posting lies and false information about me publicly, which negatively impacts my business. If you continue to harass me, I will be forced to take legal action. Okay. And I know that that was strong. I know it was. But at this point, I am shocked. I realize that she has recorded me in a courthouse. I realize that she is defaming me online. She has just called me a hypocrite and a liar. And she is taking a text with me asking, how's it doing? Completely out of context. And now is stating that I am hurting other people's businesses. So now I'm plagiarizing people and I am hurting other people's businesses, two things of which I have never done. So I am very concerned, and she has reached out via email. I don't know what's going on at this moment. So all right. Where was I? Thank you. Thank you. So on April 15th, I was confronted by a friend. And by the way, at this point, these women that I mentioned at the beginning, they've all become very close. They actually have a text thread together called the Seven Gatherers. It's named after, Melanie and Zulema and Lori Vallow, who had the same text thread. They call themselves the Seven Gatherers. Very happy for their friendship. They're posting pictures of each other at the courthouse. I'm happy that they all get along. But as you know, I think one of them is a bit of a bully, and I had shared this with my stalker as well. So on April 15th, 2025, I was confronted by a friend of the stalker named Janice at the same courthouse. This incident is on film, and before we play it, I want to share a little bit more. She had, I had mentioned that she had often filmed Kay and Larry and others outside the courthouse, and it's fair. You can record people in public. It's fair game. It's uncomfortable, and I think there comes a point where it can be considered harassment, when someone is filming you all the time. And what I had been noticing is that, and Grayson had been noticing, because Grayson was with me at this trial and she was my producer at this time, that she filmed me and Grayson everywhere we went. And it was uncomfortable. So thank you, Kelsey Benson Rising, she filmed Colby too. She filmed people all the time, and Kay and Larry. And so I was walking into court late, and I was on the phone with my husband, John, the only time I can catch up with him. And as I walked up to the courthouse, I noticed that Janice was out there, standing there with no apparent reason to be standing there. And I thought, oh no, oh no, my heart sunk. What if she's waiting for me? And so for safety, which I had started to do because she's good friends with my stalker. In fact, when I saw my stalker and she had confronted me in the courthouse, she'd actually been with Janice. They had been together. And it made me nervous. So I said, John, I've got to go. Someone's here outside the courthouse and I'm scared. I'm getting worried about everything. And he knew everything going on. I'm going to just put my phone camera on just in case, because I'm just worried. And so that is why my phone camera was on. It was just in case. And I was walking into the courthouse. That was my goal. The doors were right there. And unfortunately I got scared and it stopped, but play the first video I have. Are you recording me?
No, I need to
Please
talk to
do.
you. Okay, I need to
And
talk
please.
to you.
So that was the first one. Unfortunately, in my nervousness, it ended. And I want you to know too that Janice later wrote a declaration. And in her declaration to the court, she actually stated that I approached her.
Please do not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Well, I need to talk to you about the stuff you've said.
Please do
about
not talk to me. I feel threatened.
Okay, I feel threatened by the things you're saying about me.
So then let's stay away from each other.
I'm gonna
I think that you're a bully. Please stay away. I feel threatened.
Oh, really, Lauren?
Okay. So after this moment and this recording, after this happening so often, I took this recording to the bailiff and I said, could you request this person just to stay away from me? She records me all the time. She records my producer all the time. She is friends with someone that is harassing me in emails and accusing me of things I didn't do. And we just need to attend this public trial in peace. I can be around people that don't like me. I get it. Not everyone likes me. And you know, I can be really annoying too. I'm probably really annoying in this life. Could you have her stay away? The bailiff saw the videos. They saw what was going on. They spoke to Janice and they requested her to stay away from me because of the way she approached me. And they also said, look, maybe don't film her all the time. She also admitted in her declaration, by the way, to the court that she does record a lot of people. She tried to show that it wasn't what, we thought and she wasn't as close, but yes, that's her thing. So then I tell her I'm feeling threatened. Okay. Janice was told by the bailiffs that she needs to leave me alone and stay away from me. Fast forward to, hold on, I've got some notes here. Okay. So then on June 19th, 2025, I received word that things were going to go public and that people wanted my head on a platter. And that is a quote. There are a lot of people that are really pissed off and they want my head on a platter. And here he is. Here he is. Here it is. This is a creator that Grayson called, and this is verbatim from them on June 19th. The only thing that I can tell you is there are so many people right now that are pissed off, that are calling for her head on a platter. It's pretty much the message I can get. That's pretty much all I know. It's just been a lot of mean things. And just in the first time text or a text from someone I don't know too regularly, and it's like, oh my God. I just think from the messages I've seen, I would prepare for something publicly at this point. I don't know how or when. I just tell people I don't want to know what's happening. So that way I can truly say I have no clue. There are a lot of people that are really, 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 really pissed off right now. And that's really all I know. People are mad. I would say brace yourself based on a few things that I have heard here and there. Some things in the works. A couple of messages I got were, keep an eye on your notifications because we're going to blow this shit up. I don't want to say it's over. It's kind of just getting ramped up. And that's reading the text messages I've gotten. Brace yourself. Something's going to go big. Something's going to go viral. I'm not touching it. I'm not getting my hands dirty. End quote. So what did I do? That was absolutely, devastatingly frightening to me. I had no idea what that meant. And so I decided to call the police because at that point, I am fearful for my safety with such a vague threat. And the police, we're going to get to this later. Stick with me. Well, yeah, we're going to get to this later, but the police called my stalker and she recorded that phone call, but let's not play that yet. I'm going to go back a little bit. But let's fast forward. So let's go a little bit, let you know this. After I called police, and we're going to get to that in just a little bit. 3 days later, 3 days after I called police because of that vague threat, they want my head on a platter. They're going to blow this shit up. Fast forward to June, and my stalker created both a TikTok and an Instagram account solely about me, where she continues to this day to post harmful things about me in an efforts to expose me. And she uses that. They're going to expose me. She posts like every other day. This has been going on for months. She's obsessed with me. The first TikTok about me posted on her personal page. So she started out on her art page, her regular Instagram page. The first TikTok about me on her personal page. And later, she decided to post it. She created a new page that was actually confirmed by Lindsay when she took the stand that this was created about me because she just didn't want it all on her art page. So they decided to start a separate page all about me. And the first TikTok about me posted on her personal page and later on her targeted page, so she posted it twice, is her telling her friends that I wanted to use my brother's sperm with an egg donor so that I or a surrogate could carry his baby. And before you play this, she is referring to my brother that died in March. My brother was in an accident. I loved him so much. My heart is broken. I was like his mother. He was born when I was 7 years old, and I loved him so much. And I didn't have to be covering these trials, these Daybell trials. My brother needed me, but I went because I wanted justice for the Daybell victims, and I cared. The first Daybell trial that I ever covered, he had been in his accident just the week before. And my family rushed to his side, and he was going to invest in hidden true crime. And I knew that he would want me to cover the trial. I knew he knew how much I cared about the victims in the Daybell case. And so instead of rushing to my brother's side in 2023, I went to the Vallow trial instead. Because justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy was so important to me, and I knew that my little brother would want me there. His funeral, he died in March of this year. And his funeral was the end of March, just the week before I attended the Brandon Boudreaux trial. I was devastated. And I want everybody to know, by the way, at that Brandon Boudreaux trial, I was, at the end of it, shunned by everyone. And I didn't know what was going on. And I'm fast forwarding. We'll talk about that later. My brother was he was not in a coma when we had these conversations about what we should do. We were hoping that he would recover from a traumatic brain injury that he suffered. He was not recovering. We hoped and prayed. And the second year, we had to start talking about what do we do. He didn't have kids. He wasn't married. He wanted kids. We're biased, but my brother is brilliant and handsome and kind and has empathy and is inclusive. He's everything that I want to be. And there are many, many people out there that have fertility issues, that need sperm donors. And we wondered, at some point, should we save my brother's sperm? What would he want? Would he want to be a donor? And let me be very, very clear. If one saves the sperm from someone that is recently deceased, they can do that. It's incredible. Medicine is amazing. Medical care is amazing. That they could retrieve sperm from a recently deceased person, even if tragedy happens. And people that are in comas or people that perhaps aren't going to make it, that want to be donors. And the way that that is medically done, most people know this, is through a very simple surgery. A very, very minimal surgery. Thank you, Laura. These are I would never wish any family to have the conversations that my family had about my brother. The Terry Shriver decisions that you make about someone you love so much. How can someone weaponize this? I agree. And she weaponized it multiple times, and we're going to see it. And I want you to know we ended up not choosing to save my brother's sperm. And it was a very difficult decision to make. And being a very honest, open person, I guess I shared, do we not, with a couple of people. I don't remember the conversation that I had with my stalker, but I know what my family was considering. And that was the gist of what we were talking about. So let's watch her first TikTok.
To get her brother's sperm extracted from his body, get an egg, and have either herself or a surrogate carry the baby, and then she raised it as her own so that his posterity could live on. One of the things that was a red flag that I should have seen, instead of chalking it up like, oh, that's a little weird, but whatever. So her brother got in an accident and he was in a coma, okay? So he was brain dead in a coma.
I want to reiterate that my brother was never brain dead. My little brother was making eye contact until the day he died. When I would take my little boy in to see him, though he wouldn't make eye contact with me, he would only look at him. It was so sweet. He loved my little brother so much. Or he loved my little boy so much. They were so close and they looked like each other. He was the best uncle. So yeah, my brother would make eye contact with me whenever I visited him. He couldn't talk until I brought my little son. And then he stopped looking at me. You'd only look at him. He was never brain dead. So this, so what she is saying is my brother, so I'll go back. My brother passed away in March after being in a devastating ATV accident in 2023. My stalker is telling her followers that I wanted to non-consensually collect my brother's sperm while he laid in a vegetative state, unable to walk, talk, or have any basic function without insistence, to have a child with him. This led to a flurry of comments from people about me, including one about this being a form of rape, to which the stalker responded, "Yeah, you may be right." Do we have that, or should I keep going? You don't have it? That is an evidence. We have that, but we'll keep going. She has since made multiple TikToks talking about this so-called R word. This is YouTube, so I'll say it once and not again. She claims that I want to do this to my brother, which is simply untrue, completely malicious, and emotionally harmful. I want to watch a couple more of these videos now. Okay, this one isn't a video because it was too difficult to blur my stalker's face. Despite these videos being public, by the way, she actually wanted her face shown in these cyberbullying campaigns. She's proud of them. I am the one choosing to blur her face. But this one was too difficult to blur. So essentially, she again was enjoying letting everybody know all the red flags about me, and number 3 was the biggest one, that she wanted. I wanted to get pregnant with my comatose brother's sperm. And then, were there comments under that one or anything, or should we read them, or are we good? There's too many. Okay, so there are a bunch of comments, and we've saved them and shown the people implying, again, the R word or assault and the non-consent, and people just mocking this idea. Very painful. I mean, the lack of empathy that these cyber bullies have. And I want you to know the people I have brought up, Lindsay and Janice and Lori, particularly Janice and Lori, they love to comment on these videos. They too say, "Wow, that was a red flag. That was crazy red flag." I don't know. I've never done anything to Lori, this woman who was only showed kindness to me, but she has now become a very, I don't know. I don't know. And then on June 19th, 2025, I received word. Oh, there was one other. If we don't have the exhibits, I want to say it because we're not going to show every TikTok because it's too hard to blur her face in all of them. But every other day, I mean, there's so many. She also in a TikTok says that I made concerning remarks, disturbing comment. So she put this in one of her quotes, that I made a disturbing comment about extracting my brother's sperm. In other words, implying that I was going to extract it. It's a surgery. I have made no disturbing comment about extracting my brother's sperm. That was never my job, nor would I talk about, nor have I ever talked about the extraction process with anyone, because if I actually had, they would realize that it was a little simple operation. On June 19th, 2025, I received word that things were going to go public and that people wanted my head on a platter. I also shared that by a creator in this industry. I was very, very scared. It was very threatening to me. I didn't know what it meant after everything. And so I called the police. And we're going to get to that police report later in this show because they got the police report and we're going to go over it, but that's not until later. And I am going really slow. I mean, I told you it's going to be a long live. But I was once again fearful of my safety. I called the police. Through that process, we don't call the police, by the way, for my stalker. The TikTok has yet to happen. We don't know about the TikTok. I don't know what she's about to do. What we heard is from this podcast creator, and that everybody is shunning me at the Brandon Boudreaux trial. And I don't know why. And all this other stuff is happening behind the scenes I'm not going to get into. And no one will talk to me. And now they want my head on a platter, and I don't know why. So I actually call the police of fear of harassment, everything going on. We'll get into that report later. And actually, I have concerns about this. Thank you, Colby. Thank you for being here. All the love to you too. Thank you. I call the police concerned about my ex-contractor sharing my text messages because that's all I can think. It's about to go public. And this podcast creator, we had learned, was reaching out to several of my professional contacts to state things about me that were false and defamatory. And we were told that. And we were also told that this podcast creator and my ex-contractor were talking. That's all I knew. And then when they heard everybody wanted my head on a platter and to expect things to go public, I called police out of fear. And I requested police to actually reach out to those two people, because that's all I knew. And when the police officer reached out to those two people, my ex-contractor told the police the name of my stalker. And thus, police called my stalker. I'm not sharing the name of my stalker, by the way, because unlike her, I don't believe in public shaming, and I'm not going to go send anyone to go find her, because I'm not going to do to her what she did to me. And that is why I'm not sharing her name. She wants you to find her. It's public. She's proud. She was very disappointed, I think, to not be on Law and Crime this week. I imagine. I didn't tell Law and Crime about it. Someone had to, and it wasn't me. They never reach out to me. So when the police call her, she records it. And she shares this recording on TikTok, mocking the police officer. She posts it on TikTok and Instagram, mocking the police officer. Grayson is saying, give her a second. She's got a lot going on. We get it. Thank you. So as we're going to get to that later, Grayson's computer went black screen. We got to return that computer. This is true. I said to her, this computer is acting up, Grayson. I'm worried. And she goes, I'll get my second computer ready just in case. So bear with us. And I also let her know this is going to be a long live and it's going to get funky sometimes. So here we are. So we're going to get that TikTok of her mocking a police officer very soon. And then on July 12th, 2025, we're going to get all of these. I'll just share them all and then we'll show them all bit by bit. On July 12th, 2025, she begins posting clips of my voice on my targeted social media accounts. And let me be clear, when you're okay, you got it. Yeah, well, let me be clear. When you're a podcaster, your voice is as much your face as your voice is, if not more. YouTube shows my face. My podcast does not show my face. My voice is how people recognize me. And when she posted my voice, it received over 33,000 views. So let's, do you have both of those? We can play them both, or should I read a few others and we'll just play them bit by bit? What's easier for you? Okay. Her computer's back. The phantom computer. We're just glad YouTube's back. We were actually going to go to live earlier, and then YouTube went down on us. We thought, man, is that an omen or what? And then it popped back up, and I'm like, nope, unfortunately, I have to go live. Not looking forward to this. Here I am. Okay. Take your time. We're good. Hey, everyone. By the way, I am not looking at chat really on purpose because I'm nervous too. And so when I see little people here that are pinned, it means a lot. Maybe I'll check in while Grayson gets these ready. Hold on. You're good, Grayson. Don't stress too much. You're totally fine. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being. I'm both grateful and stressed that there are over 9,000 people in chat. But thank you for being here. Okay. Oh, yeah. We're making sure. Okay. We're good.
Case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, like, I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. I know, but what's the case law? I want the case law, please.
And then you said you don't screenshot them, but then all of a sudden
no, but I kind of want to now. Like, if she's kind of harassing me, so I feel like I kind of want to. But like, what's the law?
Well, if you need to, then file a report down there if you get harassed.
I know, but what's the Nevada law? What?
I was just doing some searching. Here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to my horn say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I didn't do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that we just don't know about.
No, I can respect that. I can respect that.
Sometimes we need to, we need to do a little bit of extra searching and things like that. So,
but I feel like to have a police officer telling me that, like, because to have a police officer telling me it's against the law to do that. I actually have several examples of her sending so many screenshots to me from other people. So,
well, then person would be the victim.
Yes, so I could also inform that person that she would be the victim of this. So, but my question is, like, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head. I have an officer calling me. Spouting something is the law. And I want to know what, like, so I can wait a second for sure. Like, I know, like, I'm giving you grace here. Like, I get it. You don't have all the, like, I can't even remember my kids' names in a row at sometimes. Like, I can't even imagine remembering all the laws. So I can wait a second for sure, but I definitely am curious.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Obviously.
I was reading chat during that. Thank you, everyone. I've been trying to focus and not reading as much. You guys know me and my ADD. So thank you. Thank you for believing me. So then, do you have the other one? I mentioned the other one as well. No stress. I can keep reading and we'll get to all of them. So I'll just explain this while you look for it. I'll keep going. So she starts posting clips of my voice in her targeted social media accounts. We're gonna look at a few of these. The first clip of my voice was part of the conversation we had in the courthouse on April 9th, 2025. So again, I was right.
She wanted to talk then, which
That's okay. Go for it. It stopped. Do you want me to keep going? Okay. Oh, it's her computer again. So we're swapping again, guys. So the first part of the, and we're good. We'll just keep reading. We'll get them one by one. The first part of my first clip of my voice was part of a conversation that we had in the courthouse on April 9th, 2025, despite the courthouse having a no recording policy. So yes, she did record me. And now I realize it feels almost like a plot that she created. I go up to her. She says in tears, I know what you said about me. I acknowledge it. I apologize.
totally caught me off guard, but I thought, okay.
And it's being weird. And the entire time I'm being recorded without my knowledge. That is very shocking to me. And as someone that is a limited public figure doing this, as my job, to think that a contract worker who I was an alleged friend, who actually still owed me work at the time. I was waiting. I just paid her a very large amount of money for a job she never did finish, would be recording me without my permission in a place that I assume no one would record. That is concerning to me. That is very concerning. Okay, you have a few. Let's listen.
That she wanted to talk then, which totally caught me off guard, but I thought, okay, fine, let's see what she has to say. And what unfolded next was unreal. It was like watching someone trapped in their own maze of lies, spinning stories so fast she couldn't even keep up with herself. When one lie didn't land, she'd just pivot mid-sentence into a completely different one, like no shame, just constant spinning. And at one point she literally started mumbling under her breath, having an entire conversation by herself while I was just standing there.
Should have at least done your makeup, Jody. Gosh.
Yeah, because and by the way, that started, they were like, and I was like, would they do that to me? Anyway. Yeah, no, I know. So in many ways, I feel catfish,
and then in 1 second, she snapped and was like, oh, sorry, back to you.
But back to you.
And this is the part that killed me. She told me that we had to have that conversation right now because I kept repeating, you're in fight, flight, or freeze. Probably not the best time to talk. But she said, no, we have to talk now. My assistant is, quote, always with me. I'm never alone, unquote. Girl, no. I honestly think she just didn't want her assistant finding out what she'd done.
Yeah, and by the way, I still don't even know what I've done. She didn't want her assistant to know what she's done. And by the way, you heard me already tell you, my assistant, who she's referring to as Grayson, has read all of my text messages. I have nothing to hide. Do I want the world to see them? No. Do you guys want the world to see your private text messages? No. But those that I know care about me and love me and that I trust, yeah, go for it. I have nothing to hide. No secrets that big. So a couple things with that. She gets me in a moment where I'm processing two things at once. And I'm actually, in my opinion, trying to be kind. She's come to me, she's crying about what I said. And she has just told me that people that I thought were my friends in confidence and an ex-contract worker were releasing my text messages, and they were terrible and they're everywhere. That was what? People I thought had my back. Like, what, I'd never do that to them. Then they're doing that to me. And at the same time, I have somebody who's very hurt at what they heard me say about them. And that felt really bad. And that's what I needed to address. And so as I was processing what she was saying, oh my gosh, I feel catfished. What? They're posting them. Oh my gosh, like thinking about things that maybe they had baited me to say, and like my mind. And then I go, wait a minute, but back to you. That's what I was doing in that moment. But back to you, because you in front of me is who matters to me right now. I have hurt you. And we need to address what I said that hurt you. But that makes me like Jodi Arias, according to this stalker. And also, again, the threat of now doing a public TikTok and Instagram account exposing somebody, and now they are starting to use my voice, which again is like there's no difference. That's my face in this industry. The threat is real. It's very, very real. And I still don't know what I've done. I do not know what I've done. I still don't know what I've done. So then, the video, which she compared me to the infamous murderer, Jodi Arias, has garnered over 33,000 views on TikTok, and we shared that. On July 13th, she posted a video with a photo of me, which is a well-known photo, with a clown emoji over my face, once again, trying to get people to identify who I am and to come after me.
They have to decide who they want to be. Of the day, they have to decide who they want to be. And this one decided to be a jackass.
I decided to be a jackass while she puts the clown emoji over my head and points to me, calling me a jackass. You guys can decide who the jackass is. Maybe I've been a jackass. I don't know. I've definitely had my jackass moments. It's fair. On July 14th, 2025, happy birthday and to my babe. Many of you are asking where he is. He knows we're doing this tonight. My lovely soulmate, and he will be coming on later. Not tonight. Don't worry. Too much to go through. Another time. On July 14th, so that is my husband's birthday and our anniversary. And on July 14th, 2025, I was on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell. I still want to thank them for having me on. And if any of you actually would like to go watch that and support me and them, because he has helped me, I just want to say this, through so much through this as a friend and as someone who has also been through this himself. I want to thank the Mormon Stories community and go support him and Mormon Stories and me by watching my podcast. But on the Mormon Stories podcast, my stalker, when I appeared on July 14th, wrote in the comments with eye emojis in an effort to let people know she was watching. And this occurred after she did a TikTok. So I announced that I was going to be on Mormon Stories, and she did a TikTok about that. If you don't have it, it's okay. Oh, you do have it. Okay, because I can explain it too. Claiming that it was like a PR move because of something that I've done that was coming out. Like I said, I still don't know what I've done, minus people trying to claim I was hurting people's businesses, which simply isn't true. And reading private texts of mine that allegedly they don't like, and I haven't seen them. But so it says, someone sent me a screenshot that my ex-friend is about to attempt some damage control, and I'm giddy. I can't wait to see how she tries to spin this. So, she's talking about my Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell. Very confusing because, you think that I'm going to spin my life. My life is my life. I tell my entire honest, vulnerable life story on the Mormon Stories podcast. If you guys want to know anything about me, my life story is all there. 2 parts. It's ours. I tell it all. And I haven't known this stalker very long at all. She doesn't know me very well at all, really. Any conversation we had was very surface. And she thinks that I'm doing damage control to spin something, and I have no idea what I'm trying to spin. Well, let me tell you, the Mormon Stories podcast was planned for a long time. Host John Dehlin had asked me months and months and months ago, and the reason that I had, thank you. How is this damage control? None of us even know this is going on. Thank you. I didn't even know what I was trying to control. The Mormon Stories podcast was actually inspiration. I was at the Brandon Boudreaux trial, and someone came up to me and they thanked me for interviewing Heather Daybell and said that Heather Daybell was so brave and it was incredible. And they'd listened to the Heather Daybell interview 3 times on my channel, that it had changed their life. And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. I asked to take a picture of them so I could let Heather know how much her story meant. And they said, she is so brave. And it was at that moment that I said, I'm going home. I'm going to tell John Dehlin that I'm going to say yes to his request to interview me. She had been asking for months. I'm going to do it because if Heather Daybell can do it, so can I. And I would love it if you guys could support my story, honestly, over on Mormon Stories. My stalker thinks it's damage control and decided to go in there to let me know she was watching me. It was getting weirder and scarier. I did not know what was going on. You guys don't? Neither do I. I'm getting dry mouth. Where's the root beer? I'm sorry, guys. It's probably so gross. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode appeared on July 17th, 2025, John Dehlin, by the way, will you post my Mormon Stories? Well, will you pin it? Will you? Yeah. Because if you guys want to know who I am, that's who I am. Yeah, will a moderator please drop let's do part 1. There are 2 part 1 or part 2, either or, of my Mormon Stories podcast. I'd like to pin it in comments. Thank you, Aussie Tad. Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode premiered on July 17th, 2025, John Dehlin, the host of Mormon Stories, received a cryptic email thread about me with a link to the TikTok. In the thread, the writer of the email claims that my stalker will continue to post the horrible things that I have done, and that she is intentionally not using my name, but it is about me. John Dehlin is my friend who has suffered the same thing and has been so kind. He and his wife, Margie, I just want to point out, have both been so kind and caring and empathic. And when this person reached out, John was immediately suspicious. So he asked him a few questions to keep them talking and then sent it all to me because he said, I assume you are collecting evidence. So here you go. So is this the bottom? Okay. So on July 16th, someone named Felicia O'Shields writes John Dehlin. Hello, Dr. Dehlin. I thought I would reach out to you to share some concern for the community and for your channel. There is a lot going on behind the scenes involving Lauren Matthias in the true crime community. This has been brewing for a few years now. I don't know what's been brewing. And has recently blew up. There is a TikTok account exposing some of her disturbing behavior. There is a community that is delving into her husband's credentials. Oh, is there? And overall credibility. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins there. The admins of a Facebook group online is an ex-contractor of mine, but I don't know what they're talking about. Lauren has been blacklisted by a huge Facebook community because of what she has done to the admins. Ask Kay Woodcock about her. Ask other victims, such as Kay in the Vallow Daybell murders. Don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Put a pin in that, by the way, because I saw Kay the following week. Just show it now, and then we'll go back to the letter. A week, by the way, after this, you saw Colby Ryan here in chats, and a week after this email was sent, Kay and Larry visited John and me in Las Vegas, and we had a wonderful dinner together, and they even trusted me and allowed me to take their grandkids out for a good time so that they could have some needed R&R. We can come back to it. We'll come back to it. Yeah. Anyway, don't you think it's odd that Lauren has no contact with Kay anymore? That's all I can say about that. Ask any of the true crime channels on YouTube that she has had an interaction with, or news affiliates, and their journalists that are the face of their networks and what their involvement with her has been. By the way, that's how far I think this whisper campaign has gone. Again, I didn't reach out to Law and Crime. I have no idea what they think I did or who did that. I do know I've been blacklisted by some news agencies. I still don't know what I've done. But let's continue. Ask that she has interaction with any news affiliates and their journalists and that are the face of these networks, and their involvement with her has been. I'm not going to name names, but just look up the Lori Vallow Daybell headlines and the journalist who was in charge. The journalists that were the ones who exposed Lori Vallow Daybell from the jump. Ask anyone who is anyone in the true crime community about Lauren. Lauren will deny all of this. She will make up outlandish lies and excuses and make everyone else out to be the liars. I'm actually just here sharing evidence. I think you're intelligent enough to know that when everyone else is singing the same song, it's everyone else who is correct. Here's the link to the TikTok account that is slowly exposing her. Lauren does not deserve a platform, especially one that she has personally blocked all of those from that can tell everyone about her treatment of them. I wish you the best of your channel. Thank you for all you do. Am I able to scroll up? Oh, you just want to show this? This was us, a week after this letter. You posted the photos. Oh, I posted those photos a little late, but it was, yeah. So can we go back to do I need to read anything more about the letter? I don't think, I can't scroll it though. John said to Felicia, if you do not want to, and that person, Felicia Shields, said second email, if you do not want to look at the TikTok account that I shared, please at least listen to this one. And she sent a particular TikTok. And then John asked Felicia, is that you in the TikTok? If not, is there a way I can reach to this person doing the TikTok? Okay, we're going to scroll up. I can't. The bottom. Okay, here. So, hey there, John. One under. Thank you. It is not me, and referring to the TikTok account, but I can reach out to the person who runs the channel to get her information so that you two can reach out to one another. Would that work? John writes back. And then they sent another one. So they keep writing him. Hey there, John. I have not heard back from the TikTok creator, and I have since found out why that could be. It's come to my attention that you are friends with Lauren and have been for over 10 years, and also that your daughter may possibly work for her. I imagine that you can understand why the creator would not feel any trust in this situation. I suggest you follow, though, her TikTok account. So in other words, they're encouraging followers. She has a lot more to share. There will be more revealed as to the horrible things that Lauren has done to so many out there. I hope that there could possibly be some part of you that sees that this is actually serious and not some sort of smear campaign with unfounded accusations. And then John asked, do you live near Salt Lake City by chance? They respond, no, never have been. Hopefully one day. John asks, are you a follower of Mormon Stories podcast? What made you write me? And then we'll keep going and I'll drink. I can feel my sticky mouth. Sorry, it's so gross. Oh, is this net? Okay. They write, I watch from time to time. I have enjoyed the episode that I have been able to watch. You have a great thing going. I think what you're doing is important. I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. Oh, they wrote my professional contact, because he chose to give me a platform. So anyone that is giving me a platform is getting emails about me. Okay. Great. Good to know. Now I can't go on anyone's platform. Now I can't go on anyone if I don't want them to be harassed by these people that are trying to ruin me. I wrote you because of the fact that you gave Lauren a platform. She's on high alert, and it was perfect timing for her to do your show and attempt to do damage control. Again, I don't know what from. I don't know what I need to do damage control from. Don't allow her to take you down with her. And then Felicia O'Shields writes, good morning, John. Oh, so then John responds, I watched all of the TikTok videos, and he did. He told me he watched them all. The allegations seem super vague and a bit petty. Can you please tell me the main things Lauren has done wrong and provide any evidence that you can? Oh, that word, evidence. I'd be so super grateful. I will not promote dangerous people, but I need details and evidence. And that TikTok channel was weak on both. They didn't even mention Lauren's name. Please help. I want to do the right thing. Thanks, Felicia. John. John clarified that he was doing this for me, asking, and I think he would want me to clarify that here. He didn't really think there was something, but he was pushing. Good morning, John. I can understand where you're coming from. Lauren's name is not mentioned. There's reason for this. There are many in the true crime community that know without a doubt that this stalker is speaking of Lauren. So there are many in the true crime community that have been told this is about me, this TikTok. So if you guys haven't heard about it, allegedly the true crime community is learning about it, and they think this is fun, I guess, and normal and okay. I did recognize a few names following the TikTok. This is cool to them. They know that she is speaking of Lauren. The creator is being petty intentionally. Keep watching her. She is going to continue to share more and more, so much more. Again, reach out to the other true crime YouTube content creators that have had interaction with Lauren. Reach out to journalists that have been the faces of cases that Lauren has worked for on Lori Vallow Daybell case, the Delphi case, victims of cases. I don't know who they're talking about, by the way. Get the information, because none of these people have come to me. If you're a good journalist, by the way, and you've heard something, come ask me. I'm going to beg you guys to do that during this, because I still don't know what I did. Get the information that you're looking for straight from those that Lauren has attempted to hurt. I wasn't going to name names, but I'm going to tell you to reach out to Nate Eaton of East Idaho News. I don't know why he's not listed there. I think Nate Eaton's an incredible journalist. I have always sourced him. I value him. He's done an exceptional job with every case he covers, and he is an incredible journalist. But they're being encouraged to reach out to him. I will leave this with you. Ask Lauren to her face how well that she knows her assistant cameraman on her video of the phone pings in Yellowstone for the Lori Vallow Daybell case. He never did ask me that to my face, but you guys can ask me here on live YouTube. The cameraman on my phone ping video in Yellowstone is of my friend Brandon. He worked on many cases for a time with the defense in the Lori Vallow Daybell case. He's a friend of mine and John's. Great guy. Incredible man. Incredible job he did. He was a source when he could be for me. Couldn't tell me everything. He really cares about the victims in this case, in the Daybell case. I'm not sure why that's an issue, except that I did hear that a content creator called a victim to sort of imply that I was having an affair with him. So how well do I know that man who was my cameraman in the Yellowstone ping videos? He's a great friend, a great guy. including to John. John loves him. And he was a source for us. That's it. I don't know what else there is to this. There you go. To my face. That's it. Okay, and there's one more message. There's one more message. Yeah, I know. Oh, and then one more message. Reach out to Bob Motta and Andrea Burkhart too. I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know what I've done. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why these 3 people have been mentioned. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to say this. If any journalist does know, reach out to me and ask me and tell me. I don't know what's going on. So, I have no clue. I can tell you that I love my husband. And my cameraman in the Yellowstone Pink video is a great guy and a good friend of both my husband and I. It's just so weird. What? Oh, really? Bob Motta and Andrew B., who went to the ends of the earth to say that Richard Allen is innocent. Okay, right. So, like, I respect their... Bob Motta and Andrea Burkhart were at the trial in Delphi with me, covering it. They worked just as hard as I did, if not harder. I still don't know how. This is probably the first time I'm going to go live as long as Andrea Burkhart ever does. And I don't know how she does it, honestly, because I'm already like, damn, we got a ways more to go. I respect them both. And despite disagreeing with them on Richard Allen's guilt. So, okay, where was I? This is a more, okay, eye contact. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, we'll start zooming through these. The horrible things I've done. Okay, John Dehlin email. On July 23rd, 2025, I was in Boise, Idaho, working and reporting at the Brian Kohberger sentencing. Prior to the press conference, I was looking for a seat. There were not many seats at the Brian Kohberger sentencing, only 2 rows of seats because most people were standing. But there was one row that was open to Lindsay, my former producer, and a close friend of the stalker. Stalker was not there. And there was another, Lori was there in another seat, kind of away, and then a woman named Sarah, who also appears on the TikTok. I don't know Sarah, but she appears on this TikTok channel in both video and comments. So I, looking for a seat, needing a seat, I asked Lindsay if the seat was available next to her. And a woman named Lori, also one of my stalker's friend, screamed at me to not talk to Lindsay because I had previously sent her a cease and desist. It was embarrassing in that moment in a professional setting, but I ignored it and I walked away, and I was shaken by that. You know, I'm just trying to be professional in a professional setting. During that day, myself and my producer Grayson were constantly filmed by my stalker's group of friends, which included people I mentioned. Janice was also there, Lori, and this Sarah girl who appears, again, I don't know her, and is part of their 7 Gatherers group. And oh, you got this. This is her filming. I'm not, everything is everything. Janice is in the green dress. Okay, so filming. Well, it's okay. That's from your oh, it's in mine. Oh, there you go. Okay. But yeah, it was there. And then these are all the women that are involved in commenting and reposting on these targeted social media pages. In fact, Lindsay did make it on the stand. It admitted that, yes, she comments. She likes to comment like a kitten being tortured in some of the comments. That night, my producer and I went to a local restaurant in Boise, Idaho, to have dinner after the sentencing. We sat outside the restaurant and were enjoying our dinner, when I noticed from outside the restaurant that Janice was once again filming me from outside the restaurant's property. I waved. She flipped me off. I'm like, here we go again. And because of our history, I turned my camera on for safety. And I kept it on. And I actually had my camera on for over 8 minutes, talking to Grayson, encouraging her, telling her, just don't worry about it. And then Lori and Sarah, 2 of the 7 gatherers, came up to my dinner table to confront me. And we're going to play that, and I'm going to say a couple things about it. So we start with me sort of talking to Grayson, and then what's the first word you hear Lori say so that you know it's Lori? About today, referring to the Brian Koberger. Yeah, referring to the Brian Koberger sentencing. So I'm saying don't give them air, leave them alone. I'm going to set the stage a little bit more. They were sitting inside. We did not know that. But Janice was outside filming us. And you can see in the background, Lindsay walks out and keeps going while the other 2, and you won't be able to see Lori's face, come up to our table unbeknownst to us. So here's this video. Okay. Recording me, so I did what you did. I just like waved, and then she proved she was by just flipping me off as I waved. Like, she flipped me off. I'm like, I don't know. They waved. Don't stare. Don't stare at me. I do. Remember what we decided. Thank you. Please do not give them air.
About today.
What?
About today. You sent her a cease and desist. You had the cops call Christina about stuff that you did. You shouldn't be waving at her. You shouldn't be talking to her. You should be staying far away from her.
So the cops have nothing to do with what
I'm just saying, don't.
I was asking about a seat. I was asking about a seat. I walked away.
You said Lindsay. You said Lindsay. Lindsay. Is anyone sitting here? Don't talk to her.
Lindsay's in her 30s. She can talk to her. Lindsay's in her 30s.
Don't talk to her.
Lindsay,
I'm not talking to you.
Lindsay doesn't want to talk to her. She sent her a cease and desist letter. Why would Lindsay talk to her?
The cease and desist is nothing with Christina, and the police calling Christina. I didn't request that.
I can't hear
someone,
you.
Just stay away.
Someone that
Just stay away. Just stop acting like nothing happened, that you haven't done anything.
I haven't done anything, and I will stand by that forever. Yeah, it has nothing to do with you guys. It has nothing to do with
this. We are
this.
her friends, and we will back her up till the day
A cease and desist is a legal business thing. It has nothing to do with you guys.
Things that you did.
What did I do?
You accused her of things you did.
Well,
what did I do?
You sent her cease and desist, and then
what did I do?
You approached her after you
a
sent
cease
her
and desist.
Why would you want to approach her after you sent her a cease and desist?
I asked if I could
I know.
sit.
I told her there wasn't.
I was at a press conference.
Well, then she kept asking. I know. What does that have to do with anything?
when there's not a lot of seats, you say,
there were lots of empty seats she could have sat at, but she chose to ask about sitting. She chose to specifically approach somebody by name that she sent a cease and desist to. It's like,
great. Guess what? You know what? I work with Lindsay, and she tried to get me sued. So guess what? I don't give a fuck.
I don't know you.
Well, you know me. You don't know me.
No, I have your phone number because I wanted to get eyelash extensions, but we've never hung out.
No,
I don't know you. So could you please get away from our table because you're making me uncomfortable. I don't know you. I don't know why you guys approached us. We asked about a seat at a press conference. I don't approach you guys when we're all hanging out together.
We don't all hang out together.
You guys, I know. So you're approaching me while I'm trying to have dinner. I approached you at a press conference about a seat. Could you please? She's bothering us. Could you tell her to leave us alone? I don't know her. I've never communicated with her.
Sorry, Uchi, I don't know why that's not up yet.
Thank you.
At least they got the back out.
So we'll probably play that video later. because I want to point out a few more things about it, and watching it for the first time might be confusing. It seems, as you hear, I keep repeating, "What did I do? I didn't do anything," and they keep saying that I sent their friend a cease and desist, and I say it had nothing to do with you. I don't know what this is about. We're in a professional setting. They came up. You see, actually, Janice filming in the background at one point. I don't understand. You guys don't understand. I don't understand. I want these people to leave me alone. I want to be able to report at trials and have things be normal and mature. And I will say this, I was a broadcast reporter for 10 years before I was a YouTuber. I would go on location everywhere. I have never experienced this. I don't know why they keep coming up to me, why they are filming me, why they are harassing me. I will point this out too. Grayson asked me to make this clear when she was talking about something. She and my ex-producer, Lindsay, did used to work together. So there is a previous situation with them that has nothing to do with me. So there's that. The true crime world is small. So, so it was all of them. Said her name again. Again, I just want to point out, she makes her name very, very public. It is my choice to not share her name. I don't want to share her name. If I do, I'm sorry. Please don't do anything to her, please. I would like to refer to her as my stalker at this time. If I make a mistake, please ignore it. But she does make her name very clear and well known publicly. So I turned on my camera for safety, and shortly after that, Lori and Sarah came up to my dinner table confronting me. Janice continued to film the confrontation from outside the restaurant. The waiter came over as Lori walked away while Sarah continued her confrontation. And again, yeah, the cease and desist has nothing to do with them at all. Interestingly enough, in Lindsay's declaration to this response, she said that she believed the cease and desist was given to her because I was friends with the stalker. It's very confusing that because Lindsay was friends with the stalker, it's very confusing to me. The cease and desist has nothing to do with any of them. I've received cease and desists from Hidden True Crime, by the way. I want you to know that. Like, I get them and I go, okay, check. I received one a few months ago from a family of a case I've been talking about. They asked me to stop talking about something in particular. I was like, okay, I've stopped. Anyway, this is a really big deal. I kept saying, what did I do? What did I do? And they're like, you sent our friend a cease and desist. I still don't know what I've done. I just know that I can't go to trials in peace and that I'm getting threats about my livelihood and that allegedly journalists and the true crime community hate me and they know what I've done. I don't know what I've done. I still don't know what I've done. But the stalker's declaration states that I've tried to hurt people's businesses. She's seen evidence of that. Doesn't post any evidence. I haven't. All right. So, after, I want to point out one other thing that's said in there. It's really important, and we'll play it again later, but I want to point out this really important thing. Lori states in that video, stop acting like nothing is wrong. Stop acting like nothing is wrong. And I say that because later on in other places, including the declarations, they claim that I'm harassing them. Yet I'm sitting there saying, don't give them air, gray rock them. Don't talk about this. You've never seen me do a live. You guys had no idea this was even happening, did you? And they're even saying, stop acting like nothing's wrong. I haven't done anything. Like, I think that's really telling. I haven't done anything. They're like almost angry that I haven't reacted at all, that I'm living my life, that I won't do anything. So, do we want to show how the stalker, let's see. Okay. After leaving, okay, no, this is important. So the waiter comes over and Lori walks away while Sarah continues her confrontation. After they leave the restaurant, where it turns out we were all eating, unbeknownst to us, we never went inside the restaurant. We never saw that they were there. after leaving the restaurant, they walked to the restaurant across the street and sat there. What it seemed like was them waiting for us to leave the restaurant we were eating at. And I was very uncomfortable because of all the consistent confrontations from this group. I was worried why they were sitting across the street. Were they waiting for me to get up? Were they going to film us again? I was very concerned about Grayson. She was very upset. Grayson is young. I'm very maternal with Grayson. We called John. We told him what happened. He goes, you know what? Why don't you just call police to escort you to your vehicle? And that's what I did. As they were leaving the restaurant, they walked across the street, and both myself, we were in fear for our safety, and eventually we called the police to help escort us to our vehicle. That is why I called the police. And then it says, exhibit waiting. What? Oh, Ms. Trial says, I'm not trying to be funny, but Lauren, you need to try more profanity. Bullies choke on their own, I assume you meant receipts, not recipes. I know, right? It's so funny. Well, you guys heard me at the beginning. Yeah. So I think actually, honestly, okay, I'll stop there.
Just don't explain what happened. Here's Grayson. Here am I. I had to sit in here because this is where it is. And now, after they had dinner, they're sitting across. We felt threatened. I told them we felt threatened.
They're right there. We blurred them.
And now, here they all are, sitting across at a different restaurant, getting those drinks. It's Lindsay. It's Lori. And they're looking. And I feel like we can't leave, and now we feel frightened. And one thing they said, we've been very drama-free all afternoon while we worked the same trial. And one thing they said as they approached our table is stop acting like nothing's wrong. We're just trying to be professional while we cover trials together. That's our waiter, and we asked him to get rid of them. And we now feel like we can't leave. And they're all sitting, and I'm looking side-eye. I don't want to look over because they're like waiting for us, and so I'm not leaving.
So we're going to wait for the other stuff with your declaration, right? Hmm? Yeah, let's play it now. Let's play it now. So there's another thing, we're going to save it for Grayson's declaration because she talks about this, but this is the same moment. This is how you know how Grayson filmed me sort of during a really traumatic moment. I was just trying to collect evidence, and Grayson was really upset at this moment. Us like just seeing the writing on the wall, like we can't even go to trials anymore. Like what is going on? And so I recorded this moment. If you have it, and you're gonna play it.
Poor people get murdered. Like you don't respond. Literally, poor people get murdered. Like you don't respond.
Where are they?
They're literally across the street from us, waiting on us to leave this restaurant. 3 of them left, and the only ones left are Lori, Janice, and Lindsay, which means the 3 of them are waiting to confront us.
So the 3 that have always confronted us.
They're all waiting. What's next? Do they physically assault me? Because I don't respond to them?
So
I'm literally at dinner, enjoying a dinner, and they're coming up to me and making me feel unsafe when I'm not doing anything. And I'm telling them to leave me alone. Like I'm not even like doing anything. It would be one thing if I was going up to them. But guess what? I stay away. All they do everywhere in public is film me.
No, I know. They film you everywhere. We just do our work.
So what? Because we didn't answer the filmings, now they confront us? What's next? This is when people get murdered. We're in this. We see this.
By the way, Grayson originally said, please, please, please do not ever show those videos. But because I showed the one at the beginning of this live, she decided to take one for the team and let me show that. So thank you, Grayson. One other question. Well, we'll get to it. Later, the stalker does a TikTok tying herself to this event despite not being here in Boise. We'll get to that in a little bit. After hearing about everything, Susu, I called dispatch 911. I called dispatch. I used to be a reporter in Boise too, by the way. I know how it works. And I just said, hey, it's just weird. I'm just nervous. We were just looking for an escort to our vehicle. And as we walked, and I have the whole thing recorded with Officer Jacobs, because I actually say that respectfully. I say, hey, I know you have body cam footage. Can I also record from my end? And he says, absolutely. So I have the whole entire encounter with Officer Jacobs. That don't worry, we won't play it here. We have so much to go over. But after hearing about everything, Officer Jacob calls the on-call prosecutor and took a report for stalking. And I have the stalking number here. And I point out in this declaration that the report will reflect that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening, because they all said on their end that, we knew that we must have known they were eating inside, that we picked this restaurant on purpose, that we sat by the exit. Actually, no, Lindsay walked directly out. They actually had to turn out of the exit to see, they didn't need to wait. The door was actually on the other side, and they certainly didn't need to come to our table. Some of their group did not. And that Janice was filming outside. So it was, but it reflects that we had no idea that this group had eaten dinner at the same restaurant that evening. The waiter explained to us and the officer that they had been eating inside. We never went inside, so we were simply unaware that they were there. However, after that incident, my stalker made a social media video about the incident, claiming that her and her friends were defending Lindsay, my ex-producer, who did indeed receive a cease and desist from me months earlier. And in that video posted on August 8th, my stalker used an audio clip of me from a recent interview I did on July 27th, 2025. Thank you, Difficult Research, for being here. Love you, Kresha. Thank you. The exhibit is Exhibit 17.
Abusers will often create problems to get a reaction so that you look like the problem.
She sent my friend, let's call her friend A cease and desist, and then walked right up to her to start talking. Friend A avoided her completely. They work in the same space, so overlap happens. But the rule friend A made was simple. If she talks to me, I will not speak to her back. One night, my friend, including friend A and others, are at a restaurant. They've been there for 2 hours. As they're about to wrap up their dinner and leave, ex-friend walks in and sits by the door with her assistant. It's a choose your own seating restaurant, and she chose to sit by the exit. A friend of mine, let's call her friend B, walks out of the bathroom and sees ex-friend and says to her, "Do not talk to friend A. You sent her a cease and desist, full of lies, by the way, and she does not want to talk to you." Friend B then walks away. Of course, ex-friend is like, "Oh, she can fight her own battles." Well, duh, she can fight her own battles, but you sent her freaking cease and desist full of untrue claims. So you're making others fight her battle. Okay? Okay. Hours later, my ex-friend goes to the police claiming my friends were stalking her, even though my friends had been at that restaurant first. For multiple hours had been at that restaurant first. It's like calling 911 on someone for being in the same room you just walked into. That's how unhinged this ex-friend is.
So in other words, the stalker ties herself to a group bullying campaign. Whether or not she was in town, she is letting me know that the reason they are doing this is because I sent their friend who was employed by me. I paid a lot of money to a cease and desist for something that has nothing to do with them. And that they're now going to, I guess, harass me and that I deserve it. I don't know. We called the police for an escort to our vehicle, and rightfully so. And again, the fact that they said, stop acting like nothing's wrong. I don't. And thank you to the person who said, stop saying, I don't know what I did. Start saying, I did nothing. I have not done anything. Thank you for correcting me on that. When stalking happens, you start to doubt yourself. Trust me. I sat in tears going, what have I done? And like, whoa, am I missing something? Nobody has ever been able to clarify. I think I said, what did I do to them? Like, I haven't done anything because I have not done anything. I have not done anything. On July 29th, 2025, this is going to be, by the way, a hot mic 18. On July 29th, 2025, my stalker also posted another video of my voice, and this is interesting, actually. I was caught on a hot mic in Law and Crime. What was it after? It was after Lori Daybell's sentencing. I said nothing wrong. In fact, I didn't even think there was a hot mic. I leave it to me, not even thinking of hot mics. What I said was okay. In fact, I remember thinking after, I'm like, oh, well, I'm good. I'm safe. Grayson is the one that you hear in the background going hot mic. And until the moment she said hot mic, it didn't even occur to me. I was like, oh, okay. This is her TikTok. We'll watch the unedited version, the authentic version after. But here is on August 6th, my stalker publishing a video with photos. Oh, no. Take that back. On July 20th, this is my stalker posting another video of my voice, which is this hot mic, unedited.
I noticed she likes you. She came over.
And she even came to me after, and she said, thank you for being so kind.
Yeah,
and
I noticed
she was very open to me asking anything because she knew I was kind to her.
Yeah, in a second, let me just share what this is. So that was confusing. That was, my stalker makes sure she's the face of every post. So you didn't see the video of the hot mic moment. That was my stalker that we blurred. She puts the quotes of what's going on, redacts it. It's very confusing. She calls it weaponized kindness. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy Jo. Thank you. So she calls this weaponized kindness. And that was it. That's what she did edit it. We're gonna watch the original hot mic on Law and Crime. It was after the Lori Daybell sentencing, the last one. And to be very clear, I'll just set the stage. Someone who was a trial goer, a kind girl, who I quite like. I won't say her name. She's really sweet in trial. She was sweet to everyone. And I noticed that she was actually across the room talking to Summer Shiflett, who is Lori Vallow Daybell's sister. I actually thought it was really sweet that they were talking. I noticed that from the back row where the media sat. It's a good view of everyone from the back row. And I also know, full disclosure, that Summer does not care for me. And I actually really respect that and understand. In order to be a journalist in this case, not everyone is going to like the things that I have to say when evidence appears. I also, at the same time, because I'm capable of this, I have so much empathy for Summer Shiflett, Lori's sister, so much. I wept as I listened to her talk to Lori on recordings in the courthouse. I feel bad for Summer Shiflett. I believe that her sister manipulated her. And I cannot imagine. Look what I'm doing. I'm doing an entire live. I've been going live for almost 3 hours about what I've been through. I cannot imagine what Summer has been through. So I have a lot of empathy for her. I've also had to speak some really uncomfortable truths and talk about things she does not like. And I know that Summer does not like me, and I fully respect that. Not everyone needs to like me. And not everyone is going to like me. Understandably, not just respect, I understand why she wouldn't. So that sets the stage for this hot mic moment on Law and Crime.
Details on that phone cooler.
Yes, I will. I'll text it to you. It's just on Amazon. Here, can you see it? Can I show you? We're leaving, but like, I got a lot today from Summer. I even took a picture. So we're leaving, but like, I got a lot today from Summer. I even took a picture.
I noticed she likes you. She
Her
came
and
over.
I talked a lot, and she even came to me after, and she said, "Thank you for being so kind to me." And then,
Yeah,
and then
I noticed
she was very open to me asking anything because she knew I was kind to her.
Yeah.
I got a lot, but we're leaving, so she said she'll call me. So.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. You too.
I'm always team Hitch
Yeah, I'm gonna let these guys get out of the way first.
We're gonna give you a ride.
And you have to walk.
Okay.
Someone might have talked about it. She's not going to. Don't
My
say my
phone is
name.
broadcasting.
Well, I'm not a podcaster. I don't continue.
No, I know, but I just want you
I
to
could be nice to her today.
I'm telling you. No, I actually want to.
Still too hot.
I have so much empathy for Summer.
Can I borrow that for
hot
like
mic.
30 seconds?
I
Are you
love
putting it away?
her. I love
Very
Summer.
nice.
She's incredible. Are you going?
So before I ever knew there was a hot mic there, I said, I have empathy for her. That was the moment that my stalker decided to delete. And I think it's also becoming very clear that I have done nothing wrong. I have done nothing wrong. They are looking for anything that I have possibly done, and they find a hot mic moment of me where I still don't do anything wrong, and they edit it to call it weaponized kindness. It's just fascinating. It's a fascinating thing to watch. I'm like, I'm good. On August 6th, this is when things got serious. So on August 6th, this has been going on for how many months now? 3 months? Like every other day? People reaching out, by the way, when you say just don't get on, people are reaching out. They're letting me know. They're seeing these TikToks. They're sending them to me. I did delete TikTok on my phone. I said, don't tell me anymore. People were sending them. People were telling me. And then all of a sudden I realized I have to collect evidence. So I was watching them. And every other day there was a new TikTok. It was incredible. There are so many. And then so we're not even touching the surface here. On August 6th, though, things took a new turn for me. I kept ignoring it. That's what I do. Just ignore it. Nothing's wrong. Just do what we do best at Hidden True Crime, make good art. We've done nothing wrong. We're good people. We just keep doing what we do and make good art. That's what we say at Hidden True Crime, make good art, meaning we are quality over quantity. We care. Keep going. Keep moving. But on August 6th, 2025, my stalker published a video with photos of my husband's website talking about my husband.
Things my ex-friend uses
Wait,
as
hold on.
almost street cred are her husband's
Maybe pause it. Okay, we'll go back to the beginning of that. Yeah, let me finish. There was more. My husband, John, you guys know him as my co-host, is a clinical and forensic psychologist. He's licensed in both Utah and Nevada. My stalker in this video questioned his credentials and spoke about calling UNLV, where my husband is an adjunct professor. So now we're calling my professional contacts and journalists And now reaching out to anyone that gives me a platform, making people nervous about, platforming me. And now we're calling my husband's workplace association, because it's actually even more incredible than my husband being an adjunct professor, and he has been there for well over a decade. He does it voluntary. At this moment, he is supervising a doctorate student, which is what adjunct professors do in the clinical psychology department. He does this voluntary because he cares about education and the psychology field. He knows he has so much to offer, and students every year are so grateful to have been supervised by my adjunct professor husband, who does this out of the goodness of his altruistic heart. And so my husband, John, and yes, he has a PhD in psychology. And you guys are going to love this. We're going to just say this before because it's so funny. So most people know what a PhD is. My stalker does not. So let's make it very clear here. A PhD is a doctorate of philosophy of the subject you choose. So anyone with a PhD has a doctorate of philosophy in. So my husband has a doctorate of philosophy in psychology. These people are digging so hard because my husband has such a limited profile online. When I was dating him, I couldn't find anything. He's so private. They dug up his commencement program to try to find anything wrong. These people are desperate to find something wrong about now, not just me, but my husband, my sweet husband, who never wanted to be on YouTube and is now taking a back seat. And now you know why. So let's listen to this.
One of the things my ex-friend uses as almost street cred are her husband's credentials. She claims that he is a criminal psychologist, a forensic psychologist, and a clinical psychologist. He has a psychology license.
I need more water.
I found that's a fact. She also claims he's been an adjunct professor at UNLV since 2007. Because this involves other people and I'm trying to figure out what's fact versus fiction, I decided to call up UNLV and see if Dr. So-and-so has been an adjunct professor since 2007. No, you have no records at all working for UNLV? No. Okay. Well, I find a paper online that shows that he's willing to supervise PhD students doing their thesis project. My question is the man who got his PhD in philosophy, not psychology, philosophy, got his master's degree in marriage and family and child counseling, that does not have his PhD in psychology, then able to call himself a doctor of psychology or able to supervise doctorates in psychology when he has his doctorate in philosophy.
I did have to giggle by someone that said, "Oh my gosh, she's an idiot." But you said it, not me. The best part about it is that she claims that she looked to see if he had his license, and she found out that he did. And she found out that she found information about him supervising students on the UNLV website. She still wasn't satisfied. She called UNLV. And when they said to her that they didn't have him in their, because again, it's voluntary in their employment, this is what you call lack of evidence. This is what you call a conspiracy theorist. This is what you call confirmation bias. Despite all of the evidence showing he is who he is, she takes that one thing and decides it's a lie. And she actually titled that TikTok "Exposing a Lie," saying that we are lying about who we are. This is defamatory. September, so we had to get this for court, the court that we could never do because they were going to live stream my family's pain. Oh yeah, and in her declaration, Grayson reminds me, not only is this defamation, in her declaration, in response to my civil stalking injunction, she actually doubles down and says he is not an adjunct professor. He is not. She is so convinced that we are evil and that we are dark and that I have done something terrible, even though she has not shown a single thing on her TikTok that I've ever done, that I am ashamed of or true. Or even this is, she has doubled down. So September 20th, 2025, we had to make this for court. To whom it may concern, my name is Dr. Michelle Paul, and I am currently the Assistant Vice President of Mental and Behavioral Health and Executive Director of UNLV Practice Institute of Mental and Behavioral Health. In addition, in service of its mission to address Nevada's mental health crisis, UNLV Practice houses an interdisciplinary training clinic that offers services to campus and community members. Previously, I served the UNLV Clinical Psychology PhD program as a community clinical training sites. During my tenure as the ADCT, I became aware of Dr. John Matthias and his interest in developing a practicum site for the university where he worked at Family and Child Treatment FACT as a clinical director. I interviewed Dr. Matthias on and or about 2007, and he agreed to begin accepting, supervising, and mentoring advanced level doctoral students into the newly developed practicum placement at FACT around that same time. As a consequence of his service to the community and is typical of psychologists overseeing advanced practicum placements in collaboration with the clinical psychology PhD program at UNLV, I recommended him and he was conferred the title of Adjunct Assistant Professor in the Department of Psychology, College of Liberal Arts on or about 2012. This recommendation was made after several years of committed service to our doctoral students, the university, and the community. It is worth pointing out that his position of Adjunct Assistant Professor of Psychology was considered a volunteer position, which is consistent with UNLV policy for adjunct professors in the community. This is what he is. That's what an adjunct professor is. And although I left my position as the Director of Training in 2023, I'm aware that Dr. Matthias has continued to supervise advanced doctoral level students as recently as this semester under the supervision of that doctor, whose last name I don't want to butcher, the current Associate Director Training for the PhD program. Because of his recent and ongoing professional relationship with UNLV's Clinical Psychology PhD program as an active and valued clinical supervisor and mentor, he would remain eligible for continued recognition as an Adjunct Assistant Professor in the Department of Psychology, College of Liberal Arts at UNLV for the academic year 2025 through 2026. And by the way, can I say something too? I just want to point something out. Wait, am I there? Can people hear me? Okay. At any point, some of you are saying, why are you only telling me now? Because I am not who she is. I do have a platform. She doesn't. She's not a true crime creator. I do. I have a platform. I've got hidden gems. I realize that at any moment I could have come on here and blasted her TikTok and assume that many of you would feel the same way I do. I didn't. And I'm still not. And I am only moving forward because I am scared for my family's safety and I can't get help. And I just had to pull my civil stalking injunction. I am not who she says I am. I am not. I don't want to hurt people. Let's go on. That changed things for me, by the way. That really, really changed things for me because you know what? I have a thicker skin. I chose to be a broadcast reporter and have people criticize me. I choose to manage my family business YouTube account, which is oftentimes not kind, and I can handle it. But when you're going after my husband and his life work, this is when things started to take a turn for me. I knew I needed help because they were never going to stop. And by the way, we're not showing you all the TikToks. Every other day, guys. Every other day, TikToks about me and our business. Hidden true lies is what they call me. Never showing anything substantial, just tormenting me, mocking me, criticizing me. And what this is, it's coercive control and intimidation. That's exactly what this is. That is what this is. You can say whatever it is. This is a TikTok every other day, every few days. trying to expose me of something I've never done, trying to hurt me, trying to burn. This is a quote. We're going to get to it. My faults, burn her fucking false kingdom to the ground every other day is painful. But I just kept going on, not doing a thing until this, and things changed for me. Because now it's escalating. Months later, it's escalating. They're now they're including my husband. He definitely didn't do anything. On July 29th, we did that one. Thank goodness, because we got to hurry. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of our correspondence from April. I've already told you guys about this correspondence. Nothing's wrong with it. On August 13th, my stalker posted screenshots of our correspondence from April in which I clearly stated I felt threatened. Once again, showing no regard for myself or my safety. And you can share this if you want. Oh, sorry. Example 20, text TikTok. These are texts I'm not ashamed of.
The fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I'm about to show you the fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I have the receipts because, contrary to what the Nevada Police Department would like you to think, it is not illegal to share screenshots.
What's the Nevada law?
Let me see if I was just doing some searching, because here's the thing. I'm a patrol officer. I'm not going to toot my horn and say I'm a best detective or anything, right? So I had to do my due diligence and do some searching as well. So I didn't copy everything because there's so many laws that we just don't know about.
It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies. Love, apologies, self-reflection. Barely an hour later, full-on love bombing. I'm their ride or die, the best person they know. And then that night, out of nowhere, boom, I'm accused of something I didn't do and threatened with legal action. Here's the deal. I didn't tell or talk to anybody about what we talked about it because I had a legitimate feeling that she was going to pull this crap. This was a control tactic, and now I know the signs, and you do too.
So there you go, continuing showing what I've done. A fastest friendship crash ever, you guys. I'm not ashamed of that text. Okay. And by the way, the police officer made sure to state the laws in his police report that he didn't answer to her on the phone. After that date, August 13th, she has continued posting more social media videos about me. Presently, she has posted over 50 TikToks and 33 Instagram posts about me. She continues to share my voice, my photos, and she uses search engine optimization on these platforms using a hashtag Lauren Matthias. So that if you look at my name, her videos come up. Her group of friends continue to comment and harass. Not only has she contacted UNLV, where my husband supervises students and is an adjunct professor, as well as John DeLynn, whose email you saw. She has also, or made sure that somebody contacted John DeLynn. She has also contacted the producer, and I learned this directly from the producer, of a national news show, advising them not to work with me or other colleagues of mine. She is calling torturous interference. She is calling my professional contacts. And I have heard, thank you to the ones that have come forward. To the others that haven't come forward, please come forward and let me know. Please. Please. I've been canceled on a few shows. It's okay. Life moves on. So she has contacted the producer of a national news show, advising them not to work with me. She has called other colleagues of mine, and she has also approached victims of major crimes that I work for to tell them that I am not who I say I am. And those victims have told me so. Not all of them, some of them. She has become entirely obsessed with me, doing anything she can to make me feel unsafe and fearful. Again, coercive control as well as intimidation. She has done the same now with my family and producer. My producer is so fearful that she had to see a psychiatrist to get on medication for anxiety, as well as medication to simply be able to sleep at night. My husband's blood pressure is far higher than ever, and doctors are concerned about his health. He is not sleeping due to fear and anxiety as well. And we do have an exhibit of that. I don't know if we have it. So many exhibits. Yeah, so while she gets that exhibit of my husband's health, I'll keep going. I live in constant fear about being followed and harassed, both at home or when I go to work in other states, as well as online. I cannot function in my day-to-day life due to her obsessive campaign against me and how it is affecting my mental and physical well-being. My stalker uses herself, as well as others, to continue, and I will say in long crime, clearly too, to continue to harass and stalk me daily. The attacks are unrelenting and she will not stop. I fear for our safety and our well-being. This is a text from my husband. I can't sleep. This is from Dr. John to me, his wife. I can't sleep. My heart is racing. I'm a mess. I don't think I can do the meeting tomorrow. I'm probably in no condition or mood to film the next week either. This shit is a life destroyer. I hope I don't have a heart attack over all this bullshit because I can't calm down at all. None of this is good news. I feel like we are back to square one where we started. I will try to go back to sleep if I can, but it seems unlikely at the moment. I hope you can get some rest or are resting. I will never forgive these people if something happens to him. He did go to the doctor and they can't get his blood pressure down. I love him so much. He's my soulmate. If anything happens to him, every day, it feels like the walls are closing in and there is no escape from these terrifying and obsessive, unrelenting attacks on us, our reputation, and our work. I feel threatened and in danger 24/7. I cannot continue to live in fear every single day, wondering what will happen next. The stress of this has already caused many dangerous health side effects for my husband and for myself and my family and my producer. It's positively malicious, as I have already described in painful but important detail. I am fearful of how far she will continue to take things if the court does not step in and help me and us. I need the social media attacks and cyber stalking to stop. She has contacted people I work with, harming relationships with no basis. I need to be able to show up to work and work events without being fearful of my safety and confrontations. I need to be able to function day to day and not wonder what is coming next and how she will harm me and those I care about. Signed, August 27th, 2025. That stalking injunction, temporary stalking injunction, was approved. It took a very long time. Usually that happens in a couple days. It happened. And I don't know if we don't need to read that, but it was over CrimeCon. and she was not supposed to attend CrimeCon, where I was going for work, and where I was attending the Clue Awards to celebrate the Delphi victims getting a Crime Fighter award. I wanted to feel safe. I wanted to feel peace. I wanted Grayson to feel safe and to feel peace. And I wanted the post to stop. And so she was supposed to stop the posts and not attend CrimeCon. And she violated the moment she was served. She violated it multiple times. That is scary to me. So I will keep going. I hereby declare, under penalty of perjury, that the facts stated, so this is a new declaration, the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of my knowledge. My name is Lauren Matthias. I am over the age of 18. I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable about the matters I am testifying about. I am the petitioner. Since being served with a civil stalking injunction, the respondent has repeatedly violated its terms. These ongoing violations have heightened my fear and concerns for the safety of both myself and my family. The respondent's actions demonstrate a clear disregard for this court's order and a deliberate intent to continue targeting, stalking, and harassing me even while an active injunction remains in effect. After the court granted the injunction on September 4th, law enforcement officers proceeded to the respondent's residence to serve her with the order. Although the respondent was not present, her husband accepted service on her behalf and confirmed that he would inform her of it. Accordingly, she was considered properly served in the state of Utah. Later that same evening, the respondent published posts on both TikTok and Instagram using public accounts she has previously created for the purpose of targeting me the many past months, which is in direct violation of the civil stalking injunction that states not to post on TikTok or Instagram. Links to those accounts are here, and I have links in my declaration of both accounts that she has. In one video, after receiving her stalking injunction, she sang the lyrics stating, quote, "Whoops, you messed up, ran around, and then you got caught. Whoops, you messed up, now you're crying about what you lost," end quote. This is not the first time that she has used that particular audio in reference to me, and it feels threatening. What does she intend that I lose? In addition, a friend of hers commented on the post, who happens to be, and the friend happens to be the ex-contractor of mine. And that ex-contractor says, quote, "Time to tell the real story," end quote. To which the respondent replied, "As you wish." And we have that exhibit if you want it. And on the evening of September 4th, tell me when you have it. Oh, the video? Okay. Okay. And on the video evening of September 4th, I was informed that the respondent was present at the same hotel in Aurora, Colorado, where I was staying. The following morning, September 5th, my producer Grayson and I met with officers from the Aurora Police Department to provide them with a copy of the injunction and to request their assistance in assuring the respondent's removal from CrimeCon, as her attendance was prohibited under the terms of the order for my safety. I was further informed by CrimeCon security that upon her arrival in Colorado, the respondent approached the head of CrimeCon security and stated that she was aware that she had been served with a civil stalking injunction through her husband, yet she nevertheless received nevertheless intended to attend CrimeCon despite the injunction barring her presence. You have that one video? Okay, the whoops video. After she that to me, thank you, Kresha. That to me is very threatening after she receives a civil stalking injunction from me. Oops, you messed up. Now you're going to be crying about what you lost. That's concerning. And as my husband always says, the most dangerous time is after someone receives this, stalking, a restraining order. And this is somebody who's defying it. I'm scared. This is threatening. And so now she's contacted the head of CrimeCon security to let them know that even though the stalking injunction says she can't attend, she's going to attend anyway. CrimeCon is a professional work event for me, and the respondent and her accomplices have repeatedly jeopardized my safety at multiple work-related events over the past 4 months, which the respondent gloats about on social media. My fear for my personal safety in this situation was extreme. Later that same day, law enforcement officers observed the respondent walking through the CrimeCon Expo in close proximity to where I was located. Officers approached her, provided her with a physical copy of the injunction, and informed her that she was required to leave immediately and would be subject to arrest if she returned. And during this interaction, the respondent acknowledged that she was aware of the order and confirmed that her husband had already sent it to her. Despite this knowledge, she chose to attend CrimeCon in direct violation of this injunction. This is all heard in police body cam footage in the afternoon of September 5th. And we're going to play that for you here. I am ready. And thank you, Kresha. Yeah, give us a second. By the way, we knew this live was going to be long. I think it's going to be longer than we thought it was going to be. And Grayson, you're rocking it. How's your back doing? If you need to take a break and you need me to put on, and we're here for the long haul. Okay.
Do you mind if I see your ID real fast?
So glad I'm feeling like that today. Until I get out my snackies. Okay, hold on. See, 1 sec. Gotta unload.
We're gonna start this over because there's one where they approach her. We're gonna look for it, and yeah, we'll do it after this one. So really quickly, this isn't an order. We have a video for when they approach her, and we don't have the video right now, so we're gonna watch this, and then we'll just go back to that one.
I think I did. Oh yeah. There you go.
All right, ma'am. Do you know what's going on here right now?
I mean, I can make a lot of assumptions, but I'm assuming yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you mind if I get a good phone number for your
Yeah,
request?
area code. I called you guys yesterday too.
Did you? Okay. 615.
Yes. This is yes. I called you guys yesterday. I had a feeling this was like she was gonna pull this.
Okay. So we just don't want to blindside you, right? We just want to make sure
Yeah.
everybody's on the same page, okay?
No, I mean like to what like I obviously only know like what has happened like at my house.
Okay.
Like with that, but
Is
like
that,
I don't.
Is that like in Utah or?
Yeah, I live in Utah.
Okay.
Sorry,
can I finish getting in front of
sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
I have
Yeah, I mean, ask me, but I don't know. You just tell me where to go.
No, I mean, so,
long story short, you're being served with a protective order.
Okay.
So you're not allowed to come within 500 feet of the respondent. You're not allowed to go to the convention. You can stay at the hotel, but you cannot go to the convention or 500 feet.
Question. I've had these tickets booked since last June.
If you violate it, the judge's order, we will arrest you and you have to go to jail. We don't have a choice about that.
No, that's fine. I'm just asking questions. I know you're doing your job. 100%. I'm not crying because, it's just a lot. I play a freak. Okay, so I understand you're doing your job. Can I ask questions?
Yes.
About it?
Here's a copy of it for you.
I already have. I have a picture my husband sent me yesterday.
We'll leave you with a physical copy.
Yeah, just because we have to give, the physical copy to you, that way you have for your records, and then we have to give one to our record department as well.
So, can I fight this here?
No.
This is going to be a Utah-based.
Yeah, so my question is, I've had these tickets since last June. She knew that. She never did. I ended my friendship with her in April. It's the last time I ever spoke to her. Initially, she's messaged me. I've placed reports of her harassing me. I'm going to literally be fighting this. That's not the issue. The issue is I've had these since last June. When I ended my friendship, she didn't have tickets here at all. She knew I was coming here. With that said, why am I getting punished when I've had these tickets? I'm sure they can look it up. For much, you know what I mean? I'm sure they can look it up. But this is.
And so I don't know if that's something you can take up with them as far as maybe a reimbursement or however you guys are trying to deal with that end, but that's going to be civil on that side, right? So we're just delivering the conviction order, okay?
Yeah, I'm just asking do you what can I do? I'm here with my friends. Sorry.
Like I said, they're not kicking you out of the hotel, but you can't come to the CrimeCon, right? So you can stay at the hotel.
I know, but
just as long as you stay away from.
I have my friends are about to go on stage and present. And I can't see that either.
I'm sorry, but that's
no, I know. Wait,
situation that we're in.
I know. It's
and this looks like, after reading it, it's a no contact order.
Oh, I've never contacted her.
So, but there's other people listed in it that you are not allowed to contact.
I never saw other people.
It's
wouldn't have
the
even
second
talked
page.
to anybody that she never.
Okay.
But my point is, I've done nothing wrong. I have her history of her pulling this stuff before with other police reports.
So when you go to court for this, because you're gonna have a court date.
No, it sucks. This is
I understand, and I understand the frustration with it, but what the judge signs off on.
How did they get a signature on something that's not even
my partner and I can't deviate off this. So if anything's violated in this, from what the judge says, we have a legal obligation. We have to enforce it.
Please do, and I'm not asking you not to.
So we'd hate for something like this to happen where you get arrested over this.
This was approved.
I would hire an attorney and have your attorney go through it when you go to
court. No, but how was this even approved? Because these, I have done literally.
It's an application process. It's an application that's done through the judge.
I know, but I want to how do I find? Because I might be at CrimeCon, but I'm a rookie, so obviously she had to say something to be able to get this signed.
It's an application process that has to go through. You go to court, you apply for it. If the judge deems that it's necessary, the judge will grant it.
Okay.
So whatever she put in the application and whatever evidence she presented, the judge obviously agreed with it and issued it.
Okay.
So you do have a court date for it. It doesn't show it on here. I would reach out to the county and find out when the court date is, and then you can go to court and you can explain everything. And
I know this is why I came. I came to your office in Aurora yesterday to avoid all this because
we
literally
the
this
police
is me having plans to go somewhere and someone else following me here and then telling me I'm the stalker.
Well, I'm sorry that this happened, but unfortunately there's nothing we can do.
I know.
And so this is. If you reach out to Utah, this looks like the case number that all the information regarding this protection order is going to be under, okay? I'm gonna give you a business card. This is a case number that we're gonna write our report under. We're just gonna say that to serve you, okay? That's why I had to get your ID. Just so
I understand. I got it.
identified you and served you, okay?
I respect what you do. Thank you. I'm not mad at you at all. I just
unfortunate.
have questions and like thank you for answering what you could. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It sucks, but
Fortunately, Utah has great laws, anti-slap laws. We're like, we're on my vacation. We're on anti-slapping on this one. But okay. So tell me what I don't obviously want to go to jail.
Right.
So I can be in my hotel room.
Yeah.
And can I hang out like in the bar with my friends at night?
if as long as it's not the CrimeCon convention and you're not within 500 feet of her or the other named parties that are on this.
Like, let me see, because I didn't see like the one they said.
It shows these are all the people you're not allowed to come in contact with.
So just a general like blanket statement. She could say anyone is a business.
Like I said, we don't have access to what happened in the Utah courts.
Yeah. I wonder how I go about that.
I would hire legal counsel and
No, yeah, thank you.
go that route. They can get all the stuff that they need and go from there.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys, that you had to come down here to do this today.
No problem. I'd rather have you have
I tried to, like, save you some time yesterday because.
We'd rather explain it to you, that way you know what you can and can't do instead of accidentally violating it.
Yes.
And then, like I said, even if it's accidentally violated, we still have to arrest you.
No, totally.
And
by all means, I'm open. I like
you to be here on vacation and
No.
enjoy what you can, right? So.
Yes. No, I respect what you do. That would be. I don't want to make you guys do that at all.
And that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah. Any questions for me that I could? Okay.
I would just read through it, know what you can and can't do, and just use those as guidelines and don't violate it. Because it's no contact, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit.
I've never even contacted
It's all listed in there.
I know, I've never, like literally not one time ever, since ending my friendship with her, have I contacted her at all, other than a response to a message she sent me.
If like she reaches out to you, by any means, then just try to form some type of documentation where like, hey, I'm not allowed to contact you, don't contact me.
No, I'm not even going to talk to her back.
Don't even reply.
I don't even, no.
What I would do is if you start getting messages from her texting you, stuff like that, report it, get a report number, document it so whatever messages are sent or phone calls can be uploaded into digital evidence. That way there's a record of it that she reached out to you, you're not reaching out to her, or any of the other people that are in there.
Oh.
Because it's no contact on your end.
No, I'm.
So even if you replied.
I don't even, nothing. I'm not even, no.
Yeah, because even if you reply to her saying, I gave you a temporary protection order, and you say, yeah, I know, you just violated it because you responded to her.
That's so true. Okay, that's so.
So you don't want to.
I'm not planning on that.
I'm just telling you
so
you know. So that
I'm
way.
so glad you do. Keep telling me all the things I need to know. I don't want to accidentally. Golly, heck no.
It's just the CrimeCon from the 5th through the 7th.
How come?
And 500 feet within her, and the internet stuff and phone calls is what I saw in there. But I'd read over it. To make sure that you're good with it.
Yes, dude. I'm ready. She's the one harassing me and gets to pull this. Yeah, I have I've kept a binder of all of her, even the Utah law around that, just because I was a little worried. My husband said that someone came to the house yesterday, and I was looked up Utah law to make sure I wasn't breaking any laws by being here, and that's why. Anyway, I went to Utah law, and it said it had to be served directly to me, so that's why. And I called an attorney this morning, and she was like, just live your life. Essentially, I'm just here, being with my friends. It's just unfortunate, but sorry.
It's okay. Do you have any other questions?
No. Okay. No. I think you answered them.
Okay.
Do you guys have a phone number I can call if I do think of any?
Yeah. My contact information's on there as well as my email address.
Okay. Just because I don't know. Right now I'm clearly for some reason emotional.
Yeah. We're working here to.
Go to my makeup.
Well, we're sorry we did that.
No, not you guys. My freaking body around that, crying. Yeah. No, there was one moment yesterday where I saw her, I immediately went to security, and got behind her. I mean, got not behind her, behind the security guard, just to say, you don't want me around that woman.
No, I understand.
So,
and you can also, if the harassment keeps going that way, you can apply for a protective order against her. It's your right as well.
I kind of wanted to do that yesterday too. That's why I was trying to I have the report for that yesterday, just because I'm like, dude, I'm all the living evidence of her harassing me. It's dumb. Not dumb of you, dumb that someone else uses the police as a weaponizing police. And I'm just talking out loud. Anyway, okay. So I need to tell my friends. And can I just go? I don't want to be it's kind of embarrassing to be escorted. Can I walk with them, like outside? Like, can I walk with them out?
To the hotel.
To like just the hotel, like my elevator?
We'll go talk to them. I have no issue with that.
Yeah.
That way you're not being escorted by us. That's fine.
She'll take pictures of that.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Mr. Luis if he'll do that. Would you be willing to escort her back to the elevator so she can go to the hotel room?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
Oh, would you guys be willing to escort her back to the elevator so she can go to the hotel room so she's not being escorted by the police? That's her only request.
Of course.
He'll escort you to the room, to the elevator. That way we're not walking you there. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll catch up with you.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it at that. You guys can decide what you think of that. We do have the body cam footage as well, as when the officers informed us that she had officially been served by Colorado officers as well. And I'm gonna share that for transparency purposes, because also at this this CrimeCon, she was seen a lot with Lori Hellis, someone who's recently been making videos of me. Another, I think, past contact that she chose to reach out to of mine. She was someone that used to appear on my channel, like many other people used to appear on my channel. And there have been rumors spreading about what this was about, and that I was enjoying this, or somehow abusing police powers. I really don't understand it. So for full transparency, we're going to show you the body cam footage of when we were informed that she was served and that she had left, and that we might be able to feel relief and enjoy CrimeCon. So here we go.
Good. Are you a Miss Lauren? Lauren.
Did you get a copy of this yet?
Yeah, we provided them to you guys.
Okay, so you already have a copy?
Okay. I'm looking around because I'm nervous.
Hi, sorry. There was somebody walking by that is friends with her, so I just wanted to look down for a second. I apologize.
My partner and I, we explained everything to her, what she can and can't do, where she can be and can't be. And we thoroughly explained if she does violate it, she will be arrested. So,
and she understands.
Yeah, we gave her, it's official, we served her, gave her a copy. I already have the NCIC hit. We just got to call our records and say we served her with a copy of it.
Okay.
And then I'll get you a business card. We just got to write a quick little report that we served it, and then you can have it for your records as well.
Thank you, officers or detectives. Sorry, I don't know.
No, officers.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm
not that cool.
Yeah,
I'm Vovon.
Vovon?
Yes, ma'am.
And Raymer?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, guys.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, officers.
We appreciate it. You guys have... I was talking to Bobby Joe this morning. I was like, this is the first people that have listened to us.
Well, we got information emailed to us the other day.
Yeah.
So we kind of already had a heads up of what was going on.
Excuse me.
So, but with these, they're not official until you put a copy in somebody's hand.
Right. And that's happened now.
So now she has a copy of it. I left it with her. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. And real fast, do you mind if I just get your... Do you have like an ID if I could take a picture real fast? Just, like I said, just so I could put it in the report.
Absolutely,
that
I understand. Yeah.
And it seems like it's a no contact order, so there's not allowed phone, internet, any of that stuff.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. We appreciate it.
This I have this and a driver's license. Do you have a preference?
Whatever's easier. Probably the driver's license. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and there's Lieutenant. Go grab Lieutenant Hall.
Perfect. I'll get these back to you, ma'am. And then, real fast, if I can just get your phone number, or the phone number I called works.
The phone number, pardon?
The phone number I just called. Does that one work for you?
That one works. That's my producer,
Okay.
Grayson Yore. He's on there. I'm the, what do you call it, the person that his name is official. So they have your phone number. Do we want to give him mine too? Probably Lauren Matthias.
Okay.
And it's... Let's put this on the table for someone to see it, but I don't want to. It'll do more. It'll do more work. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep, like I said, we're just going to write up a quick little report that we served to her and then give you guys your copy that you gave us back.
Okay.
And then she is aware that it's no phone contact, like you said, so if there's any messages that are sent, emails, anything like that, that's a violation of it.
Yeah, she's been putting threats on social media, but I think that it's on there.
She's not allowed to do any of that.
Okay.
She knows no TikTok.
She knows everything. I said
She's just given a copy.
I said it's a no contact order. I said read over it. Whatever the judge puts in here, we can't deviate from it. You will be arrested if you violate this.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. You guys have a good time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care.
So there you go. Just want to point out, I was looking down. I was nervous. There was another angle. By the way, Grayson and I were just talking there back and forth. I wanted to play the other angle. Grayson doesn't because it's a repeat, but I think it shows how fearful Grayson was. That was more the angle you could see me. We received 5 body cam in total of a few things. And so those were 2 of them. I want to say thank you to Brandy, who's here. That is Michael Vaughn, or Monkey's mother. Monkey Vaughn is still missing. Her little boy was kidnapped. Thank you. I'm so sorry. And I hope you're feeling better, Brandy. I know how you've been going through so much, and we hope that you'll be able to see justice. Please, everyone, know that Monkey is still missing. After leaving CrimeCon, the respondent, right after leaving, and you heard Grayson say she knows she cannot post on TikTok or Instagram even though she'd already posted that one. They said, yes, she knows. She knows. So after leaving CrimeCon, the respondent proceeded to publish 2 additional posts on both the TikTok and Instagram accounts that she made to expose me, using the same targeted accounts. In the first of these posts, she appeared walking in a field while mouthing along to the audio, stating, quote, "And don't come over here lying on me, because I'm going to tell you what you said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike said. Don't lie on me. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not lie on me," end quote. And as with her prior post, the comments were populated by individuals the respondent routinely engages to further her ongoing efforts to target and harass me, many of whom were at the same CrimeCon Expo. And then we have that video. Should I share both of them? You share them back to back? Is that easier? In the second video that she posted after... Oh, you can go for it. Here's that video.
Come over here. Because I'm going to tell what you said, Ronnie, Bobby. I'm going to tell what you said, Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike said. Don't lie on me. That is my biggest pet peeve. Do not lie on me.
Okay. In the second video, the respondent mouthed the lyrics to Eminem's song Worms. The content of the song can reasonably be interpreted as threatening, very threatening. The opening lines of this Eminem song Worms is, quote, "You claim if you get knocked by the cops, you'll give them not even a statement. Walk in the arraignment, shoot the bailiff, karate kick the plaintiff," end quote. The portion that the respondent chose to perform states, quote, "Because nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some words. I hope you offended and drag my name through the mud, through the dirt, but I'm going to make you eat your words." By deliberately selecting and performing these lyrics on the targeted social media accounts, the respondent conveyed a threatening and harassing message directed at me in direct violation of the active injunction. And we'll listen to that.
Nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms. Nobody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms. Drag my name through the mud, through the dirt, but I'm gonna make you eat your worms.
I agree, Joe. That is a threat. If you know what that song is, that is a threat. And this is after she has been served a stalking injunction, which is a restraining order that she is breaking. Additionally, later that evening, while I was in the bar area of the hotel, I observed the respondent standing just a few feet away from me, holding a camera. In light of her established pattern of targeting me through photographs, recordings, and videos, her close proximity with a recording device was extremely threatening and placed me in genuine fear for my safety. The respondent only departed after noticing that my producer, Grayson, was on the phone. At that time, Grayson was speaking with an officer from the Aurora Police Department to inform them. This conduct occurring after she had already been warned by law enforcement earlier that day, as you saw in the body cam footage, demonstrates her intentional disregard of the stalking injunction and her ongoing effort to intimidate and harass me despite the court's order. The officers had reinforced over and over that she was to be 500 feet away from me at all times. And we have an exhibit of these bar photos, 1 and 2. I don't know if I can make... You're just going to show one? Okay. Yeah, so let's just see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Does this help? Nope, doesn't help. Does this help? Nope, doesn't help. Good enough. Oops, there I am. Sorry. Goodbye. Okay, so there it is. There she is. I wish you could see it a little bit closer, but she's there holding a camera while we're just sitting at a table comfortably right there. I later learned that I was very, very afraid, by the way, when you throw out the threats that I'm feeling, the serving of the stalking injunction that day, knowing what the police officers told us, you're good to go, you should be safe. And then that night, there she is with a camera in socks. And we had been there all night. I was like, I don't think I'd ever been more fearful for my safety than in that moment. I was like, what is she going to do next? Will this ever... Nothing. That nothing will stop her. Nothing. I later learned that a friend of mine who was aware of the ongoing threats and stalking had taken photographs of this incident, which is why we have this. And he took multiple. These photos clearly showed that the respondent was standing only a few feet away from me and my producer, Grayson, despite an active civil stalking injunction prohibiting such conduct. Her deliberate proximity felt extremely intimidating, as was intended to cause me fear and distress. And by the way, maybe I won't read it, but there is also a letter, a signed letter from my friend who took this photo. Let's see. I think I might have it right here. Okay. Okay, I think it might be somewhere else. We'll keep going. But thank you to my friend. They wrote and had it officialized, official, explained what time he took it, when he took it, why he took it, that it was unaltered. And if we come across that, I'll read it because I want to read everything here because that's what this live is for. So additionally, Then on Sunday, September 7th, at CrimeCon, while I was seated in the bar area for lunch, I observed the respondent again being escorted by someone to the restaurant located directly behind me. Once again, she was within less than 500 feet of me, in direct violation of the injunction. Her continued proximity placed me in fear for my safety and further demonstrated her disregard for the court order. On Wednesday, September 10th, one of the respondent's associates, and you can make it bigger now, maybe, or, yeah, I think you're good. On Wednesday, September 10th, one of the respondent's associates who had been with her a lot at CrimeCon, Lori Hillis, published a video on her own YouTube channel. In that video, Lori Hillis specifically discusses the civil stalking injunction, something I wanted to keep private for my safety. She uses my name to identify me publicly and to emphasize that I had served this respondent with the order. And again, this also plays into the stalker also reaching out to anyone and everyone that I have had professional relationships with. She reached out, and then they became close and spoke. So let's pull up this portion of Lori Hillis's video, and let me also clarify that in the stalking injunction, it reads, "Do not recruit other people to do this with you." Because this has been a group thing. There are, as I pointed out, there are associates, there are people. This is a group bullying effort. Do not recruit other people. She has the stalking injunction. Here, let's listen to Lori Hillis.
The next thing that happens is that one of the former friends starts making some TikTok videos. And on those TikTok videos, she's talking about the former friend, the former friendship, and she does at one point use the creator's voice. Posts a snippet. And so when I get to CrimeCon, I'm told that this creator has now filed a stalking order against one of the women in her former friend group. And on Friday morning, when everybody is just launching into, or I guess it started at noon, I think, on Friday, this group is met by local police who tell this person that
you can stop a little
she
later,
can't go to CrimeCon because there's a stalking order and Lauren is attending. Sorry, the creator is attending. So she gets 86th out of CrimeCon, even though she bought a ticket just like everybody else and just like the creator did. Now, this creator does not have a booth, is not presenting, is not a speaker, is in no way associated with CrimeCon. She's just there as an attendee the same way as everybody else. But she manages to get a stalking order. And the stalking order not only keeps her former friend, but anybody who associates with her former friend. So for the rest of CrimeCon, the local police are patrolling CrimeCon to make sure that the creator isn't stalked. And everybody else in the place is looking over their shoulder thinking, oh my gosh, are the police going to think that that I have to be thrown out because I was friendly to this this other person? So on Saturday night, we're all sitting around in the bar and the police come up and say to this person, you have to leave the bar because the creator's associate, not the creator, her minion walked through the bar and you can't be in the same room with her. So
No.
she got not the creator, not the minion, but the former friend had to leave. And this is it's just getting out of hand. Now she's using the police to harass other people. And she's using the legal system in a way it was never intended to harass people. She's using the fact that her brother is a lawyer, and having him do a bunch of work for her. And the bottom line is, it's just wrong.
I haven't talked to Lori Hellis in years. She hasn't reached out to me. I don't know what she's been told. I don't know why she did that. I'm already afraid for my safety. Very, very afraid. She hasn't been dealing with what I've been dealing with the last month. And now she has gone publicly on Facebook to announce that I have a stalking injunction at CrimeCon and that I am wrong and that I am harassing somebody. Like, I can't win. Like, I can't, I am trying to solve this the right way. I am trying to do the right thing. And no one will let me. Which is why we're all here tonight. And although the video that Lori Hellis posted contained numerous false statements, the respondent publicly commented on Lori Hellis's video, and it's a small channel. Not a lot of people watch it. The respondent publicly commented on it, writing, "Thank you, Lori, thank you," followed by 4 crying face emojis. Do you have that? We're going to pull that up. I want you guys to see that. So she goes live. And what happens? My stalker is thanking her for doing her dirty work. Yeah, this is called triangulation by abusers using coercive control, triangulation, and intimidation. She got somebody to do her dirty work. Okay, we have it. And while we pull that up, there it is. Thank you, Lori. Thank you. We covered the respondent, my stalker's name, but she did admit to writing this in her declaration. The fact that the respondent enlisted or encouraged someone to create and publish a public video about me has made me feel even more unsafe. It demonstrated not only her continued efforts to target me directly, but to also her willingness to continue to involve others in amplifying the harassment. This conduct constitutes a direct violation of the civil stalking injunction and has further escalated my fear for my safety. Following the publication of the YouTube video about me, I received a threatening email and multiple threatening comments online. Yes, after people watched Lori Hellis's live, I started getting threatening emails and comments on my channel telling me that I have, that I am a harasser. I mean, what are some? Do we have some of them? We don't have them pulled up. Do you know what? There's some of them here. I'll tell you what they say. I have them. They're black and white, but I have them here. And I want to point out again, my stalker is not a creator. My stalker is not she is not a creator. She's not. So here we go. Here's an email I received. Lauren not shot her face after her behavior at CrimeCon. She lost subscribers. Someone else. So blocking other creators from attending CrimeCon with stalking complaints. Explain that. Kathy wants to know. Someone else, tell us about CrimeCon. Who was stalking you? Why did you call police? So something that I wanted to remain private and quiet and discreet. Oh, someone else. I understand petty drama occurred at CrimeCon. How unfortunate and disappointing. Those are just a few of what started to happen. Let's see. So the fact that the respondent encouraged someone, it demonstrated not only her continued efforts to target me directly, but also her willingness to continue to involve others in amplifying the harassment. This conduct constitutes a direct violation of the civil stalking injunction and has further escalated my fears for safety. Following the publication of the YouTube video about me, I received a threatening email and multiple threatening comments online. These communications were a direct result from the respondent's involvement in creating and promoting that video. The threats were intimidating and hostile in nature, clearly intended to cause me fear and emotional distress. The escalation has made me feel even more unsafe and demonstrates that the respondent's conduct not only violates the civil stalking injunction, but also incites others to target and harass me on her behalf. For all of the reasons outlined above, I respectfully plead with this court not to grant the respondent additional time by continuing the evidentiary hearing. This is all you need, Utah. I'm pleading. Since the injunction was entered, the respondent has repeatedly and willfully violated its terms, both in person and online, demonstrating an ongoing and escalating pattern of stalking, harassment, intimidation, and disregard for the court's authority. Each violation has placed me in genuine fear for my safety and the safety of my family. To delay this matter any further would only embolden the respondent to continue her unlawful conduct and prolong the danger and distress I am forced to ensure. I therefore respectfully request that this court proceed with the evidentiary hearing as scheduled. Gianna, is she Mormon? Very. Very. Proud of her religion as an LDS woman. Makes TikToks after coming home from church. Yes. And I want you to know that I don't hold that against any other beautiful people that are here and members of the LDS church, including Nancy Jo Hancock, everybody else who I know are good and understand what it means to love your brothers and sisters. So I do not hold that against anyone else, but it's shocking, isn't it? Yes, she is. And she's a mother. So, number 3. I am the petitioner. Wait, number 3. Okay. This is my second declaration, third declaration, because I asked, by the way, the court never responded to my pleading to make it permanent after that, which you only need 2 violations to actually have criminal charges and make a permanent stalking injunction. That did not happen for me. Number 3, I am the petitioner in the above entitled matter. I make this third supplemental declaration to provide the court with additional information regarding the respondent's conduct, as well as the impact it has had on my safety, peace of mind, and daily life. This declaration is not intended to repeat what has already been presented, but instead to supplement the record with a broader account of the respondent's actions over the past several months. I believe it is important for the court to see the cumulative nature of this behavior and how it has affected me over time. The following paragraphs describe in detail the respondent's actions and their continuing effect on my emotional well-being, professional life, and personal sense of security. The respondent's actions have not only disrupted my peace of mind, but have also risen to the level of an existential threat to my life, my livelihood, and my family. I have felt as though every aspect of my safety and stability is under attack. This includes the ability to work without fear, to protect and provide for my family, and to live with even the basic sense of security. The respondent's behavior has forced me to question whether I can continue in my profession without ongoing harassment, and has strained my most important relationships and has placed a constant cloud of fear over my daily existence. The respondent's actions have not been a series of minor inconveniences, but rather an ongoing and relentless campaign that has profoundly threatened my well-being and sense of safety. Additionally, not only has it threatened my sense of physical safety, but at times it has made me question continuing to live. And it has taken such a toll on my mental state. Up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare that I cannot wake up from, no matter how hard I've tried. It feels as if every day there's new information about things the respondent has done and people in my life that she has contacted as part of this relentless campaign. The respondent has attacked me from all angles: myself, my husband, my business, the relationships that I've built throughout my career, my employee, and even my baby brother who tragically died just a month prior to her beginning all of this. She has proven that there is nothing off limits when it comes to her campaign to destroy me, stalk me, and harass me. This can be proven by some of the captions on the respondent's posts and comments that she has made and or engaged with on the social media accounts that she has created to target me. A particularly egregious example is the respondent's July 7th post. We have that exhibit. We won't need to show it, but we have it. The cover text for that video reads, "Point of view. You saw the red flags and you thought, wow, what a passionate color palette," followed by spilling some tea, and then her brother's sperm, and concluding with, "without his consent." Part of the caption reads, "How could she do that without his consent is beyond me." To be clear, my brother suffered a catastrophic ATV accident in March of 2023. And before he died in March of 2025, there were medical discussions about sperm preservation. I had mentioned the possibility of that to the respondent at one point. However, there was never any intent or allegation of sexual assault in those medical conversations, nor were there any other conversation details shared with the respondent. And we also, to publish a public insinuation that associates me with a sexual crime against my dying brother just months after I held his hand as he passed is not only profoundly hurtful, it is demonstrably false and malicious. My brother was not in a coma when these conversations with medical staff took place, and this was not a consent issue medically, proving that the respondent is putting her own spin on things to harm me. The respondent's statements have caused me intense emotional suffering, undermined my relationships and livelihood, and increased my fear for the physical and reputational safety of my family. I have had to have conversations about my brother that I never wanted to have, to defend being accused of wanting to sexually assault him. I have had to defend my family and our decision-making process. There are no words that can accurately convey what it is like to have to make decisions and have conversations with your family about what to do when the youngest sibling is never going to fully recover from a horrific and tragic accident. And then to have someone maliciously use that against me and falsely and publicly accuse me of things in the middle of navigating insurmountable grief is simply horrific. Respondent has also proven the accounts are directly about me within her posts. On a July 24th TikTok post, part of the respondent's caption reads, quote, "Let me tell you, if she would have met the ex-friend of mine who I made this account to expose," admitting there she made this account to expose me, "she would have clocked her in 2 seconds." Exhibit 8 clocked her on an August 8th TikTok post in which she used my voice. She captioned the post, quote, "Can we talk about her own words and actions though?" End quote. She posted that same video on Instagram on August 9th and captioned the post, quote, "You can't make this ish up. Her words mixed with her actions is wild." A quote on the screen can also reads, quote, "Here is the voice of my ex-friend." Do we need to play this stuff or is it just a show? Okay. On August 29th, she made another post on TikTok and Instagram where she shows photos of me, and part of what she says in her own voice while showing photos of me is, quote, "Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this toxic person I met and I knew for a year," end quote. In other words, this is about me, and she makes it clear. Additionally, the respondent often uses other people to promote her accounts, join her campaign, and or request that they give her advice for what she should be doing next. This can be shown with direct examples from both accounts. On July 8th, she featured an accomplice named Sarah in a video posted on both Instagram and TikTok. Part of the caption on TikTok read, quote, "Also, I'm curious if you know who I am talking about, and if you yourself have stories to share. Don't name names in the caption, just let me know if you know," end quote. I met this person, Sarah, at one point in line during a criminal trial I was covering back in 2024, but I have never spent any time with her personally, nor do I know her on any personal level. The only other interactions I have had with Sarah was to ask if a seat was available at a press conference with extremely limited seating, and when she came up to my dinner table in Boise, Idaho to confront me, in which the respondent later posted a public video about. On July 12th, the respondent made her first posts on both TikTok and Instagram that had my voice in them. The caption for both posts read, in part, quote, "So, this is my boldest post yet. I want your feedback and commentary. Should I do another bold one?" Comments for that include a comment from someone with the handle Quaffle that reads, quote, "Girl playing her voice is diabolical." The respondent then responds to the comment stating, quote, "As in, give you more? Or maybe I went too far with this post?" Someone with the name Felicia Henry O'Shields. Well, that's familiar. The person that emailed John DeLynn. She comments, "No, we need more." Quaffle responds, "100% keep going." Lori, an accomplice, the one that approached Grayson and me in Boise, whose husband randomly happens to be Grayson's a dentist, and she works at the office. Lori, an accomplice of this respondent, then comments, quote, "I agree, we need more." And then another comment from her, quote, "I think the chick she is talking about sounds like the diabolical one." Quaffle responds to Lori, quote, "Oh, she is. I just love that she put in the actual audio," end quote. The respondent liked all of the above comments in that thread aside from her own, and then continued to escalate the behavior after that. On a TikTok post the respondent made on July 17th talking about the difference between a petty or a smear campaign, the respondent made a comment on the TikTok using her personal account stating, quote, "Just putting this out there, my DMs are open on this art account and the account I posted this PSA from. But objectively, you need to know this is not a smear campaign and it is not petty. DMs are open." 2 days later, July 19th, the respondent made another post on TikTok. The caption read, quote, "Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. And I know it's either because she, one, hurt you too, or two, she hurt someone you care about, or three, she told you about this account as a way of getting ahead of it. And now you're curious. Whichever those three it is, let me tell you, trust your gut. It's real. I have not mentioned her name. I don't even hate this person. I don't wish her harm or any ill. All I wish is for those impacted by her to know they're not alone. So all you testing the waters, come join. The water is nice and peaceful here." End quote. On August 19th, the respondent posted another video on TikTok asking about personality disorders and alluding to me having one. Part of the caption read, quote, "Also, don't forget to like and comment or engage if you are seeing this. Let's make sure this behavior is put out there in case others need the info," end quote. The respondent has showed continued escalation of behavior over time on social media, alongside the public confrontations in which she ties herself to in social media posts. She has shown that her goal is to stalk and harass me, gain as much information about my life as possible, and to make sure other people join her in this mission so that it becomes far and widespread. On August 22nd, the respondent made a public post on TikTok about people using LinkedIn and spoke about it as a way of verifying information. The caption for that read, quote, "This isn't just a question about an ex-friend I've been talking about. I saw a video on TikTok where a girl was like, look, this is my background, but you should also do the research yourself. You should verify the information. You shouldn't have to take some random person's word for it just because they have an internet following. Verify my info." And that stood out to me, especially when a few weeks ago, I got curious if any of my ex-friends' background could be verified, only to find out that she and her husband didn't have a LinkedIn. And really, the only information on a Google search is information they've curated. We haven't curated a damn thing on our Google search. Makes me curious, end quote. Yeah, do you have it? Let's play it.
Do we think it's weird when a YouTube channel claims that they have a work history of XYZ, but there's like no way to really verify that? They don't have a LinkedIn. Neither person has a LinkedIn. And I think LinkedIn is important because they can connect the person with the former employer or where they worked, and it just verifies that what they're saying is legit. But I could be reading into it. Am I reading into this?
Yeah. Why does she want my LinkedIn? So why is she so upset? Yeah, you're reading into it, you know. LinkedIn is something people write themselves. It's curated. So, but why is she so obsessed with my LinkedIn? She trying to call people? She trying to get more people that know me to verify people that connect? She's trying to figure out who to call next. Has she gotten everyone yet? I agree. I saw randomly something in the comments, and I agree with. Nobody needs to go unsubscribe from anyone because of this live. That's not what this is about. I do not believe in cancel culture. I do not believe in public shaming. I do not believe in punishment. I am here to protect myself and nothing else. To make things go away, or for all of you guys to know what I am going through. Given the respondent's history of publicly sharing that she called UNLV, where my husband supervises students, and the fact that she called a national news correspondent to discuss details about me, as well as a victim, one can reasonably assume she was and has been actively looking for other contacts of ours to call and discuss details about myself and my husband with. This is extremely unsettling. These actions show that the respondent is willing to insert herself into both mine and my husband's professional and personal lives in ways that are intrusive, unwanted, threatening, and deeply unsettling. Given this history and the fact that her actions have continued to escalate for nearly 6 months, it is also reasonable to fear that she will continue seeking out other professional and personal contacts in order to involve them in her campaign of harassment. This conduct causes ongoing stress and fear for both myself and my family. On July 31st, the respondent posted a TikTok with an audio that talks about being the keeper of receipts and the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground. That was said. Receipts and the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground. On August 23rd.
She's the keeper. Of course you hate her. She's the keeper of the screenshots, the receipts, the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground.
On July 31st, the respondent posted to a TikTok with the audio that talks about being, oh, I said that. And then Lori comments, again, the wife to Grayson's dentist, she comments, burn that false kingdom down. She's the one that approached me in Boise. I don't know what I've ever done to her. I was always really kind. She was always kind to me. I don't know what's going on. After being served with the protective order, the respondent then posted the 3 videos I referred to in my second declaration. One of them, particularly the live video, which was posted on both platforms with the caption, "I have receipts." The respondent continued to respond to comments made by others. One comment read, "Clap emoji, please do it. It will be criminal for that ex-friend to get away with her backhanded actions," end quote. The respondent commented back, quote, "The hype you give, clap emoji times 2, literally clap emoji, thank you." It doesn't say exhibit. Oh, it's because it's keep going. And another exhibit 36, another comment reads, "Girl, clap emoji, tell clap emoji it. Girl, tell it." The respondent comments back, "This is the energy I need, high five emoji times 2. To see the respondent continue to engage and make threatening posts and comments despite the order in place gives me serious concern for my safety. On another video, titled as the Whoops video and exhibit, the follower of the TikTok comments, "Time to tell the real story," to which the respondent, and that person is my ex-contractor, "Time to tell the real story," to which the respondent responded to the comment with, "As you wish, high five emoji times 2. Over time, the respondent has done things in efforts to ensure this stalking and harassment campaign she has launched against me goes far and wide. On a TikTok post she made on August 13th, she commented with her personal account stating, "Haters gonna hate." Yes, I'm commenting on my own post. Yep, ha 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 ha. I switched back to my art account, and this was the first thing that popped up. It made me laugh again. So I'm commenting on my own post for the algorithm. Yep, ha ha ha. Trying to get that algorithm. People see this. Some of the response, and that was exhibit 38. I don't know if you're pulling any, don't worry about it. You know, some of the respondents' videos posted to TikTok are also tagged with my name, my husband's name, and my business name. And this means that when somebody searches up my name, the respondents' videos pop up. All of those things combined increase the concerns I have for safety. The respondent has made it clear she will do what she wants and how she wants and when she wants, stopping at no lengths to cause harm to me. And here's an exhibit. I don't know. We probably don't show that one, right? Exhibit of the searches, how her videos pop up. Yeah. For all of the reasons above, both in the third declaration as well as the first 2, and for the safety of myself and my family, I respectfully ask this court to convert this temporary civil stalking injunction into a permanent civil stalking injunction. The Respondent's conduct. I see that, Grayson. The wife of the dentist who charged my credit card today for treatment that I got there. I have to wonder. Yeah, it's interesting. And you haven't been able to go. You by the way, TMI, but she has cavities. She does not feel, she doesn't know what to do. She can't go to, she hasn't been going to the dentist because she's afraid to go to the dentist. Like the dentist's wife who's in the office is like, what is she supposed to do? Anyway. For all those above reasons, both in the third declaration as well as the first two, and for the safety of myself and my family, I respectfully ask this court to convert the temporary civil stalking injunction into a permanent civil stalking injunction. The respondent's conduct, which includes her sustained escalating campaign of public posts, repeated effort to involve third parties, both virtually and physically, direct and indirect contact with my professional networks, and continuing posts that expressly target and shame me and my grieving family, despite being served with a temporary order, demonstrates that only a permanent order will sufficiently deter and constrain her. The harm that she has caused is not speculative, nor is it an isolated event. It is ongoing, extensive, and has significantly impaired my emotional well-being, my ability to work and provide for my family, as well as my family's sense of safety and livelihood. Next. This is Grayson's. I hereby declare under penalty of perjury that the facts stated in this declaration are personally known to me and that they are accurate to the best of knowledge. My name is Grayson. This is my producer. I am over the age of 18 years old, and I am competent to testify. I am knowledgeable personally about the matters I am testifying about. I am an employee of the petitioner. I met the stalker in May of 2024. After meeting her, I never had much contact with her until October of 2024. After that, I became friendly with the stalker. I began doing some work for Lauren that same month before transitioning to full-time work shortly after. And Lauren had hired the stalker to do graphic design work, and I would oftentimes be more or less the one overseeing what was being done, requesting things needed, and scheduling calls if needed. The stalker and I would eventually become what I considered friends. Because we both did work for Lauren, we were friends. There were many conversations that revolved around Lauren and her mental health and anguish, as both her mother and brother laid on hospice at the same time. And by the way, my mother is still on hospice, and I would be with her right now in hospice, sleeping on her couch next to her. But I'm not because of this. And so they were friends, and there were many conversations that revolved around Lauren and her mental health and anguish as both her mother and brother lay on hospice at the same time. In April of 2025, I was sitting upstairs in the Maricopa County Courthouse when Lauren let me know that she had been confronted by the stalker and told that all of her text messages were being released by stalker, all of them. They were terrible. This is Grayson's account. What came next was like something I don't even know how to describe, other than as if it came out of a movie, and it became the worst 4 months of my life, safety-wise. That day, we left court, where we were reporting, and Lauren had a panic attack. Lauren and I were together all day, every day, and I have never seen something like that before. And that's because I don't have panic attacks until recently. Over the next few weeks, I would show up at work, and the stalker's friend Janice would film me for no other reason than to harass me and intimidate me. And then on June 19th, I spoke to someone, by the way, who is a creator, who told me to brace myself and that things were going to go public. She didn't willingly give up any other information other than that people wanted Lauren's head on a platter. I immediately informed Lauren what was going on and I made the decision to call police as I was worried for our safety. And we'll get more to that later. A lot more's coming, guys. Sorry for those of you that's late. Stay with me, as I always say. Shortly after the stalker started the TikTok and Instagram accounts, the stalker continued to target Lauren, John, and anyone who is friends with or works with them on the regular with her posts. As for how I've seen it affect Lauren, I can say without a doubt this has caused extreme fear, overwhelming panic, paralyzing anxiety, and relentless emotional turmoil. I have seen her going from spending every moment when not working with her little boy carefree to spending every moment not working consumed about making sure her son and husband stay safe and trying to find ways to stop the escalation. As for her husband, John, I have seen him go from completely lasered in and focused on work to barely being able to work at all. Every work meeting we have is him expressing his fear and concern not only for himself, but also for Lauren. On July 7th, he took me aside and he cried, explaining that he had been woken up at 5 a.m. by Lauren, rocking in bed that morning, who tearfully told him she wanted to kill herself. John informed me, as I am the one most often with Lauren during the day. After that, things intensified, and we made sure that Lauren was never alone and that I kept a close eye on the situation. As for me, I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty. I called the police for help in June, and I live in fear that because of that, people will learn my address and show up and continue the harassment. People in my industry have sent me the TikTok and Instagram knowing it is about Lauren, just to make sure I am aware of it, furthering my anxiety about how far and wide this targeted approach is going. A national news reporter spoke to me on the phone and informed me that the stalker had spoken to them about Lauren and me. The stalker was not asked about us by this person. Instead, she intentionally sought out this person just to speak about us to them, to cause harm to business relationships. On July 23rd, I was in Boise working at the Brian Kohberger sentencing. That day, Janice filmed me constantly. I felt entirely unsafe. That night at dinner, Lori and Sarah approached our table. I didn't know at the time, but Lauren had taken video of me in complete emotional distress that evening. We already watched it. Do you want to watch it again or keep going? Let's keep going. That video shows watch that video was earlier. That video shows a representation of what many days and nights of my life have looked like since this all began. I live every day in fear. I can't even go to work in public places without fear. This has spanned multiple states, and I feel like I am constantly being threatened, monitored, and stalked, while the stalker posts all about it on social media. I had to see a psychiatrist and get on anxiety medication to manage the anxiety I felt, and I can confirm that. I will not share anything private that Grayson hasn't shared here, but it is very real how this has affected her mental health. Very, very real. I had to get prescribed medication to sleep at night, as I have not been able to sleep well. Many nights I have texted Lauren and others around me in the middle of the night in complete panic. While it has been slightly effective, I still wake up every day in complete dread. Instead of starting my day thinking about all I am going to accomplish, I start my day checking my phone and checking my home cameras, making the rounds to ensure I am still safe. I am constantly checking my doors to make sure they are locked. If these people show up at my place of work with no regard just to stalk and harass Lauren and me, who is to say that they won't show up at my home? The mental toll this has taken on me is beyond description. I have spent hours on the phone with my own father crying about my fears for safety for both Lauren and myself. I have felt like I am drowning for 4 months with nowhere to turn and no way to make it stop. I fear for our safety and well-being. The stalker has continued her targeted attacks for months. She has not stopped or backed down. Instead, she continues to escalate day by day. I can't keep living like this every day. It has caused great harm to my mental and physical well-being. I want you guys all to know, by the way, that I am seeing all of your super chats, and I want to thank you. We have such a long show. I'm going to still go, but thank you. I'm going to go through every one of them, and I see them coming, and I'm seeing familiar names I haven't seen in a long time, and it all means so much. She has not stopped or backed down. Instead, she continues to escalate day by day. I can't keep living like this every day. It has caused great harm to my mental and physical well-being. This is also by Grayson. My name is Grayson. I am the employee of the petitioner in this matter. I am writing the second declaration to provide the court with additional information regarding the actions of this respondent and the impact it has had on Lauren Matthias and those around her. The effect that the respondent and her stalking and harassing behavior has had on Lauren has been extreme. As things have escalated, I have noticed a severe mental health decline in Lauren. I am usually with Lauren for 12 or more hours a day. It's true, guys. We're here right now. The two of us travel together frequently for work, and during travel, we are together nearly 24 hours a day. Aside from her husband, I am the one person she spends the most time with, and I have been the person she has confided in the most during this, as to the effects it has had on her mental health. I was the person with Lauren on the day that she was confronted by the respondent in April. I was also the person who alerted Lauren on July 19th that people wanted her head on a platter after being told that in a phone call. After speaking with police that day, the officer called 2 people that we had direct information were involved. As in the direct information we had about these 2 people, not the stalker, that they were calling people, sharing private texts of mine, and then I'm going to get into it more later, but an ex-contractor of mine was sharing my private messages, and that she had been in contact with a creator, and the creator was calling victims and people I care about to tell them lies about me that weren't true. We knew about these 2 people, and this creator is the one that stated people wanted my head on a platter. And after speaking with police that day, the officer called 2 people we had direct information with were involved. And the officer told us that one of the individuals implicated the respondent. And that is true. And we have the recording. I recorded this police call, by the way, legally. I let the officer know I would be recording. He understood. I recorded it. I have everything he said. And he came back in and said that one of those individuals that was called mentioned the stalker. We didn't call the police because of the stalker. We're going to get into that later. We never knew that he had, in fact, called the stalker, though, until she posted the video mocking that officer. We've gone over that, which is marked in Exhibit 9. Just a few days after we called the police over safety concerns, a video popped up on my TikTok made by the respondent. And after clicking the profile, I quickly realized that the respondent had made an entire profile dedicated to harassing Lauren. I was the one who informed Lauren about this. The shift in Lauren's mental health became even more noticeable after the public social media attacks began. I have seen the panic and fear in Lauren over the last few months as the respondent has continued her pattern of escalation. I have had numerous conversations with Lauren about the effect this conduct has had on her mental health. On multiple occasions during those conversations, she has expressed that she did not want to continue living because of how difficult this experience has been. I have spent many hours with Lauren listening to her, helping her process events, and assisting her in looking for ways to stop the respondent's escalation. I have also spent significant time speaking with John about how to best support Lauren. One of the most difficult days was July 7th, when John came to me over his concern for Lauren and her expression wanting to kill herself. That same morning, Lauren had texted me saying that she had a panic attack. Later that day, she expressed concern over John's health to me over text. And it says there's an exhibit about concerns. I don't know if we need to show it or not. I don't know. Well, it says exhibit 40 concerns. And I'm going to keep reading. If you want to pull it up, go ahead. John's mental health has also declined as a result of the respondent's conduct. He frequently tells me how stressed he feels and that he is unable to complete work tasks that I have asked of him because there is simply too much happening. When Lauren and I are out of town, he often calls me just to confirm that nothing had occurred and that we are safe. The respondent's conduct has also had a significant impact on Lauren and John's 8-year-old son. I frequently spend time with him and I take him on outings, and he has confided in me that he has overheard conversations about what is happening. He has told me that he feels sad and that he is afraid when I leave town. Although every effort is made to limit such discussions in his presence, it has been nearly impossible to shield him completely, as the respondent's behavior occurs at all hours. Each incident creates an immediate disruption, filling the home with fear and preventing the family from continuing with normal activities. Over time, I have also observed changes in his behavior. He has become more irritable and more tearful. His appetite has decreased. It has greatly. And he has grown increasingly attached to Lauren, often needing to be at her side when she is at home, and often refusing to let any other adult in the home help him with basic things aside from her. Lauren, John, and I work closely together in their family business. Before the respondent's stalking and harassment began, both Lauren and John were able to devote much more time and focus to their work. We regularly held weekly meetings to plan projects and divide responsibilities. Since the respondent's conduct started, those meetings have largely shifted away from business planning and instead center on how everyone is coping and how to keep the business functioning despite the constant harassment and fear created by the respondent and her accomplices. After the court granted the temporary civil stalking injunction on September 4th, I hoped that Lauren and I would finally feel safe attending upcoming work events. However, within mere hours, the respondent violated the order, and since then, she has continued to violate it repeatedly. From September 5th to 7th, we attended the CrimeCon Expo in Aurora, Colorado. After arriving on Thursday, September 4th, Lauren and I contacted local law enforcement to notify them of the injunction. That evening, the respondent posted the TikTok, which is titled Whoops Video and Exhibits. The following morning, Lauren and I met with officers as well as the head of CrimeCon Security. During that meeting, we were informed that the respondent herself had already spoken with CrimeCon staff about the injunction and had essentially indicated that she intended to disregard it. To say both Lauren and I had an immediate increase in fear is an understatement. We missed the first few hours of CrimeCon while we waited for the Aurora Police Department to ensure she was removed. Law enforcement notified us later that day that the respondent had been personally served a physical copy of the order and was removed from CrimeCon. Just hours later, the respondent was standing only a few feet away from Lauren and me in the bar area of the hotel with only socks on and holding a camera in her hand. Lauren and I had already been in the bar for several hours when I first saw the respondent. Lauren told me she was afraid, but she also expressed fear of being followed if we left the bar area. I asked a friend nearby to keep an eye on Lauren while I sought help with another friend. I first asked hotel staff if there were any other officers nearby. When I was told there were not, I returned to the bar and called an officer with the Aurora Police Department. The respondent remained in the bar for quite some time, but left shortly after noticing I was on the phone. She then made 2 more videos on her targeted social media accounts within just a couple of hours after leaving the bar. When Lauren and I saw them, Lauren expressed extreme fear due to the threatening nature of the videos. The next afternoon, I was seated in the hotel bar area having lunch with Lauren and several colleagues when both of us observed the respondent just a few feet away. She was escorted into an adjoining restaurant located directly behind us. This restaurant is part of the same indoor bar and dining area and is well within 500 feet of where we were seated. Based on my other observations, the distance was closer to approximately 75 feet, which constituted another violation of the order. The fact that she continues to defy the order even after it was signed by a judge is extremely frightening. Her repeated violations demonstrate not only a complete disregard for the authority of this court, but also a willingness to escalate her behavior regardless of the legal consequences. This makes it impossible for us to feel safe, as we are left to wonder when and how she will next attempt to insert herself into our lives. It shows that standard boundaries and legal directives do not deter her, leaving us in a constant state of fear and vigilance. The ongoing defiance underscores the seriousness of her conduct and the urgent need for strong and continued protection from the court. For months, the 3 of us have attempted to move forward and disregard the respondent's behavior. However, it has become impossible to ignore as it continually disrupts our core sense of safety and relationships with those around us. We live in a constant state of fear, losing sleep, and bracing ourselves for what the respondent may do next. The conduct has only escalated over time and has never de-escalated. Lauren and her husband deserve to perform their jobs without fear of being stalked and harassed through multiple avenues. Lauren deserves to be able to attend work functions out of state without fear of who may show up and harm her. She shouldn't have to be panicked 24 hours a day about what the respondent may do next and how it can impact her life, the life of her family, and her family's livelihood. The respondent has shown she will go to great lengths to harm Lauren and seemingly anyone in a close proximity to her. For all of these reasons, I respectfully ask the court to grant a permanent civil stalking injunction. The respondent's conduct has not diminished over time and has only escalated in the face of judicial orders. This ongoing pattern of harassment and intimidation has stripped Lauren, John, and their young son, all of who work closely with them, any sense of security in our daily lives and professional activities without lasting protection. Lauren will continue to live in constant fear for her safety and the safety of her family. A permanent injunction is the only measure that can provide the security and peace of mind necessary to allow them to move forward with their lives and their work without the continual shadow of fear created by the respondent's actions. I declare under criminal penalty under law, signed, Grayson. I need more water again. My voice is so dry, but hey, I'm not coughing. Feels empowering. And yes, to those that mentioned my cough started around the same time. Yes. Up next, Dr. John Matthias's declaration. My husband's declaration is going to be difficult to read. Guys, I might need a bathroom break soon. The water, the time. Dr. John Matthias declares the following. I love him so much. Dr. John Matthias declares the following. I am the husband of Lauren Matthias. I am a clinical and forensic psychologist licensed in both Utah and Nevada. I received an undergraduate degree in philosophy from Princeton University, a master's degree in marriage, family, and child counseling from the University of Southern California, and a doctorate in counseling psychology from the University of Southern California. I am currently a partner with Lauren in Hidden Productions, where we co-host the Hidden True Crime podcast and YouTube channel. I also supervise doctoral students at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and have done so since 2007. I have evaluated over 500 criminals for the risk of recidivism and mental health problems, psychopathology related to criminality. I have been certified by the Utah Department of Corrections and the Utah Network of Juveniles Obtaining Safety to conduct forensic evaluations with both adult and juvenile offenders. I have been approved by the state of Nevada Parole and Probation to perform forensic evaluations and to work with juvenile and adult offenders in therapy groups. I have been certified by the federal courts as an expert in forensic work to perform forensic evaluations. I have received federal and state expert services contracts to perform forensic work and to conduct forensic evaluations. I have also led and conducted hundreds of therapy groups with hundreds of convicted felons since 1996, in addition to working with hundreds of child and adult victims of trauma and abuse. Since April 2025, I have personally observed the ongoing harassment and stalking directed at my wife, Lauren, both as her spouse and as a licensed psychologist. I have witnessed the profound toll this harassment has taken on her mental health. She has suffered from heightened anxiety and depression, hopelessness and despair, and repeated panic attacks. She has internalized many of the cruel and false narratives directed at her, which has eroded her self-esteem. And she has exhibited trauma symptoms, including hypervigilance, excessive anxiety, and intrusive and unwanted thoughts. I have watched her withdraw socially and struggle to concentrate with a significant decline in her work focus and productivity. She has also experienced ongoing insomnia, reduced appetite, and weight loss. Feelings of inadequacy, by the way. I have tried to eat today and I cannot. I have not eaten today, which is why, forgive me, Nancy Joe, it's plastic, I know, but I am sipping a root beer. She's also, so I have watched her withdraw socially and struggle to concentrate with a significant decline in her work focus and productivity. She is also experiencing ongoing insomnia, reduced appetite, and weight loss, feelings of inadequacy, fear, irritability, frequent migraine headaches, and persistent stress-related gastrointestinal problems. On more than one occasion, she has expressed suicidal thoughts, overwhelmed by the relentless nature of the malicious and false attacks, false attacks directed toward her. They are false. The day I will never forget is July 7th, 2025. At approximately 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to Lauren rocking in our bed in visible distress. She was holding her legs tightly against her chest in the fetal position as she rocked back and forth on the bed. She was experiencing a severe panic attack, and she told me that she did not want to live. That moment was devastating for me as her husband, and deeply alarming as a clinician who understands the seriousness of such statements. Never once in the 10 years that I have known Lauren has she ever expressed or considered such suicidal thoughts. I was devastated and concerned by this extreme change in her behavior. Our 8-year-old son. This is what the media wanted. Right? That's what you guys wanted to film the stalking injunction hearing. Our 8-year-old son has been greatly affected by these events. He has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he tells her to, and to not ask questions. He lives with a constant fear that harm will come to her and his sense of safety has been diminished. He mirrors his mother's anxiety and distress, and he has attempted to comfort and protect her, taking on responsibilities no young child should bear. His fear of strangers and imagined catastrophes has increased dramatically to the point of often refusing to leave the home. He has withdrawn socially from friends, struggled to fall asleep at his normal bedtime, and significantly reduced his appetite since the stalking began. This parental role reversal, empathic trauma, and emotional harm are all symptoms of what happens to children who become secondary victims when a parent is subjected to ongoing stalking and harassment. As a clinical and forensic psychologist, my professional work has included evaluating individuals for the risk of recidivism, which means reoffense, and patterns of antisocial and harmful behavior. In my expert opinion, when an individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. For this reason, I am especially concerned for the safety of my wife, my family, and myself. These restraining order violations, combined with the escalating psychological harm we have endured, have led me to respectfully request that the court not only uphold, but strengthen the stalking injunction in this matter, with the recommendation of a referral for criminal charges. There is no indication based upon past or current behaviors that the stalking and harassment will cease. With or without the stalking injunction, I declare under penalty or perjury under the laws of the state of Utah that the foregoing is true and correct. This is from a friend of mine. I'm going to leave her name out of it. It is a dear, dear friend of mine. Those that have met her will know, because of her generosity of when I cover crime and how she has helped me and how she has met and loved so many of the victims. And I'm going to say it. She helped plan JJ and Tylee's memorial, doing the majority of it. I have been, one second. One second, conversing. That memorial, by the way, because of the bullying of one of the accomplices, JJ and Tylee's memorial, one of the accomplices wasn't allowed in that memorial, not because of me, because of bullying of someone else. So I was just reminded of that, hence the silence. But yeah, so had nothing to do with me. Nothing. But if you want to, I guess it's projecting. If you want to know, like, who's the problem? Because one of the rumors about me, and I was waiting for the end to say, because you guys are probably all wondering what I've done. I've done nothing. One of the rumors is that I say terrible things about victims of crime. That's one of the biggest rumors. I don't. I protect them with my entire heart and soul. So who's blaming who? And I say that because that has gone around to several places, including media. I don't. It's false and it's defamatory. My friend planned the memorial for JJ and Tylee. And I helped. I didn't live stream it. I didn't cover it. I also was there. We were roommates at the time. We did it for those children. Exactly. So in other words, one of the people who has been bullying me was not allowed into the memorial because of the bullying of family members of the victims. There is a long history here. And maybe people should think about that before they believe things without evidence. From my friend. I have been a very close friend of Lauren Matthias for over a decade. She lived in my house for several months at a time in 2023 and 2024 while she was covering the Daybell murder trials in Boise, Idaho. I have stayed in her home while I have been in Las Vegas, Nevada for work. Lauren and I speak regularly. We've spent significant time together over the years, and we've been there for each other through all of our highs and lows over the last decade. She is truly one of my closest friends. In addition to being Lauren's closest friend, who planned the entire memorial with me for victims that I care about. I've worked as a high-level political consultant and public relations professional for over 20 years. I have helped lead large political campaigns and organizations, including Nevada State Director and Western Regional Political Director for Governor Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, National Deputy Political Director for Secretary of State Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign, Regional Political Director and National Deputy Political Director for the Republican National Committee, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director of the California Republican Party. Additionally, I've helped elect several members of the Congress, a U.S. Senator, and several governors. Let's leave politics out of this, by the way. I'm sharing her resume. It's important. This is an amazing woman, no matter what side of the aisle you are on. And she knows politics. As a professional in the political and public relations space, I regularly encounter untruthful statements, misinformation, threats, dehumanizing language. Do you have something to pause real quick? So just to confirm what I said about one of the bullies not being allowed in the memorial, we received the text with the official document that was given to security with her picture to say she is not to be allowed in the memorial. And this is one of the accomplices that is smearing me. So before all of you people have believed these things and canceled me, maybe think about who this group is and their history. I just saw the picture given to security of this woman saying she is not allowed inside this memorial. So back to my friend's letter, my dear, dear friend, as a professional in the political and public relations space, I regularly encounter untruthful statements, misinformation, threats, dehumanizing language, and vicious online bullying tactics related to clients that I am advising. I have seen up close how damaging, hurtful. You showed it. I wasn't going to show it. She showed it. There it is. That's the fact. I have seen, okay, let's remove it. I have seen up close how damaging, hurtful, scary, and devastating these online tactics can be. Once a post or video takes off online, it's almost impossible to stop, and the reputation damage created can be significant and incredibly difficult to correct. When Lauren reached out to me a few months ago to confide in me that she was dealing with online bullying from a former acquaintance, I was immediately concerned for her from the standpoint of being her close friend, and from a professional standpoint, based on the troubling online behavior and bullying that I have seen over the years and in my profession. She knew what this was, and she knew what it meant. Over the past several months, I have personally witnessed the severe emotional toll that ongoing harassment, bullying, and stalking by this stalker has had on Lauren. I have spent many hours on the phone with her, consoling her as she has struggled with anxiety, sadness, hope, hopelessness, and fear, not only for herself, but also for her husband and young son. She has been deeply stressed, depressed, and worried about her safety, her family's safety, her reputation, and her business that she has worked so hard to build. It has been heartbreaking to watch the way this harassment has worn her down emotionally and affected her mental health and peace of mind in a very real way. Lauren has expressed to me her constant fear for her safety and for the safety of her husband and their young son. She has shared her worries about the damage this harassment has done and could continue to do to her business, professional relationships, and reputation. I have observed that this ongoing harassment has caused Lauren to become increasingly anxious and depressed. She has often sounded distraught, fearful, and overwhelmed. As a close friend of Lauren's, I believe the stress of these attacks has clearly impacted her ability to feel safe in daily life and has created ongoing emotional distress. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to share what I have witnessed. Another letter from a dear friend, Susan Hendricks. I saw she was here earlier. I know it's really late. I can't believe so many people are actually still here, but I know some are probably not. They're asleep, work the next day. I never thought we'd still be here. But like I said, if I'm going to do this, I'm doing it right. We're going through everything. Grace and I decided we're in here for the long haul. This was written by my dear friend, Susan Hendricks, that many of you know. She was the anchor of HLN and a former anchor of CNN, and has become a dear, dear friend, and she has witnessed a lot of this. And Susan offered to write this, and Susan was going to testify at my stalking injunction hearing on Thursday that I have now withdrawn from to protect my family. Lori Hellis was going to be the witness for the respondent for my stalker. To let her, like I said, I haven't talked to her in years. Here's Susan. That is us at the Clue Awards at CrimeCon, where I was able to see the victims of Delphi, Indiana, rewarded, and as well as the officers and prosecutor. My name is Susan Hendricks. I am a former anchor for CNN and HLN, as well as an author. I first met Lauren Matthias in the fall of 2024 while reporting on the highly publicized double murder trial in Delphi, Indiana. The trial was among the most intense that I have ever covered in my career, with no cameras allowed inside the courtroom. It demanded long days, sleepless nights on the courthouse steps, and hours spent waiting in line just to gain access. It was under these extraordinary circumstances that I became acquainted with Lauren, not only as a fellow journalist and colleague, but very quickly as a friend. Over time, I came to know Lauren Matthias and her producer Grayson on a more personal level. I became familiar with Lauren's mannerisms, her temperament, and the way she conducted herself on a daily basis. In January, Grayson contacted me. Grayson contacted me. Oh, excuse me. I got it. Okay. In January, my eyes are getting blurry, guys, and I'm old. I need reading glasses. In January, Grayson connected me to the stalker via text because I was looking for someone to help me with some graphic design work. And by the way, I don't want anyone to go unsubscribe from anyone. But this is Headline Crime with Susan Hendricks, and go subscribe to her. She's amazing. And she is working, on now becoming an independent journalist, and we need her in this community. If you want to support me, go support Susan. In January, Grayson connected me to the stalker via text because I was looking for someone to help me with some graphic design work. The stalker and I sent a few texts back and forth, but nothing was ever set in stone or official. Thank God. Fast forward to April of 2025, and Lauren and I began covering the same trial in Phoenix, Arizona. On April 9th, I planned to miss the morning session of court. At some point that morning, Grayson reached out and asked me to come over to their Airbnb as soon as possible because something had happened and Lauren was not okay. I showed up at their Airbnb a little while later, and Lauren was in a state that I had never seen her before. Lauren was extremely emotional and told me that the stalker had confronted her in the courthouse about calling her annoying in a text. Lauren said that her past messages with former contract employees were being sent out because they were angry at her. I reassured Lauren that everything was going to be okay and that she would get through this. When the social media post started in June, the shift in Lauren became even more apparent. She became extremely fearful for her safety, even more than she already was. She would often talk to me on the phone and talk about the anxiety she was feeling and how unsafe she felt given what was occurring. I met up with Grayson and Lauren again in July at the Brian Koberger sentencing. There was a line to get in for the sentencing beginning the night before. Many of the accomplices were in the front of that line. I recognized many of them from the social media posts and comments, as well as seeing them at different court events that they would show up for. Lauren and Grayson met me there to get in line with them and ended up leaving in the middle of the night because Lauren expressed that she was feeling unsafe and intimidated by the group. And that is true. I told all of you I didn't go to the sentencing because it was too much. But I was also being told by people in line with them that they were saying things about me, calling me a defamer, calling me bad. And people were coming out and they're, what is it that you have against Lauren? People were telling me, they were talking about me in the front of the line. I left. I couldn't do it. I just was going to leave, So, it was clear that there was significant tension, and Lauren left to de-escalate a situation that she did not cause. Lauren did, however, come back for the press conference, where it was clear to me that she was feeling stressed and panicked. The next morning, I got breakfast with both Lauren and Grayson before my flight home. They explained that they had called the police the night before after a confrontation occurred at dinner by accomplices. They shared that after the two of them were confronted, they felt they could not easily leave the restaurant, which is why they called police for an escort. It was clear to me that the two of them were in absolute panic state and what I would describe as fight or flight. They were concerned and worried. I noticed that they kept looking at the door anytime there was a noise. Lauren especially was on high alert and extremely emotional as she explained how much fear she had and how unsafe she felt with the escalation. Lauren called me weeks later and told me the stalker was now posting about her husband on social media, and she had shared with me how harmful it was to both her and her husband. She was fearful for her family's livelihood based on the public lies being spread about her husband and his career by the stalker. I again witnessed the fear Lauren continues to have while at CrimeCon in Denver. Aside from my pre-committed work events during CrimeCon, I tried to stay with Lauren as much as possible throughout the duration of the convention. Both Lauren and myself are trained and seasoned journalists. When being trained as a journalist, you are trained to be non-emotional, to have thick skin and push through things. It is extremely clear to me from conversations I have had with Lauren that she has tried to remain that way, but at this point, she no longer can. I witnessed increased fear and stress in Lauren over the last several months, and I've become very concerned for her and her safety as the stalking and harassment continues. All right. Oh, this is the person who took the photograph that we saw. They just let me know that they recognize this person. They were present in the main bar. They were an individual. The individual was identified as the stalker in the immediate vicinity, and other individuals known to me. Whereas the stalker was reported to me to have been served with a restraining order and other similar legal documents, it appeared, based on my personal visual observations, that the stalker may have been in violation. So I took photos. I estimated the actual distance when I took the photos, approximately 20 feet. I documented the location. This was taken at 10:17 p.m. on September 5th, 2025. The photographs were provided without alteration. This is from Patricia Griffith, manager of Web Sleuths. Thank you, Tricia. My name is Patricia Griffith. I am a close friend and colleague of Lauren Matthias. I am also the manager of websleuths.com and the host of the Web Sleuths Live YouTube channel. I am writing this affidavit in support of Lauren Matthias, who is someone I deeply admire and respect. Recently, due to the actions of the stalker, I have spent long phone conversations with Lauren, listening to the fear in her voice. It is heartbreaking. I am genuinely scared for her. Lauren lives in constant uncertainty, never knowing what horrific thing the stalker will post next on TikTok, what unstable person might act on those false accusations, or what stranger might call her husband's university with outrageous claims. She has to watch over her shoulder whenever she appears in public, unsure if someone is following her. The stress of waiting for the next attack has robbed her of sleep and placed tremendous strain on every aspect of her life. Lauren is not a dramatic person. She does not exaggerate. She is professional, composed, and a truly wonderful friend. To hear the stress and fear in her voice has been devastating, and it must stop. Criticism of someone's work is one thing. It's true. Criticism is fair. Criticize my work all you want. Criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear, and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong. No one should be subjected to this kind of harassment for simply doing their job. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Sincerely, Patricia Griffith. Go subscribe to Web Sleuths too. Let's not unsubscribe from anyone. We don't do cancel culture here at Hidden True Crime, but we do support one another. If you want to support, go support Susan. Go support Web Sleuths. Okay. This is, let's find out what this is important. Guys, okay, this is really important. Bear with me. This is what I'm thinking. I have to use the restroom. Do you remember that one body cam footage thing that we never shared? Why don't you put that on? You guys can watch the other angle of us, and I'll run to the restroom, and we're going to dig into this because this next thing is really important. And I'm wiggling. I've had a lot of water, and my mouth is still dry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm nervous.
Lauren, and I'm Grayson.
Okay. So, did you get a copy of this yet?
Yeah, we provided them to you guys. You have
Okay.
copies.
So you already have a copy?
Yeah.
So we'll give you another copy.
Okay. Hi.
So-
Sorry, there was somebody walking by that is friends with her. Is friends with her, so I just wanted to look down for a second. I apologize.
My partner and I, we explained everything to her, what she can and can't do, where she can be and can't be. And we thoroughly explained if she does violate it, she will be arrested.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
And she understands.
yeah, we gave her, it's official, we served her, gave her a copy. I already have the NCIC hit. We just got to call our records and say that we served her with a copy of it.
Okay. Thank you,
I'll
guys.
get you a business card. We just got to write a quick little report that we served it, and then
You can have it for your records.
Thank you, officers or detectives. Sorry, I don't know.
Officers.
Okay.
What were your guys' names?
Yeah.
Vaughn and Raymer? Thank you guys.
Thank you, officers.
We appreciate where we're at. You guys have. I was talking to Bobby Joe this morning, and I was like, this is the first people that have listened to us.
Well, we got information emailed to us the other day.
Yeah.
So we kind of already had a heads up of what was going on.
Yeah.
So, but with these, they're not official until you put a copy in somebody's hand.
Right. Right. And that's happened now.
So now she has a copy of it. I left it with her. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real fast, do you mind if I just get your, you have like an just like I said, just so I can put it in.
Absolutely, I understand. Yeah. Just.
And we all, and it's a no, it seems like it's a no contact order, so it's not allowed phone, internet, any of that stuff.
Oops. Sorry about that. This, I have this and a driver's license. Do you have a preference?
Whatever.
Okay. Oh, and there's a trip go down the tunnel.
And then real fast, if I could just get your phone number. Or the phone number I called works.
The phone number, pardon?
The phone number I just called, does that one work for you?
That one, that's my producer, Grayson Yore. He's on there. I'm the, what do you call it, the person that his name is official. So they have your phone number. Do you want to give them mine too? Probably Lauren Matthias. Okay. And it's, on the table for someone to see it. I don't want to. It'll do more. I'll put it here. It'll do more work. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep, like I said, we're just going to write up a quick little report that we served.
Thank you. Okay,
And then she is aware that it's no phone contact, like I said, so if there's any messages that are sent, emails, anything like that, that's a violation of it.
Yeah, she's been putting threats on social media, but I think that it's on there.
It says it on
she's
there.
not allowed to do any of that.
Okay. And she knows no TikTok.
She knows everything. I
She
said it's a
was given a copy,
I
yeah.
said it's a no contact order. I said read over it. Whatever the judge puts in here, we can't deviate from it. You will be arrested if you violate this.
Okay.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you,
problem.
officers. I appreciate it.
You guys have a good time.
Thank you. We feel relieved. Thank you. All right. Okay. Next thing, it's important because I kept saying throughout this thing, we're going to cover some things. All right. About police reports and what was really going on with police, because I'm being accused of abusing the law, of abusing police, making false police reports. So let's get into this. It's a big deal. This is the respondent through counsel, meaning my stalker, filing this memorandum in opposition for the request of a civil stalking injunction. This is why she feels it's unnecessary. And we'll just read it. And I'll pull a few things. I think there were the arguments. I suspected that her counsel. Let's just read it. Let's just read it. Let's just get through this. So her response, in other words, why she doesn't think this is fair. Through counsel, the respondent, through counsel, hereby files this memorandum in opposition to the request for civil stalking injunction and in anticipation for the evidentiary hearing that is set. The court should deny the requested injunction. Petitioner Lauren Matthias is a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers on YouTube and a variety of other platforms. I've actually been somewhat kind of understanding media a lot. I think I would call myself actually a limited public figure, but nonetheless, let's keep going. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers on YouTube and a variety of other platforms. Matthias uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, including current events, legal news, true crime, and culture. But Matthias has a history of using various means to deprive others of the very same rights she exercises. Several individuals have been the subject of cease and desist letters. So I'm going to stop right there. 3 people in the past year have been the subject of cease and desist letters from me. That is true. 3 people. 2 of them are ex-contract workers to request that they stop sharing texts of mine. And then the 3rd person that I've mentioned is Lindsay, ex-producer of mine, for a completely separate reason. It has nothing to do with those others. It's completely separate. And I've already talked about that one and why. Those do not have to do. Nature of running a business happens. So, several individuals have been the subject of cease and desist letters. 3 have. Or false police reports. So she is claiming that I have filed false police reports. The requested injunction is simply Matthias's latest device to shut down speech with which she disagrees. And now, because they are accusing me of filing false police reports, which I take very seriously, we're going to go over these police reports. We're going to go over these police reports. So, let's talk about the first one. The first time I called police. It was in where I live. And let me tell you about what's happened at this moment. I'm shunned at the last Lori Daybell trial by many people, and I'm not understanding why. It's quite luckily I just kept doing my work, and I did it well, and I am so proud of my coverage of the trial and of the justice I saw. Not by anyone I love, but people that I thought were friendly, and it was confusing. No one would talk to me. It's very weird. So I started to learn. Let me make sure I get this right. I started to learn about why that was happening. I got a call from a victim, and this victim, a month later, let me know about a Proton email. And this email, what is a Proton email? I didn't know what a Proton email was. An email, and just get it ready to maybe don't show it yet. Let me just explain it and then we'll talk about it. An email that is sent through Proton means it's anonymous. You can't look it up. It's very protected. It's a protected server. An email from Proton, like an email address, a Proton email address, meaning it's protected. It's how you hide your identity and make sure no one can track you ever. And it was after the trial, months later, and this victim decides to let us know that this email went out from a Proton email address about me. And Hidden True Crime and my husband is called Hidden True Lies. And so we learned about it from him and realized we also had received the same email, because everybody mentioned in this email received this email. And this was during the trial, during the last trial. And we had no idea until this victim came forward to let us know this was going on. And and let's just show, this is the Proton email that we call it is going to come up later, but can you show that now? So let's see if I can read it. If you only knew 11, and it's a Proton, so you can't see who said this is the truth will come out. Hidden True Crime, more like Hidden True Lies. all of it will come to light. Your trash talking Kay Woodcock and Heather Daybell and Gigi and Justin Lum and Nate Eaton and Ashley Banfield and Susan Hendricks and Rob Wood and Rachel Smith and Ray Hermosillo and on and on and on and on. All of them are blind copied on this email, and your text messages will prove it. I had no idea that was sent June 9th during the trial. Awful email. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a victim of a crime and receiving an email like that? Like, I mean, a lot of creators got it too. I don't know. I can't even tell you. I have not trash talked those people. One of them you just heard from. One of them is my very dear friend, Susan Hendricks. Other people I adore and love and consider that. What I mean is that many of them are my dear friends, but like you learned from, just heard from Susan Hendricks there. I certainly haven't said anything negative about her. I don't know what this is. Never said anything about these people. So people are getting this, though. People are getting this, and media is getting this. I'm learning, and we're starting. And when I saw this, I was panicked. It was months later. I was like, "What is going on? Has there been a smear campaign? Is that why people aren't talking to me?" My phone had been completely silent. I didn't even know what was going on. Like, luckily, I didn't see it at the trial, or else I would have panicked. Luckily, I went to my spam folder. I was like, but we found it in my spam folder. We were like, what in the world? And that was like something that made us realize something's going on. A smear campaign is going on about me. What is happening? And it's also a panic. Like, what is being said? What have I said in a text message? Just like doubt, like what could be said in a private text message? Who's releasing my private text messages? Because at this point, again, the stalker had approached me and said, all my text messages are being released. And they're saying that I'm saying horrible things about all these people that I care about. Thank you to the victim who came forward and told me that. They were given that email. They were sent that email. They were so concerned they forwarded it on to somebody else. I can't imagine being victims and you're dealing with Lori Vallow Daybell, a serial killer who killed your family members, representing herself in court. And then all of a sudden you're delivered this email, this whole other thing, whole other, like, what's going on? And I had no idea. And I'm being shunned from rooms that, what I'm going to say is rooms that I belong in, rooms that I care about. Can't figure it out. So that happens. And so it's clear that a lot of people have been sent this email, whether they're getting it, whether it's going to spam, I have no idea. I'll never know. But a lot of adults are clearly receiving this email, and nobody, creators, journalists, nobody's reaching out to me. Nobody's asked me what's going on. And so I'm taking some of these names and I'm trying to reach out to some of these people, and no one's responding. Creators and journalists, like, no, I'm like, what's going on? I reach out to a creator that I learned had spoken to victims about me. Someone had said, this creator is saying stuff about you. I'm like, what? What have I done? So I tried to reach out to that creator once. I called them once. They didn't answer. And I texted them once asking to talk, and they didn't respond. Nobody's reaching out to me. Nobody's coming to me to find out what is being said or what's happening. And so in the panic and confusion, Grayson decides to call this creator that won't talk to me, that I've learned has been calling some of my professional contacts, but yet won't talk to me. And this creator, by the way, has talked to my ex-contractor, and that's what they're telling people. So I'm like, oh, okay. So, okay, we know that now. That helps. But neither of them are talking to me. So an ex-contractor of mine and a creator are now calling some of my, okay. So Grayson's like, why don't I try to reach out to this creator? That's what she thinks to herself. And she gets a hold of this creator. And this is verbatim what they state on the phone. Yeah. And we're going to bring it up what they state, because this sets the stage for why police were called. I'm already panicking. I'm like, what is happening? What sort of smear campaign is going on about me? I am good. I care. So this is the verbatim of what the creator told Grayson. Quote, "The only thing that I can tell you is there are so many people right now that are pissed and that are calling for her head on a platter. It is pretty much the message I can get. They are pretty much all, that's pretty much all I know. It's just been a lot of mean things. Just in the first text or a text from someone that I don't talk to regularly. And it's like, oh my God. I just think from the messages I've seen, I would prepare for something publicly at some point. I don't know how or when. I just tell people that I don't want to know what's happening, so that way I can truly say I have no clue." Convenient, but they wouldn't talk to me. Seems like they actually do know something. There are a lot of people that are really, really, really pissed off right now. And that's really all I know. People are mad. I would say brace yourself based on a few things that I have heard here and there. Something's in the works. A couple messages I got were, keep an eye on your notifications because we're going to blow this shit up. I don't want to say it's over. It's kind of just getting ramped up. And that's reading the text messages that I've gotten. Brace yourself. Something's going to go big. Something's going to go viral. I'm not touching this. I'm not getting my hands dirty. This creator, again, would not talk to me and was also calling several of my professional contacts behind my back. But they don't know anything. They're not getting their hands dirty at all. Not one of those people reached out to me. I felt like Charles Vallow running around trying to figure out what's going on. Why am I being labeled dark? What did I do? What are they saying? What's happening? I have no idea. Except that I know 2 people allegedly involved in calling my contacts. That one of them called the creator, and the creator is now calling people I care about. And that they want my head on a platter. And that they have private texts of mine and I should be ready for something to go big. They're going to blow this shit up. Head on a platter. I was so afraid. I didn't know what was happening. And I called people. No one would call me. No one would tell me what was going on. Just a whisper campaign. People that I thought were my friends, fellow journalists I thought were my buddies. No one decided maybe we should call Lauren and find out what's going on. And so with those threats and with that imminent threat, I called my local police department, or Grayson called the local police department. I can't remember now. I think you say it was you, right? Was it you?
I think we were together.
We were, yeah. We together. I don't know. This is the date of that police report, June 19th, 2025. And the type of report is threats and harassment. Threats and harassment. Would you guys say that this is a false police report? Threats and harassment. When no one else would tell me what was going on. I mean, a few did. Like I said, I knew that the creator was calling people, and I knew who called the creator to tell them stuff. That's all I got. So let's read some of the police report. I did not call the police about my stalker. This had nothing to do with her. There was no TikTok account at this moment. Nothing. Just to brace yourself. This creator clearly knows stuff. Brace yourself for stuff to go public. But, nothing. So here's some of the words from this local police report. Ex-employees are suspected of sending emails threatening to expose Lauren's emails and text messages that could do harm to her and her business and re-victimize victims that she has worked with in the past. Yes. And like I said, can you imagine being a victim at a trial and receiving emails like this, dealing with this, re-victimizing victims? Yes. To do such a thing, to share text, to share private texts that are off record, where I'm discussing this case for years, that is going to re-victimize victims. Things that they should never hear going on behind the scenes. All I have done is defend them for years, the victims of this case. I don't want them to know why I had to defend them. I don't want them to know things behind the scenes that are so icky in the podcast world that they have to see them. I care about the victims. They are my friends. Some media persons have advised they have received some copies of the emails and texts from another party, possibly an ex-employee. Only one email was sent to Lauren advising of possibly putting information out to the media, claiming that Lauren is not being truthful. And this email came from a Proton account. I showed you that Proton email. A law stated also it does make it a misdemeanor to deliver defamatory statements to an editor or publisher if information is being released. There you go. There is an ex-employee, the ex-contractor, that as of July 2024 is suspected of releasing info to third parties. And that is true. Are they releasing text messages of mine, whether verbally or physically? Whether they're calling someone to do it or sending them? That's who I'm concerned about. Threats pertaining to this situation info on cyber stalking laws, using text messages for cyber stalking, which includes publishing or distributing information to increase the risk of harm or violence to the victim, is a Category C felony in Nevada. In summary, sharing text messages with a third party without the consent of all involved parties in Nevada could be considered unlawful and may lead to criminal charges, including felony penalties and a civil lawsuit for invasion of privacy. It's crucial to understand these regulations before sharing any personal communications. To simplify, the victim believes that the suspect or an ex-contractor has sent company or personal text messages to a third party. Lauren is concerned if text messages are released to the public that her reputation will suffer and that victims of crimes she has worked with in the past will be re-victimized. Yes. If you are going to share with people what is going on behind the scenes in my chats day in and day night while covering cases, victims will be re-victimized. It is cruel to even send them an email suggesting something is coming out and that the truth will come out. And I have not spoken poorly of victims in my text messages. No matter what anybody has said, I have defended them for years when others wouldn't. So let's see. The ex-contractor was sent a cease and desist order from Lauren's lawyer on April 9th, 2025. And text messages have supposedly been shared with a third party after the cease and desist order was delivered and served, possibly even calling them. And yes, people can make fake text messages. Do we have that Janice screenshot? Janice shows you how to do it publicly. Yeah, find it. Janice makes fake text messages. Let's find that and we'll show them Janice making fake text messages. Yeah, that's a thing. Janice posts about that. How you can do that. So yeah, that's a thing. After the cease and desist order was delivered and served per request from the victim, I attempted to contact the creator. Let's see, hold on. I have bad eyes right now. This is really small. Yeah, do you have my glasses? It got dark and this is really small. I have, okay. Thank you. Guys, this is a new thing this year. Needing reading glasses. Sucks. Okay. Much better. Much better. So then they attempted to contact the creator. They left voicemail with both my ex-contractor and creator who told us then they wanted my head on a platter, requesting a call back. Those were the two people we told them to call. Well, they called back and the ex-contractor advised that she had not shared the info or texts with anyone. That's false because, yeah, anyway. She was, even if reading them, she was concerned it could be Lauren's newer friends. The newer friends and employees had contacted my ex-contractor to ask her about my working relationship. What did we just learn? My stalker, I had no idea the TikTok didn't exist. This is when I was just saying, hey, leave me alone. I feel threatened. She contacted my ex-contractor to learn about my past working relationships. Stalking. Torturous interference. Malicious. Like, why? She was sitting, my stalker was sitting right next to me. Contractor angrily quit and said she never wanted to speak to me again. And I cried and she hugged me. And now she's angry at me and she is reaching out to this woman to get dirt on me. Once again, this stalker is relentless and calling everyone I know and triangulating everyone I know. Triangulating everyone to tell them lies, to spread fear, Like this has been going on for months. And that, my friends, is something that I learned from this police report. And it is not a false police report. And after we learned that she was involved, and by the way, I mentioned that the entire police exchange with the police on my end, he knew that. The recording, we're going to pull that up, releasing what the police officer also said after talking to both of them. I texted it to you for, okay. So we recorded everything the police officer was saying to us. He knew I was recording. I said, by the way, can I record? He goes, yeah, I'm here. I've got, so yes. So this is one of the things that he told us. He came back from talking to both these people. Yeah, and by the way, throughout this whole thing, like I'm having to figure this out on my own like a journalist, but not a single journalist or anyone else is reaching out to me. But I'm figuring it out. Friends are reaching out. Friends are telling me when somebody's calling them. They're coming clean. So we're going to pull that up. But essentially, the police officer comes in and says, so I talked to the ex-contractor, and they're saying that they brought up the stalker's name. So they mentioned the stalker, not us. We were like, oh, really? Huh. So here we go. This is from my recording that was taken with permission from officer who knew that I was recording while he was investigating my report. Lauren, I say, what are they saying? Officer, the anonymous Proton email came up saying that, yeah, there is information, but yeah, I've talked to creator and ex-contractor. Lauren, okay, and what did the ex-contractor say? Well, she says that she got messages from the past and stuff, and denying different, denying that she's part of this kind of thing. But she did mention that my stalker, she mentioned that person. Lauren, that she's sending texts, officer, that she feels that might be somebody that might be more involved with it. Lauren, okay. With it, by the way, what is with it? And we're not playing the audio, but in the audio, you can actually hear Grayson say, huh, that's interesting. But I also want to point out what is it? What is this it? What are they trying? Are they all trying to destroy me? Are they getting a group together to hurt me and destroy me, to burn my false kingdom down? Which I don't. Why is it false? I don't even know. But now my stalker, never mind, they're an ex-contractor too. So really, these are all a bunch of people that used to work for me. So now my ex-contractor is connecting with another ex-contractor, and then they're bringing in this creator to tell her things that I defaming things, and then they're getting her to call other people. Like, what is this? This would be called group bullying, triangulation, fear tactics. It's cruel. So this was not a fake police report. It was real, and we've caught it. So I supposedly filed false police reports. The other police report, as you know, and we're not going to go over it again, was in Boise, Idaho, when we felt threatened and felt unsafe walking to our car. So we called dispatch to escort us to our vehicle. After that happened, that was when police said, hey, if why don't I take an incident down? Because if you get a lot of incident reports, it's helpful. Let's get this in an incident report. I did not call for an incident report. Those are the only 2 times that I have called police, neither of them fake. And yeah. and I'm not going after my stalker with police. It was after, going back to the local police report, it was after the stalker was mentioned that the police officer then called her too. And then she recorded that for all of TikTok, that call. The request, so several individuals have been the subject of a cease and desist letter or false police reports. The requested injunction is simply Matthias's latest attempt to shut down speech with which she disagrees. The requested injunction lacks merit under Utah's civil stalking statute, the stalking statute Utah Code. The stalker has not spoken with or otherwise communicated with Matthias directly or indirectly. Disagree, I think indirectly she has, since April 2025, when she responded to a string of text messages from Matthias. The stalker has not initiated any communication with Matthias since March 2025, before their friendship fell out. Matthias bases the requested injunction on a tangled web of allegations regarding Matthias's own conduct and the conduct of and the conduct of Matthias's other former friends and acquaintances. Matthias provides no evidence that stalker has ever asked or induced anyone to contact Matthias for any reason, let alone to threaten her. Matthias states that she has subjectively felt fear and emotional distress, but cannot point to any threat or statement that would cause such a reaction to the reasonable person in Matthias's circumstances. So, okay, we by the way, we're going to pause really quickly because Grayson did find where Janice does talk about making fake text messages online. Okay, actually, we're going to wait a little bit longer. We're going to block out who. Oh, you already did. You already did. Okay, it's coming. Okay. I know. Can you imagine a life so small that your thrill comes from being a bully? Hugs you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'll keep reading. We're going to get that. Further, the requested injunction is unconstitutional. And by the way, everything I'm sharing from people, by the way, is public. You know, I'm not sharing private texts because I don't do that. The imposition, or unless they've already been shared by somebody else too. The imposition or enforcement of the requested injunction or the temporary restraining order that was issued on September 5th, 2025, would violate this person's right, the defendant, the stalker's rights under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and the Utah Constitution. Recent case law makes it clear that content-based restrictions on speech, even in the civil stalking context, must withstand strict scrutiny. The proposed speech restrictions in the requested injunction fall far short. Similarly, nothing in the requested injunction or supporting materials establish that the stalker acted with requisite degree of culpability under recent U.S. Supreme Court case law. And for these reasons, the stalker respectfully requests the court deny the requested injunction. Do you have it? It's okay. I can keep reading if not. Okay. Let's just take a break. Okay, we're going to keep going. Just put it up when you're ready and then I'll know. The Matthias relies primarily on 3 declarations in support of the requested injunction. 2 declarations from Matthias and a declaration from Grayson. This opposition relies upon and incorporates by reference the following declarations filed herewith along with documents and things that the stalker expects and introduces in her defense at the hearing. Declaration of the stalker, declaration of Lindsay, declaration of Janice, declaration of Lori, or for the sake of brevity, the stalker does not restate the facts from each of the foregoing declarations and instead provides a summary of the key facts as follows. Number 1, Matthias. Okay, we're going to take a break. Here we are. PSA, screenshots can be manipulated and falsified. I dealt with this when a troll was harassing me on Twitter, but I'll demonstrate with a message I wrote to our general admin account, Arctic Feline. Before I could reply from the Arctic Feline account, Janice replied, which was perfect. The first screenshot is the original message. The second I did in a few minutes with a free photo manipulation tool. And the third I did in a browser, no other tool needed. Notice how with that option, I don't even have the space constraints of the original message. These trolls go from case to case with a few tricks that they can use over and over. I've heard from people who have run other groups that the people who have trolled or troll family members in other cases, and one of the group of trolls hacked another group leader's accounts and published their passwords. This is what these people do. The end goal, I believe, what is it? Intimidation and retaliation. And if you prove this is one of their pet projects, isn't that the hero they need? Anyway, they mentioned Melanie Gibb. So they go from case to case. They do this. People do this. They're saying, and Janice is going to demonstrate how. Do you have the text messages? Because then they put a demonstration in. We'll need some time for that. So I'll keep going. And then they actually show it. Hold on. Okay. We have it. We just need to mark out some names. Hold on. We're going to silence. Okay. Matthias is a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube and tens of thousands of followers across various social media platforms. By the way, I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean that Taylor Swift can't have a stalker. Do you know what I mean? Like if a stalker is harassing Taylor Swift just because she's a public figure, doesn't mean she can't go to court and get a civil stalking injunction. But nonetheless, we'll keep reading. The stalker met Matthias in April 2024 and maintained a friendship for several months thereafter. By March of 2025, the friendship had waned. The stalker did not initiate any contact with Matthias after that time. In April 2025, the stalker spoke to Matthias about some of her public statements and conduct. By the way, no, she actually never did talk to me about any of my public statements or conduct. Never. Just so you know, no public statements and no public content has ever been under scrutiny. People have not come up to me about any public statements or conduct at all. Just so you know. Some people are upset by things I might have said in private messages. Whether fake or real, I don't know. In April 2025, the stalker told Matthias about some of her public statements and conduct. Not true. She only spoke to me about private conversations, which prompted Matthias to make a variety of accusations against and demands to the stalker. The stalker has not communicated directly or indirectly with Matthias since April 2025. Around that same time, Matthias launched a series of accusations and demands against her and other former friends and acquaintances, including Lindsay. No, actually, she's actually not. This is actually my former producer. So let's make that clear. And yeah, I did send her a cease and desist for a private business reason. Matthias also began behaving strangely toward her friends and toward the stalker's friends, including without limitations, Janice. And I've just never really talked to her. And Lori, no, actually, and Lindsay, by approaching them or standing near them in public places with the apparent intent to provoke a confrontation. How does one make an apparent intent to provoke a confrontation? It literally means I'm not doing anything. But yeah, if I'm reporting at a trial, we might be standing in a similar place. And actually, I'm a grown up and stand in these private places without confrontation or anything. Matthias sent Lindsay an individual cease and desist letter. This is true. It has nothing to do with said stalker at all. At all. Nothing to do. So I don't even know why this is in this. Why is this part of this? Matthias sent Lindsay and another individual, that's my ex-contractor, cease and desist letters, which, by the way, those were for two completely different reasons, and contacted the police to report that Lindsay and others were following or surveilling Matthias and her employee, when in fact it was Matthias and Yor that were following them. False. The stalker was not present for the encounters between Matthias, Lindsay, and Janice in June of 2025. And at no time did stalker encourage or suggest that Lindsay, Lori, or any other person contact or approach Matthias. Stalker's social media posts and public comments since April 2025 have not been directed at Matthias and were not intended to communicate with Matthias directly or indirectly. Rather, the stalker was addressing her social media subscribers, followers about topics of public interest in the true crime community, including Matthias's statements. Wait. Oh yeah, I'll put my glasses back on. Where did they go? I put them somewhere. Oh, glasses. So, okay. This is interesting. The stalker's social media posts and public comments since April 2025 have not been directed at Matthias and were not intended to communicate with Matthias directly or indirectly, even though that one that said burn your false kingdom down, in like saying that this is an account to expose my ex-friend. Okay. Rather, the stalker was addressing her social media subscribers, followers about topics of public interest in the true crime community. Oh, really? Okay. Including Matthias's statements. Matthias has maintained her social media presence and continues to engage in public discussion by posting and streaming hundreds of videos since April 2025. Yes, exactly. It's my job. And I have to support a family. So yeah, you put your game face on and you do it whether you're coughing or not because of the stress and anxiety. Matthias has used stalker's public statements as a pretext for quashing her speech and removing her from public events such as CrimeCon, which took place September 5th. Matthias has misrepresented the events at CrimeCon in an attempt to secure the requested injunction. Well, I'm glad, I just show what happened. So you don't have to take my word for it. And accuse a stalker of violating the temporary order. Stalking, by the way, stalking consists of two elements. The respondent must intentionally or knowingly engage in a course of conduct directed at the petitioner. And two, the respondent must know or act with recklessness regarding the course of conduct that would cause a reasonable person to fear for their person's own safety or suffer other emotional distress. Both elements must be present before a district court may issue a civil stalking injunction. Here, Matthias cannot prove either element to justify the requested injunction. Further, the Utah Court of Appeals recently reiterated that the First Amendment cabins the court's ability to issue a civil stalking injunction to only specific parameters. Content-based restrictions are presumptively unconstitutional and subject to strict scrutiny. The requested injunction seeks content-based restrictions on speech and cannot withstand strict scrutiny. The requested injunction is unconstitutional, according to my stalker's attorneys. A civil stalking injunction requires the petition to prove stalking as defined in Utah Code. That section provides that an actor commits stalking if the actor intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual and knows or is reckless as to whether the course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of a third individual or to suffer other emotional distress. A course of conduct requires 2 or more acts directed at or toward a specific individual. The burden is on the petitioner to show by the preponderance of the evidence the stalking of the petition by the respondent has occurred. Matthias's declarations recite only 2 instances where the stalker communicated specifically with her, and in both instances, Matthias initiated the conversation. What? First is at the Maricopa County Courthouse. Matthias approached and greeted stalker. Okay, hold up. You have it? Matthias, they say, initiated the conversation. First, at the Maricopa County Courthouse, Matthias approached and greeted stalker, which is interesting. Actually, I was just walking towards the elevators and she was there. But I kind of want to see what she says about it, because she explains the incident on TikTok. The stalker does. She does not say that I approached her. We'll keep going while we find that TikTok. But okay. Yeah, you'll find it. So Matthias allegedly approached and greeted the stalker. And so I initiated contact, I guess. And by the time of this text, this time, and then I again initiated contact, this time by text, to make accusations and demands. It's true when I told her to stop defaming me, and if she thinks that I'm plagiarizing, to report me, because that's important to do. But the stalker allegedly reluctantly participated in the exchange, which is odd, because actually when I blocked her, she then continued in my email to while I tried to stop it. MacArthur could have not known that the communications were unwanted because Matthias initiated them. I literally blocked her, and she wrote in her email to me calling a hypocrite and a liar that I clearly blocked her because I was a coward, not because I was initiating contact. Let's go on. Indeed, sorry about that. The stalker made no attempt to communicate specifically with Matthias directly, even though she sent me an email after I requested her not contact me again. Directly or indirectly, after the April text, when Matthias stated she did not wish to be contacted. Actually, she then went to my email to continue harassing me. Okay, you have it. So she's saying that I reached that when she recorded
the
me.
fastest friendship crash you've ever seen, and I have the receipts, because contrary to what the Nevada Police Department,
Yeah, we'll skip that. Yeah, blah blah blah.
about all of her lies. It started in the morning after I confronted her about all of her lies.
Oh, okay. It started in the morning after I confronted her. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. Let's keep going. So statements and conducts by Janice and Lori. The Matthias declarations spent considerable time detailing statements and conduct by Lindsay, Janice, and Lori. They refute Matthias and Grayson's allegations in their declarations, but even if the allegations are true, they are not. What is noticeably absent is any proof that stalker engaged in or influenced any of these events. In some instances, she learned about them afterwards and discussed them publicly later. That is not enough to show course of conduct. Yeah. Okay. So this is a continuing. You were showing you how Janice as publicly all of the red is identifying information blocked out. So if you recall, maybe we should go to the first one too. They're saying that Janice changed these. So again, the first screenshot is the original message. The second they did with a free photo. I wrote in our general admin account before, which I could reply, and Janice replied, which was perfect. The first screenshot is the original message. The second I did in a few minutes with a free Photoshop manipulation. Okay, let's see him now. Oh, look at that. Huh. So what a beautiful day. I think I'll go for a longer bike ride. You totally should. The next one. What a beautiful day. I'm kind of thinking about robbing a bank today. Thoughts? You totally should. Oh, look. You can manipulate. Janice and her friend are letting us know that you can do this for reasons of intimidation. I don't know why anyone would, but it's interesting. I don't know. Don't know what's going on. All right. Okay, so let's keep going. In some instances, she learned about these things, the stalker afterwards, and discussed them publicly. There's not enough to show coercive conduct. The stalking statute is clear that an act or statement does not meet the definition of coercive conduct. Online posts and public comments, the stalking statute is clear that the act or statement does not meet the definition of coercive conduct unless it is directed at a specific individual. Matthias asked the court to parse the contents of the stalker's online posts and infer that the stalker intended Matthias to see them. Such an exercise is impermissible under the stalking statute and problematic under First Amendment. And even if it were appropriate to extrapolate stalker's intent from the content of her post, the post that Matthias references show that it is not attempting to address specifically Matthias, her family, or Grayson directly or indirectly. The posts are clearly public commentary directed at the public generally. Matthias fails to prove coercive conduct as the first requires element for the requested injunction. Number 2, Matthias cannot show that a reasonable person in her circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. Oh, that's number 2. I cannot show that. Matthias must also show that the stalker knew or was reckless as to whether the coercive conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or to the safety of a third individual or to suffer other emotional distress. The second element of the stalking inquiry imposes an objective standard under which the subjective effect of the respondent's conduct on the petition is irrelevant. Courts must avoid succumbing to a purely subjective analysis, which is inconsistent with the objective standard's intent to protect against criminalizing conduct that only an unreasonable, sensitive, or paranoid petitioner would find harassing. Courts applying King's individualized objective standard have considered such factors as the petitioner's background, the petitioner's knowledge of, and the relationship with the respondent and history of abuse between the parties, and the cumulative effect of the respondent's repetitive conduct. The foregoing factors enumerated in Baird and later in Ragsdale are not an exhaustive list, and courts may examine other relevant factors. Here, Matthias cannot show the stalker knew or acted recklessly in such a way that a reasonable person in Matthias's circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. Matthias is a public figure who continually exercises her right to speak publicly about her life, her friends, and a variety of other topics. Knowing this stalker had no reason to expect that Matthias would attempt to quash the stalker's speech, much less through 2 false police reports and this proceeding. Again, declaring false police reports, that's a lie. Further, the Baird factors all weigh strongly against the finding that a reasonable person under these circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. As discussed above, Matthias's background as a public figure, an ex-reporter, and social commentator certainly subjects her to public scrutiny. It simply is not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion, including negative statements about individuals, without encountering speech she disagrees with and does not like. Actually, I do not engage in public discussions with negative statements about individuals. That's bullying. I do discuss crime. I try to discuss it sensitively. Public discussion that's negative about bullies, I've not done so. And yes, I would encounter speech that disagrees with what I do if I do that. And when I don't do that, I still encounter speech that disagrees with me or that I do not like. I can handle that. That's the First Amendment. Similarly, the only instances Matthias identifies where stalker communicated with her directly or indirectly related to negative statements and conduct directed toward the stalker and others, Matthias has no reasonable basis to expect that a friend or former friend would not discuss interpersonal issues with her, especially where, as here, Matthias initiated the communication every time. Not true. Matthias attempted to turn her falling out with the stalker into an injunction with real implications for the stalker's civil rights. That is not the purpose of the stalking statute. The cumulative effect of the stalker's alleged conduct also does not warrant the requested injunction. As discussed above, with no real coercive conduct to support her request, Matthias unleashes a torrent of unrelated allegations about others' conduct and the stalker's protected First Amendment activity. All of that does not count under the stalking statute, Baird, and other cases. The degree of culpability required prevents the court from counting events that the stalker learned about only later. For example, Matthias had no good faith basis to claim that the stalker intended or acted recklessly with respect to incidents in Boise when the stalker was in Europe and learned only after the fact. A number of other factors, not specifically enumerated in Baird, also weigh strongly against the requested injunction. First, Matthias already submitted 2 police reports with the same sort of misrepresentations currently before court. In each instance, the police did not substantiate Matthias's claim. Well, I'll just point out this. Neither had to do with the stalker, but oddly, both implicated her. Secondly, nearly all of the statements and conduct that Matthias's references occurred in public places or online. Matthias claimed that they interfered with her work. But the stalker and Lindsay and others also work in the true crime space and have been regular attendees of the trials. She does not work at trials in the courtroom. She does not. She has drawn things and given them to me for free. Lindsay and Janice Laurie have just as much of right to be in public spaces and participate in public events as Matthias. This is not a situation where the stalker has accosted Matthias at home or any other non-public space. Third, Matthias's own conduct cuts strongly against any notion that she feared for her safety. Matthias and Grayson repeatedly approached, confronted, or attempted to confront Lindsay and Janice and others. No, I didn't. And not only does this contradict Matthias's testimony that she subjectively feared these individuals or was distressed, but a reasonable person in her circumstances would not engage in the conduct that Matthias has engaged in. Finally, the Matthias declaration and Grayson's declaration on their face deal only with Matthias's alleged subjective feelings. The Baird court specifically warned against granting an injunction based solely on the subjective factors. Relatedly, Matthias makes no attempt to connect the dots between stalker's alleged statements and conduct and the extreme subjective reaction Matthias alleges. In sum, Matthias fails to show requisite mental state, causation, or objectively reasonable fear or emotional distress. These are treated as content-based if they cannot be justified without reference to the content of the regulated speech, or if they were adopted by the government because of disagreement with the message the speech conveys. In this case, each provision of the requested injunction is content-based and does not withstand strict scrutiny. Personal conduct. This section requires an order commanding stalker to not stalk Matthias, and then recites references the statutory definition of stalking. This provision is problematic for 3 main reasons. First, as a practical matter, it is vague, unenforceable, and redundant of other provisions. Utah law already prohibits stalking, and there would be no way to enforce the order without resort to the courts. The parties are attending the hearing to determine if stalking has occurred. There is no reason to enter an order that requires the court to do the exact same thing anytime Matthias believes a stalker is stalking her. Actually, this is the first time I've ever done it, and I sent in receipts. This is especially true since it is not clear what the personal conduct order adds apart from the other provisions. Second, the issuance of requested injunction. Oh, thank you for saying that. Injunction in any form would impose on stalkers civil rights and violate the First Amendment because Matthias relies on the stalker's protected speech to establish stalking. Basically, Matthias is asking the court to agree with Matthias's public speech and disagree with the stalkers. Such a restriction would be content-based, and it is justified only with resort to stalker's message, with the court adopting Matthias's viewpoint, punishing stalker, and in essence removing an entire topic Matthias's own statements and conduct from public discussion. There is no compelling government interest in favoring one speaker over another, and so broad as to be meaningless restriction on stalking is far from being narrowly tailored enough to withstand strict scrutiny. Third, by the way, I'm sure people are dropping off because it's so late, but I'm just telling you, it's still going to get good, even if you're bored with this. Trust me. Third, the personal conduct order in the requested injunction mirrors almost exactly the one the Utah Court of Appeals reviewed. In Ragsdale 2, court held that the provisions purporting the bar conduct that would annoy, harass, or cause distress to the petitioner were content-based and could not withstand strict scrutiny. The court reasoned that the additional prohibition against annoying or causing distress could potentially enjoin the respondent from talking about petitioner to others. The court was concerned that, for example, any appearance that respondent might make before the local governing authorities to complain about the presence of petitioner's business in the neighborhood could likely cause petitioner emotional distress or would, at the very least, annoy her. They're using that language, not me. A no contact. Matthias asked the court to bar stalker from communicating directly or indirectly with Matthias and others, but this section must also read in conjunction with the other assistance needed section where Matthias asked the court to order stalker to cease and desist any and all online activity and communications, direct or indirect, relating to and referencing Matthias. Again, this restriction is content-based because it purports to quash speech on an entire topic. In this way, the no contact order in the requested injunction is distinguishable from the no contact order upheld in Ragsdale 2 and Towner v. Ridgway. The upshot of both those cases is that a stalking injunction that prohibits communicating with or to a person may be permissible, where a prohibition on communicating about a person is not, or at least must withstand strict scrutiny. The Ragsdale 2 court summarized that Towner held that the civil stalking injunction did not violate the First Amendment because it enjoined the respondent from communicating directly to the petitioner, but did not enjoin him from speaking about the petitioner. The court further noted that in Ragsdale 2 and in Towner that no contact provisions prohibited any communication, either direct or indirect, from the respondent to the petition or other identified individuals, as with the provisions at issue in Towner. Nothing in the no contact order precluded respondent from expressing his opinions, political or otherwise, about the presence of petitioner in his neighborhood to others not identified by the no contact order. The stay away order. Matthias asked for an order that stalker stay away from Matthias's home, work, school, and vehicle. But as with the no contact order, Matthias modifies the form language and requests an order that stalker must stay away from online forums and other social media accounts like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, those specific accounts. This extra requirement is problematic on multiple levels. The restriction is content-based and cannot withstand strict scrutiny. On its face, the restriction appears to ban stalker from the internet. In one swath, Matthias hopes the court will eliminate stalker's ability to frequent all online public spaces. No. This ask alone unmasks Matthias's goal of eliminating stalker's ability to speak out on issues of public interest. The ban would be akin to allowing Matthias a popular pulpit in a public park while prohibiting others who disagree with her from the same public spaces. The First Amendment squarely forecloses this sort of preference. Second, to the extent that Matthias's request is meant to be interpreted more narrowly, it is unconstitutionally vague because it does not put stalker on notice of the extent of her ban. Holding that a restriction is unconstitutionally vague when it does not provide adequate notice of what the restriction covers. In sum, the imposition of the requested injunction in any form would violate stalker's First Amendment rights because Matthias relies upon protected free speech to try to establish the elements of stalking. As such, any restriction is content-based because the court can find a necessary element only by examining the contents of the speech and by preferring Matthias's speech over stalkers. Similarly, each proposed provision of the requested injunction fails to pass First Amendment muster. The requested injunction is unconstitutional. Conclusion: Matthias is allowed to not like what the stalker has said about her. I'm just going to say this. Yeah, they're right. I am allowed to just not like what the stalker said about me, but I want to point out that it is false. It is defamatory, and it is harassment. But Matthias fails, in short, of the statutory elements required under the stalking statute. And it is a stalker's right to free speech. The free speech forecloses the requested injunction. Stalker respectfully requests that the court deny the requested injunction. Stalker reserves the right to seek fees under Utah Code within the time frame provided under Utah Rule of Civil Procedure, dated 19th of September. Okay. Snooze fest. Let's get to my response. So now I like that you pinned that so people know what I'm reading when they jump in. That's smart. So this one then is going to be the reply. Yep, hold on. By the way, my phone's blowing up. I'm actually finally learning more. Thank you to the people who are coming forward and letting me know that you too were contacted by particular people in a smear campaign against me. We went mute because I just learned I don't have my phone. Grayson has my phone. She's getting texts. People are coming forward saying, you know what? I got a text and I got a text. And this is what this person told me. Thank you. Keep it coming. Thank you. Because I don't know what the hell has been happening the last month. And no one has been talking to me. So now that you know, thank you. Keep sharing. Thank you. This is going to be the reply to that by my attorney. I actually have many attorneys now. I have 4 attorneys now. We're not taking this lightly. So this is in reply in support of request for civil stalking. Okay. Okay, ready? Okay. So this is my response written by one of my attorneys. Thank you to my attorney, Daston, in support of request for the civil stalking and petitioners. So in other words, free speech was a reason to not support the stalking injunction. And that I'm a public figure, even though public figures are often stalked. And I'm also going to point this out too, by the way, in this county where the stalking injunction is filed, Utah County, it is exactly where Charlie Kirk was when he was assassinated. Many people have wondered why I haven't talked about that case. First off, there's only 3 of us and we can't hit every case. Very heartbreaking case. But secondly, that is in this area, and it's about a public figure who was stalked. And you know what? It scares me. That scares me. I am scared. And that was a very overwhelming case. And yet I have yet to cover that case. Same county. Respondents' opposition. Fundamentally, here we go. This is good. This is good. I thank you to my attorney for this. The respondent's opposition fundamentally mischaracterizes both the law and facts of this case by advancing 2 legally unsupported defenses. Number 1, that the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. And number 2, that creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's character constitutes protected public discourse. Both arguments fail as a matter of law. The evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documented exhibits, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that has caused petitioner to experience suicidal ideation for the first time in her life. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare that I cannot wake up from. That was from the third Matthias declaration. The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections from anyone with an online presence and would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas. The court should reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment. The respondent's public figure defense has no basis in Utah stalking laws. The stalking statute makes no distinction based on public profile. Respondent's central argument, the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking, represents a fundamental misunderstanding of Utah law. Utah code is here, protects any person from stalking behavior. The statute contains no exception, limitation, or modification based on a person's public visibility, social media following, or participation in public discourse. Respondent incorrectly imports the public figure doctrine from defamation law, where it affects the burden of proof under New York Times v. Sullivan. This doctrine has no application to stalking law. The heightened standard for public figures in defamation cases does not extend to criminal harassment or stalking prosecutions. A victim's status as a public or private figure is irrelevant to stalking analysis. Public visibility does not waive protection from targeted harassment. Respondent argues that because petitioner uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, she should expect and tolerate alleged stalking behavior. This argument conflates two distinct legal concepts. Protected public discourse and criticism, that is First Amendment protected. But number two, targeted harassment and stalking, this is criminal and tortious conduct. Those are different. The First Amendment protects robust public debate and criticism. It does not protect courses of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress, targeted harassment campaigns, true threats, or stalking behaviors. See Virginia v. Black and Counterman v. Colorado. The First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that can threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment. The respondent's social media accounts constitute targeted harassment, not public discourse. The respondent's social media accounts exist solely to attack petitioner. The most compelling evidence that respondent's conduct constitutes stalking rather than protected speech is the singular purpose of her social media accounts. Respondent has created at least two separate social media accounts, TikTok and Instagram, dedicated exclusively to disparaging petitioner under the thin veil of discussing an ex-friend. This is not a case where respondent maintains general social media accounts that occasionally references petitioner while discussing various topics. These accounts were created for one purpose only: to conduct a sustained campaign attacking petitioner's moral character. When 100% of the account's content targets a single individual, it cannot be characterized as public discourse. It is a harassment campaign. P.S. Since my attorney sent this in, she has since posted things that aren't about me, but nothing before this date. 100%. It cannot be characterized as public discourse when an account targets a single individual. It is a harassment campaign. B, the ex-friend identifier proves personal targeting. Respondent's chosen terminology reveals the true nature of her conduct by repeatedly referring to petitioner as an ex-friend. Respondent acknowledges that this is about a personal relationship, not matters of public concern. This is not commentary on public officials' policies, on issues affecting the community, on matters of legitimate public interest. Instead, this is precisely what it appears to be: a personal vendetta arising from a failed friendship conducted through social media platforms. The term ex-friend itself demonstrates that respondents' grievances are personal and not public. Number C, Utah's stalking statute explicitly covers communications about an individual. It is unambiguous in its scope. Utah Code 76-5-106.5. Unambiguous at its scope. The statute defines, quote, course of conduct to include, quote, acts in which the actor communicates to or about an individual. Another, directly, indirectly, they left this one out, or through a third party. In other words, all the other people she has recruited to help her. Thank you, she says to them. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. And hey, will you be a witness at my stalking injunction, Lori Hallis? The statute defines course of conduct to include acts in which the actor communicates to or about an individual, directly, indirectly, or through a third party. They left that out conveniently. By any action, method, device, or means. And this is what else they left out, emphasis added. It communicates to or about an individual. You don't just have to communicate to me. You can communicate about me. They left that out too. They left that out, about. That's pretty important. The statute defines all the ways you can communicate to or about an individual. The statutory language is critical to this case. The legislator deliberately included communications about an individual, not just to them. This means that the respondent cannot escape liability by claiming that she never directly contacted petitioner. Creating social media accounts that communicate about petitioner to third parties through 50 plus posts and videos over several months falls squarely within the statute's plain language. It also shows that you're obsessed with me. Stop. The legislature's inclusion of or about recognizes the reality of modern harassment. Stalkers often attempt to harm their victims through indirect means, including social media campaigns designed to damage reputations, recruit others to their cause, or create public humiliation. Respondents' TikTok and Instagram accounts dedicated exclusively to posting content about her ex-friend constitute precisely the type of indirect harassment the statute prohibits. Furthermore, the statute's language, in quote, by any action, method, device, or means, explicitly contemplates modern technology. Social media platforms are a device and means of communication. When somebody creates multiple accounts across different platforms for the sole purpose of posting content about one individual over several months, they have engaged in a course of conduct under plain statutory language. D, no legitimate public interest exists. The Supreme Court has long distinguished between speech on matters of public concern and purely private disputes. See Snyder v. Phelps, 562 U.S. Personal grievances between former friends do not constitute matters of public concern that warrant First Amendment protection when used as weapons for harassment. Respondent cannot transform a private vendetta into protected public discourse simply by posting it online. Unlike legitimate public interest speech, such as consumer warnings about dangerous products, exposing public corruption, discussing community safety issues, or political or policy commentary. Respondent's campaign serves no public interest. It is revenge masquerading as free speech. Amen. Revenge. And I'm going to throw in coercive control and intimidation. Revenge masquerading as free speech. 3, applying the Ragsdale framework to social media harassment. A, Utah statute specifically includes communications about individuals before applying Ragsdale. It is crucial to understand the statutory framework. Utah Code 76-5, 106-5 defines course of conduct as including acts where the actor communicates to or about an individual directly, indirectly, or through a third party. This or about language is important here. Respondent cannot claim that the First Amendment protection or argue that she never contacted the petitioner when the statute explicitly prohibits communications about an individual. The legislature's choice to include or about demonstrates clear intent to capture indirect harassment campaigns, exactly what social media enables. When respondent created accounts posting 50 plus times about her ex-friend over several months, she communicated about the petitioner to third parties satisfying the statutory element. The interpretation aligns with the statute's purpose, preventing stalkers from circumventing the law through indirect means. Without the or about language, stalkers could freely conduct harassment campaigns through social media, claiming immunity because they never directly contacted their victims. The legislature foreclosed this loophole. The directed at standard in digital contexts. Ragsdale v. Fisher, App 36, provides the controlling framework. The court distinguished between speaking about someone, potentially protected, and directing conduct at someone to cause stress, stalking. Critically, the Ragsdale court found stalking even when the defendant claimed to be protesting only a business, not targeting the owner personally. Here, respondent's conduct is even more clearly directed at the petitioner, not just my business. The accounts exist solely to discuss the petitioner. All content references petitioner directly or through transparent ex-friends. It references that the posts are designed to reach petitioners' social circles. Absolutely, they are. Reach my social circles. That is the intent. The clear intent is to damage the petitioner's reputation and cause emotional distress. And that happened and is happening. See, a course of conduct through multiple platforms. Creating multiple social media accounts to target one person satisfies the course of conduct requirement. Under Utah Code 76-5, 106-5, each account creation, each post, and each attempt to expand the audience for these attacks constitutes a separate act in the stalking pattern. The use of multiple platforms TikTok and Instagram demonstrates escalation and obsessive behavior, not legitimate commentary. I just learned today there's a Twitter account now, X, excuse me. So they're still going. Here, the numbers speak for themselves. 50 plus posts and videos about petitioner over a 6-month period across multiple platforms. This far exceeds the statutory minimum of 2 or more acts. Each of these 50 posts represents a deliberate choice to continue the harassment campaign. This is not a case of 1 or 2 ill-considered posts in a moment of anger. This is a sustained, deliberate campaign spanning half of a year. The sheer volume and duration demonstrates the obsessive nature of respondents' conduct and her intent to cause ongoing distress. D, the cumulative effect of social media campaigns. The Ragsdale Court emphasized examining the cumulative effect of conduct. The social media harassment campaign creates unique cumulative harm. 1, permanent digital footprint of attacks. It's there forever. 2, viral potential, expanding the audience, which she clearly wanted. Everybody come join. The water's warm. Everybody come engage. Help the algorithms. Viral potential. 3, 24/7 accessibility of harassing content. Our poor teenagers. I know just a fraction of what they feel. My world is bigger. I'm okay. Our teenagers dealing with this 24/7. This is unfathomable. Recruitment of others to participate in the harassment. Ongoing nature, creating fear of escalation. Number 4, respondent misapplies the reasonable person standard. The standard does not change based on public profile. Respondent's opposition states, quote, "It simply is not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion without encountering speech she disagrees with," end quote. This fundamentally misunderstands the reasonable person analysis under Utah Code 76-5-106.5. The proper inquiry is whether a reasonable person in petitioner's circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress from the specific content alleged, not whether public figures should generally expect criticism. The statute asks whether the respondent's course of conduct would cause a reasonable person, I'm a reasonable person, to fear for the individual's own safety or to suffer other emotional distress. B, social media harassment creates unique reasonable fear and emotional distress. A reasonable person would experience significant distress from 1, multiple accounts dedicated to attacking their character. 2, persistent posting about personal matters. 3, public humiliation before their social and professional circles. 4, the permanence of online content. 5, the potential for escalation from online to physical harassment. Accepting the respondent's interpretation would mean 1, anyone with social media forfeits protections from stalking. 2, online harassment is categorically protected. 3, digital stalking receives greater protection than physical stalking. Victims now must choose between online presence and personal safety. 5, respondents' constitutional arguments fail. Anti-stalking laws are constitutional even when applied to speech. Respondents suggest that any restriction on speech about petitioner violates the First Amendment. This is incorrect. Courts nationwide have upheld stalking statutes and injunctions against First Amendment challenges. See State v. Pauling. Anti-stalking statutes are constitutional restrictions on speech and conduct. The Supreme Court in Counterman v. Colorado recently reaffirmed that states may constitutionally prohibit true threats and stalking conduct, requiring only a showing of recklessness regarding the threatening nature of communications. Strict scrutiny analysis does not forbid the requested injunction. Even if strict scrutiny applies here, which it does not if this is targeted harassment, Properly tailored stalking injunctions remain unconstitutional because, number one, compelling government interest. Protecting citizens from fear, targeted harassment, and stalking is a compelling interest. Number two, narrow tailoring. The requested injunction seeks only to prevent stalking conduct, not legitimate criticism or protected speech. It is narrowly tailored to serve the government's interest in protecting petitioner from targeted harassment online. It is ultimately up to the court to decide on the final language of the injunction. Should the court determine the proposed language is too vague or overbroad, the solution is not to discard it entirely, as the respondent argues. Rather, the court should simply tailor and narrow the language it finds too restrictive. Whether language the court deems appropriate, the respondent cannot be allowed to transform targeted harassment into protected speech simply by claiming First Amendment protection. The argument. Thank you to my attorney, Daston. Respondent's sustained campaign constitutes targeted harassment and not protected speech. The scope and severity of respondent's campaign. The evidence establishes that respondent created a systematic harassment campaign across multiple platforms, producing 53 plus documented videos and 33 plus Instagram posts dedicated exclusively to targeting petitioner. This unprecedented volume of content, combined with witness testimony, establishes clear intent to harass rather than engage in protected speech. Timeline of escalation documented by multiple witnesses. April 9th, 2025, the confrontation that started it all. Respondent confronted petitioner at the Maricopa County Courthouse, causing such distress that the petitioner suffered a panic attack witnessed by her employee Grayson. In quotes, that day we left court where we were reporting and Lauren had a panic attack. Lauren and I are together all day, every day, and I had never seen something like that before. That was Grayson. Former CNN anchor Susan Hendricks also witnessed the aftermath, testifying that Lauren was, quote, extremely emotional and in a state that I had never seen her before. April through June 2025, pattern of physical stalking. April 15th, Janice confronts petitioner at courthouse requiring bailiff intervention. Ongoing. Janice repeatedly filmed Grayson at work for no other reason than to harass me and intimidate me. June 19th, warning received that things would go public and people wanted Lauren's head on a platter. June through August 2025, social media campaign launches. 3 days after that Henderson police report, 3 days after that local police report, where I'm concerned, where I'm told they want my head in a platter and to expect something public, releasing 3 days after that social media campaign launches. Tell me that wasn't what the creator was referring to. And that creator did follow that TikTok when it went live. Shortly after the June 19th warning, respondent launched her targeted social media account. The content demonstrates malicious intent through specific examples. The brothers' sperm post, July 7th, 2025. The respondent published a video with caption, "Without his consent," falsely insinuating sexual assault of petitioner's dying brother who had just passed away in March of 2025. This video garnered over 33,000 views. The psychological cruelty of this post cannot be overstated, attacking a grieving sister with false sexual assault allegations about her deceased brother. Voice recording post, July 12th, 2025. Respondent posted recordings of petitioner's voice comparing her to murderer Jodi Arias, garnering 33,000 plus views Professional Attacks, August 6th, 2025, posted about petitioner's husband's credentials, admitting that she called UNLV to investigate, calling us liars. The psychological impact, evidence of severe harm. The court should consider the devastating psychological impact documented by multiple witnesses and a licensed forensic psychologist. Dr. John Matthias, clinical and forensic psychologist, who has evaluated over 500 criminals for recidivism risk, provides expert testimony about the impact. Quote, "The day I will never forget, July 7th, 2025, at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and Lauren is rocking in our bed in visible distress. She was holding her legs tightly against her chest in the fetal position as she rocked back and forth on the bed. She was experiencing a severe panic attack, and she told me that she did not want to live. That moment was devastating for me as her husband and deeply alarming as a clinician who understands the seriousness of such statements. Never once in the 10 years that I have known Lauren has she ever expressed or considered such thoughts." John Matthias. Dr. Matthias further documents the petitioner has suffered from heightened anxiety and depression, repeated panic attacks, trauma symptoms including hypervigilance, social withdrawal, insomnia and weight loss, and suicidal ideation. The impact on my child, a secondary victim. The couple's 8-year-old son has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he ever tells her to, and to not take the time to ask questions. The child exhibits constant fear that harm will come to mother, social withdrawal from friends, sleep disturbances, and significantly reduced appetite. Impact on employee. Grayson testified, quote, "I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty." She required psychiatric treatment for anxiety, prescription medication to sleep, constant checking of doors and home cameras, evidence of recruiting others and expanding the campaign. Respondents' own videos demonstrate systematic efforts to recruit others and to expand her harassment campaign. July 19th, 2025 post, quote, "Look, this is what my stalker says. Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. And I know it's either because she, 1, hurt you 2, or 2, she hurt someone you care about, or 3, she told you about this account. Come join. The water's nice and peaceful in here." End quote. July 8th, 2025, featured accomplice Sarah with the caption, quote, "I'm curious if you know who I'm talking about, and if you yourself have stories to share. Don't name names in caption. Just let me know if you know." August 19th, 2025, quote, "Don't forget to like and comment or engage if you are seeing this. Let's make sure this behavior is put out there in case others need the info." End quote. The July 23rd, 2025 Boise incident, coordinated physical stalking. The evidence in Boise, Idaho demonstrate how respondents' online campaign translated into real-world stalking involving multiple accomplices. The courthouse confrontations. Lori screamed at petitioner for attempting to sit down. Janice continuously filmed petitioner and Grayson throughout the day. Multiple accomplices present. Lindsay, Janice, Lori, Sarah. The restaurant incident requiring police intervention. The escalation at dinner was witnessed by multiple parties and resulted in official police involvement. Janice filmed from outside the restaurant property, which probably implies that they planned this. Lori and Sarah approached petitioner's dinner table to confront her. Lindsay is seen exiting, so they could have done that. Lindsay exited. They came to the table. After leaving, they went to a restaurant across the street where they sat and waited. The petitioner and Grayson were so fearful, they called police for an escort to their car. Officer Jacobs contacted an on-call prosecutor and took a stalking report. Susan Hendricks, who met them for breakfast the next morning, testified, quote, "It was clear to me that the two of them were in an absolute panic state and what I would describe as fight or flight," end quote. Respondents continued violations after being served. The most troubling is respondents' behavior after being served with a civil stalking injunction. On September 4th, 2025, that same evening, within hours of being served a stalking injunction, the respondent posts videos with threatening content. Whoops, you messed up, ran around, and you got caught. Whoops, you messed up. Now you're going to cry about what you lost. And a comment from her accomplice, time to tell the real story. Respondent's response, quote, "as you wish." September 5th, 2025, CrimeCon violations. Despite knowing about the injunction that we all saw on that body cam footage, she knew well about it. Respondent told CrimeCon security that she knew about the injunction, but intended to attend anyway. Officers found her at the expo near petitioner. She acknowledged to officers that her husband had sent her the order. And then after removal, she posted more threatening videos, including Eminem's Worms lyrics about violence. That evening, she stood feet away from petitioner in a hotel bar with camera. Dr. Lauren Matthias provided a professional assessment, quote, "In my expert opinion, when an individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates that not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future," end quote. Third-party corroboration of impact. Multiple independent witnesses corroborate the severity of this stalking campaign. Patricia Griffith, the manager of websleuths.com. Lauren is not a dramatic person. She does not exaggerate. She is professional, composed, and a truly wonderful friend. To hear the stress and fear in her voice has been devastating. Lauren lives in constant uncertainty, never knowing what horrific thing the stalker will post next on TikTok. From the Griffith affidavit. A friend of mine that I'll leave nameless, for a 20-plus year political consultant, states this: "I have personally witnessed the severe emotional toll that ongoing harassment, bullying, and stalking has had on Lauren. She has been deeply stressed, depressed, and worried about her safety, her family's safety, her reputation, and her business that she has worked so hard to build," end quote. Susan Hendricks, former CNN anchor, quote, "Both Lauren and myself are trained and seasoned journalists. When being trained as a journalist, you are trained to be non-emotional, to have thick skin, and to push through things. It is extremely clear to me from conversations I have had with Lauren that she has tried to remain that way, but at this point, she no longer can," end quote. Communications about an individual under Utah law. Under Utah Code 76.5-10651 explicitly covers communications to or about an individual. The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates communications about petitioner. Direct admissions by respondent, July 24th, quote, "Let me tell you, if she would have met the ex-friend of mine who I made this account to expose. She admits to making this account to expose me. August 8th. Can we talk about her own words and actions, though? August 29th. Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year. Search engine optimization to target petitioner. Some of the respondents' videos posted to TikTok are also tagged with my name, my husband's name, and my business name. This means that when someone searches up my name, the respondents' videos pop up. Respondents' own statements confirm this is purely personal vendetta. A 1-year friendship. August 29th post, quote, I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year, end quote. The attempting to burn her kingdom. On a July 31st post with audio about, quote, inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground, end quote. The August 23rd comment from Lori, again, Grayson's dentist wife, quote, burn that false kingdom down, 4 exclamation points. Professional interference. Respondent has contacted UNLV regarding husband's petition. National news producers warning against working with me. John DeLynn of Mormon Stories. Colleagues, multiple colleagues in petitioner's industry, and crime victims the petitioner works with. The statutory minimum is easily met. Under Utah law requires only 2 acts for stalking. The evidence shows 53 plus TikTok videos targeting petitioner, 33 plus Instagram posts targeting petitioner, multiple physical confrontations at courthouses and restaurants, continued violations after being served with injunctions. Recruiting others to participate in harassment. Each post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act, far exceeding the statutory minimum. Conclusion. Respondents' opposition rests on 2 fundamental legal errors. Number 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking. And number 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public discourse. Both positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. The statutory language is clear. Utah Code 76.5 explicitly prohibits communications to or about an individual. The legislature did not limit the statute to direct contact. It deliberately included or about to capture indirect harassment campaigns. Respondents' creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 plus times about petitioner over 6 months falls squarely within the statutory prohibition. Each of those 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct. Utah civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence. The statute's inclusion of communications about individuals demonstrates the legislature's clear intent to prevent exactly what the respondent has done here: conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age and create an untenable legal precedent whereby anyone with an online presence forfeits basic personal safety protections. The evidence clearly establishes that respondent has engaged in sustained campaign of harassment through multiple social media platforms. This is not protected public discourse. It is not. It is targeted harassment using ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta. And the First Amendment protects robust public debate. It does not protect weaponizing social media platforms to conduct harassment campaigns about individuals through dozens of posts over months. The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate suicide. Respondent's creation of accounts solely to expose her ex-friend, her recruitment of others to join the campaign, her physical stalking across state lines, and her brazen violations of this court's injunction demonstrate conduct that no reasonable interpretation of law would protect. Patricia Griffith summarized it best. Manager to Web Sleuths. Thank you, Tricia. Quote, criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear, and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong. End quote. We don't cancel people here. We don't harass people here. We do support people here. Go subscribe to Web Sleuth. Thank you, Tricia. The court must reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for what multiple witnesses, including a forensic psychologist, have identified as dangerous stalking behavior with clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. End quote. For the foregoing reasons, for the foregoing reasons, petitioner respectfully requests that this court, 1, reject respondents' public figure defense as legally irrelevant. 2, find that respondents' documented campaign of 53 plus videos and 33 plus posts and multiple physical confrontations constitutes stalking under Utah law. And 3, convert the temporary injunction to a permanent civil stalking injunction. 4, refer this matter for criminal prosecution based on the documented violations. 5, award such other relief as the court deems just and proper. The evidence demonstrates not just a pattern of harassment, but an escalating campaign that has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die, an 8-year-old child to live in fear for his mother's safety, and an employee to require psychiatric medication. The court must act to protect this family from further harm. Signed Sunday, September 21st. And then what happened? As I prepared to go to this hearing, a media request. I couldn't see who it was. I thought maybe it was a small YouTuber. Like, there's no way. This is a civil stalking injunction. Do you want to know why abusers don't get out of abusive situations where there's coercive control and intimidation? Why are we sending media requests to a civil stalking injunction true crime community? Really, anyone, small or big? Small or big? Why are we sending media requests to a civil stalking injunction where there is a victim claiming to be stalked? Why? Why would any of us do that? I didn't know who it was. And this is what my attorney sent back. I need water. I can't believe we're still going. Here we go. I find out there's a media request at my little civil stalking injunction here in Utah where I'm trying to help my family. I'm trying to get out of coercive control, intimidation, and threats. And there's a media request. And so my attorney Daston responds. Petitioner, through counsel, hereby objects to the unspecified, unverifiable media request. It was unverifiable, by the way, and it was unspecified. No one could figure out who it was. Unspecified, unverifiable media request for attendance at the evidentiary hearing scheduled for October 16th, 2025, and for access to court records in this matter. They wanted all of the court records. All of the court records that I just read today, that's why I read them. That's why I've been on a live for 7.5 hours. I could be with my mother on hospice right now. That's what I do when I come to this state. I'm with my dying mother. But instead, I am here doing a 7.5 hour live, reading all of the court docs because everybody wants them. And so I'm going to read them because I am going to protect my family and myself, and I'm not going to let this continue any longer. And so this unverified, unspecified media request comes in, and I have to say, no way. So, as a reminder, the court has found cause to issue a temporary civil stalking injunction containing specific no contact orders, including some limits on respondents' online social media activity targeting the petitioner and others. It was entered and served on respondent in September 2025. However, the respondent violated the court order within 24 hours. She then repeatedly violated it 5 more times between September 5th and 7th. Each violation constitutes a criminal offense. This case involves ongoing stalking, harassment, threats, and defamation by respondent against petitioner and her family, which includes her 8-year-old child. Supposedly, the court received an ambiguous, unspecified media request seeking to attend the October 16th, 2025 evidentiary hearing on petitioner's request for a permanent civil stalking injunction and to access the underlying court records. However, petitioner's request for basic information about the request, who made it and when, has not been provided. They wouldn't even provide us with who and what. In addition to the reasons set forth hereinafter, permitted an unspecified, unverifiable media request, given the private classification of this case and the now criminal nature of the respondent's conduct, deprives the petitioner a reasonable opportunity to verify or properly challenge in authenticity or necessity. Petitioner will be required to testify in detail about traumatic incidents of stalking, harassment, and threats. This testimony will necessarily include specific dates, times, and locations where respondents stalked or confronted petitioner, details of petitioner's daily routines, residence, workplace, frequented locations, petitioner's current location, safety measures, security protocols, the nature and content of threatening communications, the emotional and psychological impact of respondents' conduct on the petitioner's husband and their 8-year-old son, personal and intimate details about petitioner's life, relationships, activities, media attendance, and coverage may place petitioner at immediate physical risk, chill petitioner's willingness to testify fully and truthfully, re-traumatize the victim and her family, enable respondents' continued harassment through public dissemination. Yeah, that's what I want. Like, let's make this go viral. everyone. Like, what are we doing? And constitute an egregious invasion of privacy, all while serving no compelling public interest. I don't want to be here on this live. This is an invasion of my privacy. I have no choice. My hands have been tied. And here I am. A legal standard. Number A, a presumption and authority to close hearings. While Utah courts operate under a general presumption of openness, this presumption is not absolute. Courts possess inherent authority to close proceedings when necessary to protect compelling interests, including victim safety and privacy. That's absolutely true. Utah Code of Judicial Administration Rule 4202 specifically recognizes that records of hearings closed to the public are classified as private. Permanently, if the hearing is not traditionally open to the public and public access does not play a significant positive role in the process, or if the hearing is traditionally open to the public until the judge determines it is possible to release the record without prejudice to the interests that justified the closure. This rule acknowledges the court's authority to close hearings when compelling interests outweigh the presumption of openness. Electronic media coverage. Utah Code of Judicial Administration Rule 4401-01 establishes a presumption that electronic media coverage shall be permitted in public proceedings. However, the judge may prohibit or restrict such coverage if the judge finds that the reason for doing so are sufficiently compelling to outweigh the presumption. Rule 4401-01 requires the judge to consider factors including 1, the privacy rights of all parties and participants, 2, the difficulty of effectively concealing from the jury evidence, documents, or exhibits not admitted into evidence, 3, whether coverage will cause harm to any participant, 4, whether coverage will significantly distract participants or impair the dignity of the proceedings, and 5, whether coverage will interfere with the fair administration of justice. Rule 4401-01 mandates that if a judge prohibits or restricts coverage, the judge shall make particularized findings orally or in writing on the record. Rule 4401 requires that any reasons found sufficient to prohibit or restrict electronic media coverage shall relate to the specific circumstances of the proceeding rather than merely reflect generalized views or preferences. C, balancing test for court records. When determining whether to allow access to court records, Rule 4202-04 requires the court to A, make findings and conclusions about specific records, B, identify and balance the interests favoring opening and closing the records, and C, if the record is ordered closed, determine there are no reasonable alternatives to closure sufficient to protect the interests favoring closure. Rule 4202 recognizes the following interests served by non-public court records: 1, to protect personal privacy, 2, to protect personal and public safety, and 3, to protect non-parties participating in the court process, such as victims and witnesses. The evidentiary hearing should be closed to unverifiable, unauthenticated media requests. Media attendance could place petitioner in immediate physical danger. The evidentiary hearing will require petitioner to testify about specific details that would enable respondent to locate, access, and harm petitioner, her family, and her 8-year-old child. Current location information: petitioner must testify about recent stalking incidents, which will necessarily reveal current residence, areas, workplace, vicinity, routes traveled, and locations frequented. This information would provide respondent with actionable intelligence to continue stalking. Daily routines and patterns. To establish the stalking pattern, petitioner must describe daily activities, schedules, and routines. This testimony creates a roadmap for future stalking. Safety measures taken. Petitioner will likely testify about protective measures implemented. Public disclosure would undermine these efforts and expose security vulnerabilities. Witness and support system information. Testimony may reference family members, friends, colleagues, or others who have witnessed incidents or provided support. Media coverage could expose these individuals to harassment, you think, and enable the respondent to infer petitioner's location through them. Unlike ordinary court proceedings where safety concerns are abstract, and let me explain, this is not an ordinary court proceeding. This is a civil stalking injunction where there is a victim being stalked. That is not for media. Media doesn't cover that. I've been in the media for years. Never in my years does anyone ever cover such a thing. I can't believe it. Unlike ordinary court proceedings where safety concerns are abstract, stalking cases present immediate, concrete danger. The very information necessary to prove stalking is the same information that enables continued stalking. Media presence would chill petitioner's testimony and chill petitioner's testimony and deny due process. Yeah, it would. And you know what? It did. It did. After it was approved, I felt I had no choice but to withdraw my stalking injunction. So did it have a chilling effect on me? Seeking justice, seeking safety from the court, seeking protection? It did. It did. The psychological impact. Hold on. Tell me anything else you want. Psychological impact. Requiring a stalking victim to recount traumatic experiences while media representatives observe and take notes is re-traumatizing. The awareness that these intimate details will be broadcast or published creates severe psychological distress. Yeah, and let me remind you, civil stalking injunctions are often victims that are being abused. It's domestic violence. It's fear. It's coercive control. Again, I cannot believe that any media would be requesting to be in there. It's beyond, it is so unfathomable to me. Incomplete testimony. Fear of public exposure will cause petitioner to self-censor. Yeah. Omitting details that are embarrassing, humiliating, or too personal to share publicly. Even if those details are crucial to establishing the stalking pattern, this directly impairs petitioner's ability to meet the evidentiary burden. The chilling effect, this is important, and not just me, but on future victims. For those of you coming forward thinking you need protection, the chilling effect on future victims, media coverage of victim testimony in stalking cases sends a message to other victims that seeking legal protection means public exposure to their trauma, deterring victims from accessing the justice system. Fundamental fairness. Respondent has chosen to engage in stalking conduct that necessitates these proceedings. Petitioner should not be forced to choose between legal protection and privacy. The victim should not bear the additional burden of public scrutiny while seeking protection from harassment. The hearing involves highly sensitive and intimate personal detail. The testimony will include, and you've heard it here because I felt they've had no choice, but the testimony will necessarily include details of respondents' obsessive behavior and unwanted content of threatening, harassing, and sexually explicit communications, impact on petitioner's emotional and psychological well-being, potentially including mental health treatment, changes to petitioner's life, lost employment opportunities, disrupted relationships, relocated residence, and altered daily routines. Personal relationships and intimate details respondent has used to harass or manipulate, and the financial impact and economic hurt, which I've avoided. These matters go to the core of personal dignity and privacy. They are not matters of legitimate public concern. They are. None of this that you are watching tonight is a matter of your public concern until all of a sudden I realized I don't know who's going to protect me and I need to make all of this known. 4, media coverage would enable respondents' ongoing campaign of harassment. Respondent has demonstrated a pattern of harassing behavior, privately and publicly, despite petitioner's request not to be contacted, including threats to expose her, to burn her kingdom to the fucking ground, and to put her head on a platter. More recently, the respondent's behavior has escalated, including 6 blatant violations of the temporary protective order on September 5th through 7th, 2025, and even attempts to incite others to violence through multiple social media accounts created for this sole purpose. Media coverage would provide respondent with 1, court-sanctioned details to incorporate into defamatory posts and communications. 2, additional platforms to disseminate the harassment, news articles, social media sharing, perceived legitimacy by associating harassment with news coverage, permanent searchable internet records linking petitioner's name to these allegations, and specific quotes from petitioner's testimony to exert, mischaracterize, and weaponize. This is not speculative. This is the predictable continuation of the respondent's established, documented conduct. This court's proceedings should not become a tool for the abuser. No compelling public interest justifies media attendance, but certainly the attendance of unauthenticated, unverifiable media. No compelling public interest. The media has not been identified nor articulated and cannot articulate any specific public interest that outweighs petitioners' fundamental rights to safety and privacy. This case does not involve public officials or government accountability. This case does not involve matters of significant public concern or policy debate. I actually believe it does now. The fact that media in our true crime community is requesting access to civil stalking injunctions, now that is public concern and policy debate. But my case is not. Systematic issues requiring public oversight, allegations of judicial misconduct, or novel legal questions of widespread importance. Any general interest in court transparency or public proceedings is adequately served by 1, the public document showing that proceedings are occurring, 2, public portions of the record, case history, judgments, orders, 3, the ability of parties to discuss the outcome publicly if they choose, and 4, the resulting written order, which will be public. The presumption of openness does serve important purposes. However, none of these purposes requires permitting attendance of unauthenticated, unverifiable media at the victim's traumatic testimony in a stalking case. Moreover, stalking injunction hearings are not proceedings where public access plays a significant positive role in the process. That's Rule 4202. These are protective proceedings designed to safeguard victims. They are not public forums for debate, or as I say, tools for abusers. Electronic media coverage must be prohibited, even if the court were inclined to allow some media presence, which petitioner respectfully urges against. Electronic media coverage must be absolutely prohibited. There are privacy rights of the victims, requires consideration of the privacy rights of all parties and participants. Petitioners' privacy rights are at the apex of this proceeding. I agree. Electronic recording would create permanent audio-video records of traumatic testimony, enable widespread dissemination beyond those physically present, allow endless replay and sharing on social media and websites, and result in permanent searchable content associating petitioner with this matter. Harm to participant. Electronic media coverage will cause direct harm to petitioner. Severe emotional distress and re-traumatization is one. Number two, the chilling of full and truthful testimony. Number three, increased vulnerability to continued stalking and harassment. Exactly. Number four, long-term psychological impact from knowing testimony is recorded. Impairment of dignity and fair administration of justice. Requiring a stalking victim to testify on camera fundamentally impairs the dignity of the proceeding and transforms a protective hearing into a spectacle. It prioritizes, this is true, this media request prioritizes media interests over victim protection. And when we start doing that in the true crime community, we have a problem. I cannot get over this. My mind is still blown. It prioritizes. If you are going to bring media into something like a civil stalking injunction, you are prioritizing media interests and your entertainment over the actual victim protection. And it undermines the very purpose of the stalking injunction proceedings. The access to the court records must be denied. The records in this case are classified. They're private under Utah Code of Judicial Administration. Thank goodness on the docket they remain private. They wouldn't have remained private had I gone forward. They would have been open to everyone. They remain private. And that designates records in protective order and stalking injunction proceedings are private. And you know why they're private on the docket right now? Because this is a civil stalking injunction. And when someone has to file that, they're a victim that needs protection and they keep them private on the docket. You cannot see them. They're private because of what this is. And so a media request is saying, make them public for us. We want to see. We want to know what's going on. Make them public. Make this fearful victim's concerns public for us to enjoy. For all of the reasons above, regarding the hearing, the underlying records contain detailed allegations of stalking incidents with dates, times, and locations, evidence of threatening communications, information about petitioner's evidence, workplace routines, personal and sensitive information about petitioner's life, witness statements, and supporting evidence. These records should remain private. My 8-year-old son. To protect my petitioner's safety, to prevent enabling continued stalking, to safeguard personal privacy and avoid providing tools for defamation. There are no reasonable alternatives. Redaction is insufficient because even seemingly minor details provide actionable information to stalkers. The cumulative effects of partial information is dangerous. Comprehensive redaction would render records meaningless. Respondents' established pattern demonstrates any disclosure, and it creates an unacceptable risk. Required findings cannot be made to support media access. Should the court consider granting any portion of the media request of these rules for 202 and Rule 401, It requires specific findings that the alleged media provides sufficient credentials verifying its media status. It has not done that. It never did that, by the way. We never knew who filed. It was like some discreet thing no one would tell me. Can they verify? Hold on one second. Stay with it. This isn't, you're right. Let me get this. Yeah, this is important, and I want to make it very clear and help me because this is true. This is what we found out. So, the media request was put in, and it's very strange that we couldn't figure out who. By the way, you know, I like I said, I've worked in media, I've worked in news. We could not figure out who it was. We could not figure it out. Our attorneys called, our attorney office called to find out who this was before writing this, and it was very strange what we learned. But the media request was given directly to administration, who gave it, directly to administration, who gave it directly to the judge, bypassing the ability for us to see who sent in the media request. And I have to say, I have never seen anything like that. And so we couldn't even see who sent in the media request. Yeah, we didn't even find out about it well over a week after it was even given. So we are saying this cannot happen for me and for other victims. For a precedent set in civil stalking injunctions to protect victims here and forever. This cannot happen. We don't even know who sent it in. There are no reasonable alternatives. Redaction is insufficient. I read that. Required findings cannot be made to support media access. Should the court consider granting any portion of the media request, it requires specific findings that the alleged media provide sufficient credentials. Can you tell us who you are? If this is even going to be considered, the alleged media must provide sufficient credentials verifying its media status, which it has not yet to my attorney's office, and that the media has articulated a compelling public interest. It has not. The interest outweighs petitioner's safety and privacy rights. It cannot. Less restrictive alternatives are insufficient. They are not available. Specific circumstances justify deviation from the private classification. They do not exist. No such findings can be made here. For specific relief requested. Wherefore, petitioner respectfully requested this court enter a court order denying the request, further regarding the October 16th, 2025 evidentiary hearing, closing the evidentiary hearing on petitioner's request for permanent civil stalking injunction to the media and general public, prohibiting all electronic media coverage of the hearing, including but not limited to audio recording, video recording, photography, and live streaming, limiting attendance to the hearing to the parties and their legal counsel, court personnel, witnesses while testifying, and any other necessary persons such as victim advocates, support persons, or interpreters. Making particularized findings pursuant to this rule that petitioner's privacy rights and personal safety requires closure, media attendance would cause substantial harm to the petitioner, to me. Media coverage would chill petitioner's testimony and impair the fair administration of justice. The dignity of the proceedings and protection of a stalking victim requires closure. No kidding. The reasons for closure relate to the specific circumstances of the stalking case. No reasonable alternatives to closure would adequately protect petitioner's interests. No compelling public interest outweighs these substantial concerns. Regarding court records classified as private, denying the media request for access to court records, maintaining the private classification of all records in this manner consistent with Utah Code of Judicial Administration rule, classifying the record of the evidentiary hearing as private, making findings pursuant to Rule 4202 that the interests in protecting petitioner's personal safety, privacy, and security substantially outweigh any public interest in disclosure. B, that there are no reasonable alternatives to denial that would adequately protect petitioner's safety and privacy concerns. And C, disclosure would enable continued stalking, harassment, and defamation. Other general relief, issuing a written order with the specific findings that is required by Rule 4202 and Rule 4401. Sealing or otherwise protecting any transcripts, audio recording, or other records of the evidentiary hearing. Granting such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper. Conclusion. The court should reject the unspecified, unverifiable media request. Utah's Judicial Administration rules recognizes that some proceedings, particularly those involving victims of stalking, harassment, and abuse, require protection from public disclosure. Specifically classified stalking injunction records as private, authorizes closure of hearings when the interests justifying closure would be prejudiced by release of the record. Rule 4401 permits prohibition of electronic media coverage when reasons are sufficiently compelling. This is precisely such a case. Petitioner seeks legal protection from a stalker, providing that protection requires petitioner to testify about traumatic experiences, reveal sensitive details, routine, location, safety, requiring this testimony to occur in front of media representatives subject to recording and broadcasting would place petitioner and her family in immediate physical danger, re-traumatize the victim, chill full and truthful testimony, and enable respondents' continued campaign of harassment, transform a protective proceeding into a public spectacle, and serve no compelling public interest. The court has both the authority and the obligation to protect stalking victims who seek its assistance. The protection must include shielding victims from forced public exposure of their trauma while seeking legal relief. Signed, October 8th. That is, I'm not done. That is me reading all the court proceedings. The court proceedings are done. But I have a couple other things to say. I mean, I've been going live for almost 8 hours. Now let's keep going. Record, hidden crime record. Left no choice but to do this today. So I found out yesterday that it was long crime, that they were going to be pool, they were going to distribute my civil stalking injunction to all media, that it was going to be video. And like I said, I don't even know how they found out. I don't even know how it bypassed and from the administration to the judge. I have no idea what's going on. And that's been going on for months and months and months of coercive control, intimidation, lies, defamatory statement. I can't even keep up with all the lies about me. I don't even know right from left. I've learned that a lot of people are texting me tonight, letting me know what's going on. So thank you. If anybody knows anything, let me know. As my stalker says, her DMs are open. My texts are open. I don't answer DMs anymore because I've been changed forever through this situation. And I don't know who's recording me. I don't know who my friend is or who someone is pretending to be my friend to share my information. I don't know who to trust or who not to trust. I don't know who's telling the truth or not the truth. I am so paranoid. I don't know what's fake and what's real out there. I'm not perfect. My private messages certainly are. But then the things that I've allegedly heard being said that I said aren't true. No one can produce anything. No one can share or produce anything that I deserve to be burned. I haven't done anything. I'm a good person. I care about people. I don't like to hurt people. When I have learned that some of my texts were going out and nobody's told me which ones, you know what I did? I made a list of every first I threw up in the bathroom, and then I cried, thinking about people that could be hurt by the last 6 years of my text messages. And not knowing who the hell got a text message or where they are or what they are after my producer went through 6 years. I asked who I might need to apologize to. And I sent them apologies, and not even knowing if they got anything. Because I'm not perfect. But I am not evil. I am not dark. If I have a fault that's speaking my mind very strongly, standing up to bullies, being very blunt, not liking certain people behind the scenes, being annoyed at certain people behind the scenes, feeling suffocated maybe by certain people behind the scenes. And I don't have to share all of my inner thoughts that I might share in private texts or private DMs to everybody. That's why they're private. And then, which is the purpose of the group, they leave me in a state of confusion. Like I said, paranoid, spending my time reading 6 years of text messages going, what did I possibly say? What could I have possibly said? But then they never show anything. Nothing's ever shown. There was, I want to point out, a screenshot posted. Well, there's been a few screenshots posted on the TikTok of my stalker, which some of them are real, but there's one that's clearly manufactured. They make it look like a text when it wasn't. It had a fancy, because I found it myself. Well, Grayson found it. Grayson found this text, and it has one of those fancy backgrounds, and it's through a messenger when you can have those fancy backgrounds. We know exactly where it is, and it's the exact same verbatim, but they put it in a text form, which means they typed it out and clipped it to make it look like a screenshot. What's going on? Like whether someone's reading my text, and then I heard that I said something to somebody that simply wasn't true. Like I've never said that. Julie, thank you for being here. Julie is Tammy Daybell's cousin. Most people would be mortified to have their private text revealed publicly. I, for one word, would. They are private. Thank you. 6 years of it. But they have done this on purpose. It's called coercive control, where it's vague threats. We've got this. We've got this. We know. That Proton email was a lie. It says that I have spoke shit about multiple people I've never spoke shit about. I love Susan Hendricks. She's one of my dearest friends. I love Ashley Banfield. I love all these people they're saying that I speak terribly about. No, I don't. So is it just a whisper campaign? Is it calls to people? I know that's happened. I've learned a few things. I've learned through some people. Some people have come forward. Thank you to the people that have come forward. I was allegedly, I told you, having an affair with an investigator on the Daybell case. On that one, I learned that I was living with somebody's brother in East Idaho that was actually my doctor that I He got my number actually from patient records. That's always a winner. That's probably why there was only one date. What else have we heard? Oh, I stole all of my in-laws' money. That's another one. They're saying I'm a gold digger. It must be why I work so hard. Trust me, if I was a gold digger and I married John for his wealth, I wouldn't be doing this 8-hour live right now because of the existential threat to our livelihood. You know? I've had opinions about people, even opinions about dear friends who I care about. I might have had an opinion for them for a night. And now that's there forever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a picture of Janice and others talking about me. I just learned this from thank God for amazing producers, right, Grayson? I've never expected this. She said to me, it's been a joke. She said, I thought I was coming to the cleanest podcast ever. She's laughing over there. I see all of the, thank you, Margaret. We're going to find it. They're slut shaming me for being in the bed with someone I've never slept with. I mean, if I had slept with them, it would still be slut shaming. Oh yeah, so this is from the TikTok. I hate snakes. And then my stalker replies, so I hate snakes is written by Janice. And then my stalker replies, snakes, especially ones who've made it into your brother's bed in the past. Yeah. Sorry, I've never even kissed your brother. And if I had, I'd own it. I don't know why I'd hide it. If I'd lived with them, I'd own it. You know, no harm, no foul. I'm a pretty open book. I mean, you guys want to ask me questions? Pretty honest, pretty open book. Doesn't mean I tell everyone everything the first time I meet them. And it does mean that sometimes people think they know me better than they really do. But I don't pretend to be someone that I'm not. I am who you guys see. I have a couple more things. So here's another lie. What else do that? I'm a gold digger. Oh yeah. So by the way, when I met John, he'd been working at a nonprofit for 10 years. He gets himself a PhD. God bless him. The guy is so altruistic and so empathic that he's just working at a nonprofit. It's wonderful. I love him. I did not marry him for his money. So I want to play a video. Why am I playing this video? Oh yeah. So let me tell you, Shelly, thank you. I saw you earlier. It's so good to see you, dear friend. The first conversation ever was you warning me about things years ago. It's good to see you. So, Shelly, just, I'm going to stop. I'm seeing all of them come. I'm trying not to be distracted by chats, but I'll get to chats. I really will. For those that have stayed with me this long, we will talk. Is there anything tangible we can do to help you fight this? Do not go unsubscribe to anyone. Do not go bully anyone. Do not go harass anyone. Be careful with your words online. Have empathy. Have compassion. Be forgiving. Learn about what evidence means. And be kind. That's what everyone can do. All right. So one more video. Like this just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I told you that there was a guest on my channel years ago. She did a great job. She was my friend. Her name's Lori Hallis. I brought her up. So John and I start our podcast. John's not ready for YouTube. I start doing a lot of interviews and investigating on my own. when I start my YouTube channel, really kind of without John. He appears occasionally. And I start having guests on. And I learned that Lori Ellis is writing a book, and she's great. She's kind, and she's a legal expert. So when they're during the Daybell case, when there are legal stuff that I don't understand, I have her on. She jumps on my channel. She's so great to do that. So nice. And then I stopped using guests as much in general, and John finally was like, I'm ready. We've got to make sure that we stick to our brand, which is you and me. And we're going to move forward in psychology, and we don't want to get too law tube. We just started doing John and me. Thank you, Megan. It's good to see you. And we both tried. I need to get my hands off the chat. I haven't been doing chat tonight. I need to not start out. Sorry. Okay, I'm out. We were fighting over pinning the chat. Okay. And so she started her own YouTube channel. I was very happy and proud for her. And I promoted it, and I believe that I helped her get her, many followers, thousands of subscribers by promoting it. Everyone was excited. They got to know her on my channel. And a few months later, she did complain publicly on her YouTube platform that she suspected that we had purposely changed our time to hurt her. YouTube. It made me very sad to see that public comment from her that she'd posted publicly on her YouTube comment, because I had considered her a friend, and I had tried to help her, and it made me feel really sad when I learned that she had felt we were trying to hurt her business. I haven't talked to her well before then. There have been some exchanges, but it's always been through our attorney responding to her, and that's all I'll say. But she and my stalker were hitting it off at CrimeCon, which is, again, my stalker's MO is contacting everybody in my past that might have a beef with me. I mentioned that we learned through the local police report from my ex-contractor that it was her that reached out to my ex-contractors, and now she's reaching out to ex-guests on my and I don't know why. Like I don't know what I've done to deserve this. I really don't. Oh, and this idea that I'm trying to hurt other people's businesses. I have seen no evidence of this, and I haven't. Every creator that I've possibly hurt or is hurt by me, I have tried to publicly help and support. Truly, that's who I am. That's who Hidden True Crime is. You cannot find anywhere publicly where I have tried to hurt anybody's YouTube channel or business. I would never, ever. But you will find plenty of evidence of me supporting even my competitors, because I believe in just doing good work, and the rest will work out, and allow everyone to do good work. That's who I am. Like, I can't even believe that I'm in a place where I have to defend my character. Just this, like, where things are getting twisted. I can't figure it out. I mean, I have an ex-contractor who's angry, and, well, a few ex-contractors now who are angry. I mean, maybe I need to rethink if I'm kind enough to my contractors. Grayson starts laughing. Am I kind, Grayson? She just said I'm so kind. I will pay you later. Thank you. So back to L'Oreal. She's the one we watched one video earlier, where she briefly talked about the stalking injunction and shared how I had gotten someone kicked out of CrimeCon and it was doing false police reports, and there was more in that video that I skipped because it was unnecessary. But she also stated that I had like given out her book manuscript. She's a published author, multiple published author, multiple books. It's really impressive. And her last book was published by Pegasus Crime, a really big deal publisher. And it's really cool she did that. And so she said on her live that she has receipts. That's the other thing people are really saying. Everybody's saying they have receipts. Everyone's like, we got receipts. I'm like, but nobody's showing their receipts. She says that she had receipts that I got a copy of her manuscript and I gave it out to like 10,000 of my followers in that video. And honestly, I have no idea what she's talking about. And this has not been the first time she's accused me of sending out manuscripts of her book. And I can clear that one up right now. That is absolutely false. Absolutely. Which I think I received, by the way, the manuscript. Her manuscript was sent before it was published in a press release that was mass distributed, a press release to all of the media. I didn't get one, but a couple people in the media did send me the press release. Press releases can be forwarded. It's completely fair. There was nothing on the press release that said do not forward, nothing that said it was for private in-house only. And so I was sent a press release of her book, which included her book manuscript, pre-publishing in I guess it would have been during the Chad Daybell trial, April or May of 2024. And months later, we received an accusation that after her book was published, that we had done that. And I haven't. In fact, one of the people that sent me the press release, who I considered a friend, who I thought was my friend, a fellow journalist. They haven't been talking to me, but I thought, he's a great journalist. He called me and said, you know what, we got a threatening letter from Lori about sending, forwarding her press release, so don't forward that book manuscript anywhere else. And I said, oh my gosh, I won't. This is who I'd send it to. I sent it to my fact checker that had done some contract work for me, and I sent it to my ex-producer, Lindsay, that I've told you guys about. I sent it to those two. Oh, and then I sent it to John, my husband, and which is fine. That's absolutely okay that I did that. It was just a forward. No one said I couldn't forward this. So that's who I said. Those that's it. So just two contract workers. And that's it. After we were confused, after we were accused months ago of doing this, we had our attorney write. It was the accusation actually came from her publisher and the publisher's attorney, and we cleared it up. We did not do this. And at that moment, I want to say that the book manuscript was sent to one other person, and that's our attorney, because we had to show our attorney that this is just not true, and they needed to be fully aware of everything going on. Her publisher thanked us for clearing it up, and that was it. I have not sent her book out. Besides that fact checker that had done contract work for me in the past, and my ex-producer, I would encourage anyone to find, and my attorney, I'd encourage anyone to find any other single person who I've ever sent this book manuscript to. I think the implication is that I was trying to hurt her book sales, and I was sending that. I would never do such a thing, ever. So she did that. She was going to be a witness for my stalker on Thursday, which seems really surprising to me. Again, I haven't talked to Lori Hellis in years, and she was going to be a witness for my stalker, who I assume reached out to her, and she's done a couple of videos recently about me. And there's one video I want to play it. I want to talk about it because I know that a lot of you haven't seen anything. Oh, Janine. Hello, dear friend. Janine stated, even when you told me you had the transcript of Lori's book and that Clinton and I were mentioned in it, you absolutely would not show it to me. I even asked to see it when we were at the lunch in Boise. Yeah. A lot of people asked to see it. I didn't send it. I sent it to my fact checker, admittedly, to request that there was no copyrighted material. I was concerned about that because of the very, very hard work that I have put into the Daybell case. That I can't even tell you guys the amount of work, years of work. I am so proud over anything else of my work on the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case. I don't think in my life I'll ever know another case as well. 6 years. I consider myself an expert on that case. I am proud of my work on that case. Very, very proud. And I wanted to protect my work. So I sent it to the fact checker to say, hey, if you find anything that you're concerned, let me know. And then, I told you the reason to sending it to my producer. And now this journalist that's my friend, that I thought was my friend who originally sent it to me, isn't talking to me. I didn't send it to anyone. I didn't send it to anyone except for the people I'm saying. And so this stalker is riling people up right and left. People that have had beefs with me years ago are now riled up again. Everybody's coming at me. I mean, like I said, even Law and Crime knew about this and I didn't. I don't know what I've done. So I want to watch this video together. Grayson. Oh no, I have it. I have the video. What I was going to ask you is, hold on, I'm going to mute you guys for a hot second. So before we show the video, I just told Grayson there's another video I want to show. Let me explain. People have been asking me, like, what's going on? What is this? Like, I don't get it. Why is everyone against you? When a dear friend of mine finally came forward because they'd been getting calls about me, someone that is a professional contact, mind you, and she let me know who reached out to her. So I'm learning. She said, why is everybody in this circle mad at you? What? And I don't know. Maybe they need one more of me. Someone that takes a stand for something and says, that's not who she is. Show me the evidence. Because I want to say this, I am proud of the work I did on the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case. More proud about that than any other thing in probably my life minus my family. I feel like I did really good work. Proud work. And as it ends, I am being dubbed dark. Isn't that ironic? Think of the irony of that. We see that happen a lot, right? Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively do a movie about domestic abuse, and all of a sudden the scandal and accusations behind the scenes, it's like the case plays out in real life.
And here I am with my heart and soul in the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case, leaving my dying brother's bedside to cover the victims. Oh, and this is ironic. I had tickets to CrimeCon in Nashville. I didn't go because I wouldn't leave the victims during that verdict time. So I gave the irony. Remember how I met my stalker at that trial? I gave her my CrimeCon ticket. So she's okay, guys. She got to go last year because of me. So we're good. And now I'm dark. Every victim in the Daybell case has been called, not that they're believing it, and being told that I am bad. I'm evil. I'm a witch. I am not. And I'm sick of having to defend myself or questioning who I am. And it's true. My husband mentioned that I question, what did I do? I'm having Grayson spend 60 hours going over 6 years of text messages. What have I said? I'm writing apology notes into thin air, not even really knowing what for. Or if I need to, but feeling terrible. Anyway, I'm not dark. You know who else was outspoken and said things as she called it? Tylee. And that's what I do. And if you're seeing some of my private message and text message, you're going to see it. Anyway, I have no idea how long crime found out. No idea. I do not hurt people's businesses. I do not talk poorly of victims behind the scenes. So let's play what I think is happening. Why is everyone piling on me? Because of this. And so what can you guys do? Learn about group bullying.
Talk about mobbing today. Let's talk about mobbing today. Mobbing is actually a form of group bullying where multiple people gang up on one target. The tactics look like gossip, exclusion, coordinated hostility, and psychological harassment. The term mobbing actually became popular in the workplace from a psychologist in the 1980s, Heinz Lyman. But here's the truth. Mobbing, it's not just a workplace issue. Mobbing can actually happen in schools when a group of students decide to turn on one kid, or in neighborhoods when neighbors decide to spread rumors and gossip just to push someone out, or even in families when relatives decide to scapegoat one member of the family and the rest decide to pile on. For me, it was all of the above. It was my mother, my sister, my godmother, an anesthesiologist, a group of nurses, church members, former friends, my former manager and coworkers, all of them. Being betrayed by one person, that's painful enough. But when an entire group, an entire community joins in, all because of the rumors and gossip being spread by one toxic person, that shit is deep. Here's the key. All mobbing is bullying. All bullying is not mobbing. Mobbing is the group version of the same old bullying tactics. Humiliation, isolation, gossip, rumors, triangulation. So let's make an echo that says mobbing is not just drama, and it's not just organized bullying. It's actually organized crime, and it can happen anywhere.
All right. So let's watch this recent video that Lori Hollis decided to put out. Was it last week? Yeah, I was sent it by a victim. He said, heads up. I thanked them for sending it. Can you guys see it? Can they see it? Oh,
Do not go bully this woman, please, or just do anything to her. Do not.
Hi, everybody. I want to talk today on this recording about a little true crime community drama. Air out our dirty laundry, so to speak.
Wait, when was this again? A week and a half ago.
There is a particular YouTube creator who is stirring up lots of drama by weaponizing the law and law enforcement to target her competition.
I don't know what she's talking about.
She can't do that. You know how I know? Because I studied the Constitution and defamation law in law school. Remember, I'm a lawyer. So let's talk about defamation and free speech. The U.S. Constitution and all 50 states protect speech. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. That's in our First Amendment. Free speech is so important that there are literally hundreds of cases reiterating the right of citizens to speak freely. Now, the courts have put some guardrails up around speech. For example, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. It's not a violation of your free speech to prohibit obscene content from being distributed to people under 18, and you can't threaten someone with violence. However, in 2023 in Counterman versus Colorado, the U.S. Supreme Court wrote, although true threats of violence are outside the bounds of the First Amendment protection, the First Amendment requires proof that the defendant had some subjective understanding of the threatening nature of their statement. In other words, it's not enough for the complainer to say they felt threatened. Although most of the cases deal with when the government can curtail free speech, all those rulings apply to private citizens as well. So what recourse does someone have? Well, it's a suit for defamation. But let's be clear, it's a high bar to jump because of our reverence for freedom of speech. In order to prove defamation, a plaintiff has to prove that the content was untrue and the defendant knew or should have known that it was a lie.
What?
Even at that, if the person is a public figure, say a person with 317,000 YouTube followers,
320 now, thank you.
that plaintiff has to prove actual malice. So here's the factual story. There's a YouTube creator who's a mean girl. When she's feeling threatened by someone else's success, she goes on the attack, just like some of your old middle school friends used to do. I appeared on this creator's show for nearly a year as her legal expert. I liked doing it, and I thought we had become friends.
So did I.
However, when some of her early followers started saying that they only tuned in to hear my legal analysis, she decided to end our association.
That's not why I decided. If everybody was tuning in for her legal analysis, why would I end our association? I would keep her because I care about hidden true crime.
It was her right, and I said nothing about it. When people asked me why I was no longer on her channel, I either didn't answer or I suggested that they ask her directly. For 3 years, I stayed quiet, took the high road, and kept keeping on.
There really wasn't a big reason. There really wasn't.
I wrote a book about a true crime case. In early 2024, this creator somehow got a copy of an early version of my manuscript. And unbeknownst to me, and without my permission, she distributed my copyrighted material to her followers.
No, I did not. And I have to say, it's quite rich to do a video about defamation while defaming me.
She gloated to friends about how she was undercutting my future success.
No, I didn't.
I also began contacting my publisher, bombarding them with demands and claiming that I had plagiarized her materials, trying to interfere with my business relationship with my publisher.
I did not bombard them. I did write them once.
Then in May of 2020,
until her publisher then wrote me accusing me of doing this thing that I've proven I haven't.
Someone sent me a copy of the email she sent out to followers with my manuscript attached. The person said they want.
If that's my fact checker that did that, then okay. I don't know who would have done that. I told you, I've been very clear and very honest. I told you guys, all of you, who I have sent this book manuscript to, and nobody else.
Wanted me to know because they didn't think it was right. And when the creator found out, she immediately called the police to report that the person who'd sent me the email was the culprit.
I have no idea what she is talking about. I have never called the police about her or some random person that allegedly, supposedly sent her an email. I have no clue.
This creator claimed that that person had hacked her computer to send out my book.
No clue.
This is this creator's MO. When they realize that they've screwed up, they lie, they shift attention, they weaponize the police, and she plays the victim. During CrimeCon this year, she swore out a stalking order against one of her former friends, who's also a true crime creator. As a result, that person was unable to attend the event she'd paid for.
She's not.
And at one point was humiliated by being escorted out of the hotel by bar police. The hearing for that stalking order was started, and it then continued until October. In the meantime, the judge told the complaining creator that it is not stalking just because someone says mean things about her. This creator is not a victim. Her followers are. The people who believe she is a lovely person with a heart for crime victims are the real victims. The real victims are the victims of the crime victims who trusted her while she said vile things about them behind their backs.
Not true. Stop with this narrative. This is a smear campaign.
The people who are on fixed incomes who still find a way to send her a few dollars every month, they're the victims. So, ma'am, it's not defamation if it's true. And it's not stalking just because you don't like it when people tell the truth about your vicious, unethical, dishonest, and unkind behavior. You're running scared because you're afraid that the 317,000 people who support your way of life might finally learn the truth about you, and you might lose your cushy lifestyle. You are a middle school mean girl in an overfilled, Botox grown woman's body. Grow up. There's an old adage that says, if you come for the king, you better not miss. When you start weaponizing the law to destroy your competition, you better be right, because there are a lot of us out there who actually know and understand the law.
So I do like Botox, although I think I need, am I okay? But I have none in my body. I don't know what she's talking about. I didn't send out her manuscript ever. That wasn't a thing, and I certainly didn't call the police with her or a random person that allegedly sent her an email. But I think this is just a good example of how incessant it is. It's been going on for months, guys. Months. I don't know, like, where she's getting this info, where she's resurfacing with all of this, and it's like unending. And it's like she finishes talking to one person and she finds someone else willing to listen and tells them, and then actually, like I said, ask this woman to be a witness at this stalking injunction. I just want this person, this stalker, to go away. And if people are hearing things, because this is a whisper campaign, it is not true. Look for evidence. And am I afraid about my business? She said I'm worried about my business and losing my followers and my cush lifestyle. Cush lifestyle, no. My business, yeah. My heart and soul has built this business with my husband. It's our family livelihood and for my little boy. And I'm proud. And I believe that we bring something different and that we bring something good to the true crime community. And I don't want to lose that. And I also want to be able to report in peace and continue making and doing good work without the incessant wonder and fear of this person I hardly know, coercive control, intimidation, and other people just consistently and constantly. I don't know. So after months and months and months, I felt this was my only choice, especially after yesterday. So when it was approved, media in the courtroom for the stalker, for Lori Hellis, there it is, the media being approved for you guys have heard everything. And here's the thing, if you go to the docket, all of the things I read to you, they're still private. Isn't that wonderful? They are still private. Yes. Because but it's because I withdrew. If we went through, those things would then be made public because media was approved. So I am going to finish. I can't believe it. I thought this was going to be long. Never could I have ever imagined that we thought it would be this long. But this has been months and months and months. And if I was going to do this, we do it right. Thumbs up. We did it. I'm proud of you. So I wrote a journal entry this morning because we were processing how we were going to do this. How are we going to pull this off? We've been spending days getting this together, yesterday, today. And I thought I need to do something. And so I wrote this, and then I was going to ad-lib everything like I've been doing, but I'm going to read this. I wrote it today. I'm going to read it. Many of you are now probably wondering, what have I done? What did I do to deserve this? And I have the same question. What did I do? I've been asking myself that for months. But the truth is, absolutely nothing. You are going to hear things about my conduct and public statements that people say are wrong. I have done nothing, though, but support victims, help people for 5 years, and stand up for people. It actually, I already said this, reminds me of being labeled dark when you've done nothing wrong, and I will stand by that. I have people reach out to me and say, everyone knows what you've done, but yet not one single person has been able to tell me what I've done. Do you know how insane that is? Someone texts me in caps going, everyone knows what you have done. But when I say, what have I done? No one can tell me. Not one single person has been able to tell me what I've done. That is insane. But do you know what I do know? Here's what I do know. I don't know what I've done wrong, but I do know this. I know that my ex-contractor has reached out to several professional contacts to spread lies about me. I have heard some of the things that she has said that are lies, and that is defamation and torturous interference. I have learned that they recruited this creator that I mentioned earlier. And this creator then reached out to several people in my professional circles to spread those lies and to say that I am not who I say I am. And that is defamation. And that is torturous interference. And I know that some of these things, and I know some of these things that this creator who calls herself a journalist has said to people in my professional circle, and they are simply not true. They are not even half truths. They are blatantly false. This person also says that they don't get involved in drama And let me be clear, this isn't drama. This is defamation and torturous interference. And when all of these professional contacts who are considering themselves journalists reach out to everyone spreading lies about me, rather than reach out to the source itself to see if anything is true, that's not journalism. That's a smear campaign, and it is group bullying. When journalists that I have supported and sourced and encouraged and who I thought were my friends believe these lies and spread these lies without coming to me, it makes me wonder what's happened to journalism as well as decency in this world. Because not only have I been being stalked, but I have been the subject of a cyberbullying and a relentless smear campaign. And not a single journalist, minus a couple actually, but not a single journalist has had the decency to reach out to me. There we go, except for, yes, some of my loyal professional contacts who checked to see if it was true and told me exactly what's going on and being said. But that's it. All the other journalists here, they haven't reached out to me. Law and Crime hasn't reached out to me. It is not a sin that behind the scenes, that there were days when I was angry at some of my fellow creators and that I fought battles for the victims behind the scenes that nobody will ever know because I care about these victims and I have stood up for these victims for years. And like some other people, behind the scenes, I am a fierce advocate. This whole thing about me being emotionally invested in the Lauren and Daybell case is true. And if that is a fault, I own it. In fact, one of my private texts that I am going to share now, am I going to share this now? Yeah. It shows you just how invested I've been and probably a little too emotionally invested sometimes. It'll also show you a bit of the color I have. I wrote this on JJ's birthday. I sent it to an ex-contractor. Grayson found it going through all my messages and she said, look at this. And she sent it to me, so I have it. I'm sure I have plenty of texts like this. Did you post it up? So it says, I was frustrated of all the posts on JJ's birthday. And I said, I'd just like a post by someone who simply states that this beautiful boy should be blowing out candles on a cake today, but thanks to a bunch of sick fucks, he isn't. Let's not forget that a bunch of those people have no verdict or no charges. Fuck Chad, fuck David Warwick, fuck Melanie Gibb, fuck Melanie Pulowski. And then there's this person and Zulema too. And oh, and all of the shoulda, woulda, coulda adults out there, fuck you all, may karma be a bitch. It's actually probably a great example of who I am behind the scenes that maybe people don't expect because I don't show that on my channel. That doesn't mean I'm a fake person. When I'm talking to you guys, it means that there's a time and a place. And when I feel safe and I'm passionate and I'm angry behind the scenes and I feel something, I'm going to say it to someone I feel safe to and trust because they get me. And it helps me to release anger and feelings and emotion. Call it therapy. And if I'm writing to you something like that, it means I feel safe with you. And it means maybe I'm getting a little bit of therapy out of it because it helps me to process the shit that I have to hear and deal with every day covering true crime so I can deliver it professionally to all of you. I am not unscarred by the things I have seen in true crime. And I'm going to share some of those things and I'm going to vent behind the scenes and in text for good and for bad. I have fought battles behind the scenes for years that no one will ever know about. And in the name of the people whose lives have been ripped apart. When you are covering a case for 5 years, it gets messy. But I can say the one thing I have done throughout the years is protected victims and defended them. And isn't it ironic that if I have done anything, it is standing up for people behind the scenes. Is that, and ironically, that is what I believe I am being punished for. And rather than my so-called fellow journalists reaching out to find out what is truth and what is fiction, they decide to spread these lies to the point where Law and Crime, again, without reaching out to me, somehow discovers a private civil stalking injunction of mine, which means they clearly know a lot more than even maybe I do. And that they are willing to go put a camera request for Pool in something that has been torturing me for months, that has caused me to consider ideation for the first time in my life, that has caused my little boy to need intervention, that has caused me to worry about the premature death of my husband that is older than me, who suffers from chronic condition, and he can barely appear on my YouTube channel anymore. You've been wondering where he is. Now you know. You can find him on Patreon where it's safe. I don't know how the media found out. Someone told them, and it wasn't me. But did a single one of their journalists, Law and Crimes journalists, reach out to me before doing this? No. In private text behind the scenes, I mean this sincerely, from the bottom of my heart. In private text behind the scenes, if something's going around, if you have seen something, and if I have hurt anyone's feelings, I am sincerely sorry. I am. I've thrown up over this. I don't like hurting people. And to think that someone would take private texts that are meant to be private and they would share them makes me throw up, because I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm sorry if I have hurt you with my candidness in private texts. I know I've hurt people. I've already apologized to several people. Some have accepted my apologies, others haven't. That's their right. And admittedly, those that I still don't know what I've said. I don't know. I assume that some of you may have also assume that some of you may also have private texts that might hurt people's feelings too, especially if taken out of context. I do not judge you for that. In fact, for those who have called me annoying or a bitch behind the scenes, you are forgiven. For those who do so publicly in comments, I might think that you are a jerk, but it is your First Amendment right. But is it wrong for me to have a private opinion about any of you behind the scenes? Is that a sin? Does that mean I am now a witch, that I am now dark, to be stalked, tortured, destroyed? Let's see who else is dark. Please send me all of your private text messages. If I hurt your feelings, I am sorry, but that it does not give you permission to start a smear campaign about me, to defame me, or get involved in torturous interference and lie about me. And it should not mean that you shouldn't come to me first to find out if any of what you're hearing is even true, because that is what true journalism is, if true journalism even exists anymore. But it sounds like rumors and lies are more entertaining in this true crime community than truth. But because of the people who have come forward, which are several now, I am left aghast at the things that they are saying about me, which are completely false, malicious, and worthy of legal action. And then to think that I could solve this in a civil matter, quietly, silently, privately, behind the scenes. And now Law and Crime thinks that we should broadcast this for the world. So I guess the writing is on the wall. I have to do this live that I never, ever wanted to do. In that Proton email that you guys saw, there were a few journalists that could have reached out to me then. One of these people, like I said, is a dear friend. She knew it was false. You heard from her in her declarations. But did any of these other journalists decide to reach out if it was true or not? Or did they all just decide, hey, let's broadcast her stalking injunction because we don't like her or because it's been a slow true crime month? Let's start streaming stalking injunctions. I didn't even know about that Proton email for months, which went to my spam folder until the victim called my husband and shared they had received it and knew it was not true. For months. But none of the so-called journalists who received it called me. None of the creators who knew called me. It's a group of women who call themselves the Seven Gatherers, shortened to the 7Gs on the Stalker's TikTok account, taking the same name as Melanie Gibb, Zulema, and Lori Daybell. And if they are a better source to you about me, better source to you than me about myself, maybe you should question why that is. I am a good person. Dana is saying if you'd actually done anything, the person talking to Dylan would have said what it was. There was nothing. She told him to go look for something. Yeah, I know. There's been nothing. It's called coercive control and intimidation. And it's gone all the way up to the point where I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction because that's how far it went. Understand the signs. Understand what group bullying is. If you see it, don't be passive. If you're not standing up, I learned this. I say it all the time. If you don't stand up for something, you fall for anything. I say that all the time. And if you see group bullying and you think, I don't want to get involved, and you stand to the side, you're falling for something. Find out. Be the person who asks the victim what's going on. Look for evidence. My family has been going through hell because no one did. So what can you guys do? Be better. Be kind. Have empathy. Look for evidence. Don't cyberbully. Learn what group bullying is. I've learned a lot. Mobbing. Encourage people not to do such a thing. Help our teenagers. Teach them well, protect them. Anyway. This is the longest live I've ever done. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it'll be the longest live I ever do. Because I pray to God I'll never have to go live this long ever again. Yeah. Thank you to everyone. Do not go shame anyone after tonight. Do not support cancel culture. Do not. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, McSpunky. Guys, this is so nice. I'm reading them all, even though I'm not reading them out loud. Thank you, Lisa. Where do I go from here? I want to be, so where did I want to go after a permanent stalking injunction was in place on Thursday? Going back to doing what I do best, back to a regular life. And honestly, that's what I want to do. I just realized that I couldn't take it to the court, so I had to take it here. And I hope that maybe this can be my own little hearing and that I can do what, thank you, I wanted to do after Thursday, which is move forward and to have people know the truth. I don't know if it'll end. And I think that's what I mostly want to talk about. I don't think this is going to end it. And I'm actually scared. So what I wish I could do is turn this off and go like this and walk away. Thank you, Colby. And have it be over. I don't think it's going to be over. And that's what I told. That's why I told all of you. I don't want to keep talking about it. That's not my plan, but I'm very scared. I'm very worried. I'm even more scared now about retaliation. But I didn't think I had a choice. And so as scared as I am, I knew because I was scared that I had to do this live and let people know what was going on so that you guys know. What did someone say? There's so many sweet questions, sweet things. Okay. Well, I'm going down. Can we gift them the good old Judge Boreski? Are you done yet? Okay, that was really good. So, yeah, so funny. Okay, which one? Oh, sorry. Lauren, I've probably read 10,000 motions and opposing motions in my life, and your attorney's work is excellent. That judge's ruling the media is suspicious. Yeah. Thank you. My attorney is excellent. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Rainbow Rabbit Hole. Love your name. So yeah, I'm gonna rest easy tonight, knowing that I did this, and I am scared. I hope things die down. Yeah, are you done yet? Can we be done? Can we please be done? I don't know why. Are we done yet? Please. Let us be done. I don't know why we're keeping this up. So, guys, thank you. The love of Grayson. Guys, you're the best. Is there anything else? I think we did it all, right, Grayson? We planned a show. We did. I can't believe how many kind people. I can't believe how many. Thanks, you guys. I just don't want to miss any of them. I don't want to end this before I see them all. You guys are so nice, so kind. Thank you. You know that woman with the cyberbullying campaign page, Grayson? What's her handle? Because I got off TikTok because I didn't want to see stuff, but when I had to get on, my algorithm had changed, and she popped up. life_with_KK. Just a K and a K. Go support her too. Rather than spend our time trying to get rid of people and cancel. I hate cancel culture. Go spend your time supporting people that deserve it. Life_with_KK. She talks about group cyberbullying. She really helped me. And then, if you want to know who I am, watch my Mormon stories, part 1 and part 2. I lay it all out there. So, just be kind. Just be kind online. Okay, you guys, I keep thinking it's going to end. Oh, Megan, thank you. Okay, guys. I'm going to regroup. I'm going to be honest. Grace and I are exhausted, but we're probably not going to sleep. We're going to look at each other and be like, what was that? Yeah. We are going to be nervous. Thank you, Janine. Oh, you want to pose the question? Okay, so Grayson just asked me a question, but she answered it. So this is cool. Yeah, well, she asked me a question, what do I learn from this? But I actually want to share your answer. You said you've learned what? Be more empathetic for things online and not to believe it just because somebody said it. Yeah, exactly. Lauren's lawyer is outstanding. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, my question? I mean, I've learned a lot. I'm full disclosure, I think I'll be able to better answer that question later. Because a lot of the things I'm feeling are actually negative. I feel like I can't trust people. I feel like I can't talk to people. I feel like I question myself. And actually, I've always believed in standing up for people else you fall for anything. And I feel like maybe that's one reason I got into this. So actually, I question a lot of these moral strengths that I thought I used to carry. So give me some time to answer this question, but I'm glad that you learned that you can't trust anything you hear about someone. You don't know the full story. I've learned how important it is for stalking injunctions to remain private. But I think I already knew that. All right. Thank you to our moderators tonight. Many who clearly had to go to bed. Nobody knew that this was going to be this long, including me. Nobody. So, for those who stuck around, thanks. Thank you, Ozzy. People remember Lauren was just a journalism mom, a journo mom, in a true crime group when she made many of these friends. She didn't have a high profile and she wasn't very guarded. I wasn't. And I thought I could keep it that way. That's who I'm most comfortable being, is just, yeah. All right, guys. I love you all. I'm not going to, I think that question, where do you go from here, has made me nervous. I don't know. I'm not going to think about it. I'm going to press end stream and we'll see where it goes from there. But I shared. And if I don't mention this again, just know that I care about hidden true crime. I don't want to keep talking about this, but I feel safer knowing that everybody knows. So, all right. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you.